introduction to social science. Durkheim, on the other hand, proved his interest in facts by engaging in some studies which, from a monographic point of view, are among the most significant that sociological science has ever produced. 3 of these are of particular importance. The first and the last are not original researches in the current sense. Both in de la division du travail social and in les formes élémentaires de la vie religieuse he made use of second-hand material, which he had collected to better analyze his problems. With suicides, on the other hand, he carried out original research, which will remain a model for a long time. Few other monographic studies in the social sciences develop both the empirical and the theoretical aspects in such a happy way. Indeed, starting from a topic that seems at first sight very limited and specialized, Durkheim arrives at results that clarify some of the deepest and most far-reaching problems of social theory. It is a case of experimentum crucis in its best form. That most of the scholars who have discussed Durkheim's methodological positions, generally in an unfavorable sense, have completely ignored this empirical aspect of his work appears rather strange and leads us to reflect on the current situation of social science. They have limited their attention to methodological studies, so that the reader would not even know, if he did not turn to other sources, that the author examined was the same one who had written de la division du travail social and le suicide. And yet it is impossible to understand how Durkheim arrived at these methodological positions, which have been the subject of so much controversy, if they are not considered as attempts to solve the empirical problems, which he found himself facing in terms of the possible alternatives within the conceptual framework with which he worked. One of the main purposes of our analysis of Durkheim's work is to try to change the situation, by dealing with the theoretical and the empirical aspects together. To this end, we will precede the discussion of Durkheim's methodology in this chapter with a broad description of the main features and conclusions of his early empirical studies. The reader will be able to appreciate the significance of what Durkheim did in the methodological field only by knowing the problems that presented themselves to him. We can observe a further general feature of Durkheim's work, in contrast with that of other scholars. All that is important for our study of Pareto's work can be found in his last book, the Traité de sociologie générale. What precedes, and especially the system socialists, is of interest essentially because it indicates the gradual genesis of the ideas developed much more exhaustively in the following work. In Pareto's work there is only a process of gradual clarification of the ideas that interest our study. In Durkheim's work, on the other hand, a fundamental change takes place, from one sharply formulated set of ideas to another. Consequently, it will be necessary, in the discussion that follows, to treat Durkheim's theory as a developmental process, which can be divided into 4 main phases. There was a first formative period, of which the most important document is de la division du travail social, 1893, in which he was still looking for the best formulation of the fundamental problems. In a second step we have a first synthesis, in which Durkheim elaborated a relatively integrated general system of theory which seemed adequate to the empirical facts he had studied, and in fact withstood all the critical attacks to which it was then subjected. The main works of this period are Les Règles de la méthode sociologique, 1895, and Le Suicide, 1897. This was followed by a period of transition, in which the first synthesis appeared outdated and was gradually replaced by a different general position of the systematic theory. This transition is documented by works such as Representations individuelles et Representations collectives, 1899, L'Éducation morale, 1902–1903, and La détermination du fait moral, 1907. Finally, on the basis of this new general position, a large number of further problems came to light which led to new empirical fields and which were developed in the work Les formes élémentaires de la vie religieuse, 1912. Durkheim failed, however, to develop these latter investigations to the formulation of a new general synthesis. His work was interrupted by his death to a point where many of the fundamental problems remained unsolved. We can only speculate as to what the new synthesis might have been had he lived to complete it, but, as we shall show, two conflicting tendencies were at work in the final stage of his thinking. Pareto never engaged in explicitly philosophical problems. Generally, he did not develop his theoretical problems and their implications in that part of the methodological field which borders on philosophy. We cannot therefore classify it rigorously in terms of the broader scheme of classification of types of theoretical systems proper to the social sciences, which has been used here. One can speak of certain positivist limits, but certainly Pareto cannot be defined as a positivist. The origin of these limitations must be attributed mainly to his insistence on the distinction between scientific and philosophical considerations and to his explicit refusal to deal with the latter field. It therefore seems that all philosophical considerations are of little relevance to the problems he dealt with, and that there is an indefinite number of possible philosophical positions, varying randomly in relation to scientific problems. It does not matter whether and which one wants to adopt. This is a positivistic hint, but it must be remembered that it is on the margins of Pareto's thought. On the other hand, we have demonstrated the importance of certain fundamental theoretical Pareto problems as the basis of our classification. Some of these problems remain within the alternatives existing in the utilitarian scheme, while others led Pareto to go beyond these rigid alternatives to admit the importance of elements that have no place in the positivist system. Consequently, Pareto's work is very useful for exploring the possibilities of various alternatives included in the scope of the positivist system and for demonstrating their inadequacy for the purposes of general social theory. Overall, the Pareto system certainly falls into the voluntaristic category. Durkheim, on the other hand, was absolutely explicit on these matters. From the outset his position was explicitly positivistic, which was indeed considered even a presupposition of science itself. During his formative period he came to the elaboration of a very precise idea about certain alternatives existing within the system and to the enunciation of his explicit adherence to one of these alternatives. At this stage he had accomplished his initial synthesis. The crisis of the synthesis, which we have alluded to, consists essentially in the crisis of the whole positivistic scheme. Of some elements of him, however, he never freed himself, and his incapacity to formulate a new synthesis, comparable to the first in breadth and logical rigor, depends to a considerable extent on this act. The characteristic of Durkheim's initial synthesis is constituted by the discussion of one of the fundamental elements of the versions of positivist social theory that we have encountered so far, their causal individualism 550. From the moment he achieved a clear formulation of the problems of the division of labor, his interest was concentrated on a social factor by virtue of which society was, according to his oft-repeated formula, a sui generis reality. In other words, Durkheim's basic problem, from the earliest stage, was the problem of the general relations of the individual to the social group. On this problem he adopted, right from the first phase, a position radically opposed to what has been defined here as individualistic positivism. He was guided by some empirical intuitions which, rightly, as we shall demonstrate, he believed did not find adequate interpretation in individualistic theories. Given the general positivist picture, he adopted a reasonable position, in terms of which it seemed that an adequate interpretation of these facts could be obtained. But later it became increasingly clear that this position implied difficulties, particularly on the methodological level, and that it risked dragging Durkheim to questionable metaphysical positions. The result of his gradual revision of this position, based both on the development of his theoretical thought and on the further investigation of the facts, was however not a denial of the validity of the hypotheses on the factual situation from which he had started, but served to demonstrate more clearly their incompatibility with the initial positivist scheme. The result was a revision of the theoretical framework itself, which brought it extremely close, in its essential lines, to the position that we have outlined by examining Pareto's problems. It is really to be regretted that the term Durkheim theory refers, in the literature, still predominantly to the initial synthesis, and that the development process beyond that point has been almost totally ignored. In the following discussion we will clarify how incompatible this is with a fair evaluation of his work. We have already observed that the individualistic tendency, typical of the main Anglo-American trend of positivist thought, has meant that any theory that attempted to question it was almost automatically defined as idealistic and, consequently, condemned as metaphysics. This has been the case for Durkheim, with the result that he is still essentially known as the theorist of the erroneous and metaphysical concept of group mentality. Furthermore, it was assumed that Durkheim's ideas derived from Germany, the homeland of idealistic philosophy 551, and this view seemed plausible given the fact that early in his career Durkheim had spent some time in Germany as a student. As we shall see, it is true that there are idealistic elements in Durkheim's thought, but only in the later stages of his development. The system that was in the making when he studied in Germany was so unequivocally positivistic that any external influences of a non-positivist character could not have been very important. If we want to look for an influence in his thought beyond the most obvious facts and the general climate of opinion of the time, the most important comes from an authentically French and authentically positivistic thinker, Auguste Comte, who was Durkheim's acknowledged master. Durkheim is Comte's spiritual heir, and all the major elements of his early thinking can be found foretold in Comte's writings. As we will demonstrate later, the crisis of the positivistic system is the necessary result of the in-depth development with rare tenacity of the problems from which he started. Trying to explain the main features of his work as the result of an influence essentially extraneous to the environment in which Durkheim lived and worked can lead to serious errors. Every element of his thinking is deeply rooted in the system of which Comte was an eminent representative. 552. The division of labor. Durkheim's first important work, De la division du travail social, was published in 1893, and represents a very important point of reference in the history of social thought. It did not find, except in a relatively limited circle of scholars, the recognition it deserved. This book is far from clear in many of its essential points and is rather difficult to interpret. It potentially contains almost all the essential elements of the subsequent theoretical development of Durkheim's thought, but it took a long time for the interrelationships of all these various elements to be clarified. It's certainly worth looking into quite deeply. As both the title and the organization of the material indicate, the book is a study of the division of labor or social differentiation and its various causal and concomitant factors. Secondly, it appears to be a study of social types since, in antithesis with the differentiated type, Durkheim develops his concept of the undifferentiated type. But there is no reason why, for the purposes of the present study, an analysis of social differentiation is of greater interest than any other specialized monograph. Such a monograph becomes interesting only when it is possible to see its relation to a number of problems inherent in the theoretical system with which our study is concerned. Durkheim's very first statement, in the preface to the first edition, contains a very interesting note. This book constitutes above all an attempt to consider the facts of the moral life with the method of the positive sciences. 553. After having considered in Pareto's work the importance of what has been defined as the complex of values, the accentuation, from the outset, of the moral elements in human action arouses immediate interest. Certain other elements of Durkheim's treatment add to this interest. At the beginning of his analysis of the undifferentiated social type, which he studies before the differentiated type, Durkheim introduces for the first time what is perhaps his most famous concept, the collective consciousness, as the best descriptive concept of this type. The definition deserves to be quoted in full. 554, the set of beliefs and feelings common to the average member of the same society forms a determined system which has a life of its own. We can call it collective or common consciousness. The combination of the terms beliefs and feelings with the expression common to the average member of the same society is actually very close to the form of the statement applied to certain aspects of the element of value in Pareto's thought. Furthermore, in the treatment of punishment, which Durkheim considers to be the main immediate index of the state of collective consciousness, there is sometimes explicit mention of a preeminent function to be attributed to the symbolic relationship as well as the intrinsic one. Punishment is primarily a symbolic expression of adherence to the common values of the collective conscience, and to the extent that this is true, it is irrelevant to judge it on the basis of intrinsic criteria such as, for example, its effectiveness as a means of restraining from crime. It is undoubtedly true that, from the very beginning of the development of his thought, Durkheim had a keen empirical interest in the function of common moral values with reference to action. However, this element was not theoretically clarified even in the intrinsic context until after the change of approach mentioned above. It is equally true that one of Durkheim's most important theoretical contributions consists in having clarified in certain respects the function of symbolism in relation to action. However, the theoretical implications of all this could not be fully developed until an even later stage. These 2 points will be the subject of the 10th and 11th chapters of our study. There is no need to delve further into their analysis at this point, in terms of the still relatively elementary stage of Durkheim's thought at which we find ourselves. Rather, 2 problems concern us now. First, what was the reason for Durkheim's interest in the phenomena of the moral life, and through what process did he come to give particular weight to the element of common values? In the rest of this chapter we will follow the maturation and development of this problem throughout the first part of Durkheim's empirical work. Secondly, how do this interest and the empirical observations he drew from it fit into a general conceptual framework? This will be the topic of the next chapter. Durkheim, as we have noted, directs his attention to the moral elements of social life. When a scholar so strongly insists on a proposition, it is probable that he is moved by a polemical intent against another widely held position. One of the things that makes the interpretation of the division of social labor difficult is that explicit mention of this polemical element is not found until the middle of the book, when the reader's thoughts have already turned in other directions. However, for the purposes of the present discussion, it is better to start here. Indeed, there is reason to believe that this was the starting point of Durkheim's thought in relation to the line of discussion that interests us. 555. Durkheim does not address the contrast between the concept of organic solidarity and that of contractual relations as used by Spencer, up to chap. 7 of Book I. The latter is not, however, a characteristic concept of Spencer, but constitutes, for the critical ends that Durkheim sets himself, an adequate way to express a much more general point of view. Spencer's contractual relationship is the abstract type of a social relationship in which only the elements formulated in the utilitarian theory are present. The prototype of him is the economic relationship of exchange, in which the determining elements are the supply and demand of the interested parties. In the conception of a system of relations of this type, the concept is at least implicit that it is the mutual advantage, obtained by the parties through the various exchanges, which constitutes the main element of cohesion of the system. Durkheim wants his organic solidarity to be interpreted as a direct antithesis of this deeply rooted concept of a system of contract relations. 556. The direction that Durkheim's criticism follows is that the Spencerian, or more generally utilitarian, formulation does not exhaust, even in the case of what are the transactions of mere interest of the market, the elements that actually exist in the system of such transactions, and that, it can be shown, must exist for the system to actually work. What is overlooked is the fact that these transactions are actually carried out in accordance with a body of binding rules that are not part of the specific agreement between the parties. The elements included in the utilitarian concept are instead all explained in terms of the agreement itself. However, what can be defined as the institution of the contract, the rules governing the relations of the contract, has not been agreed between the parties, but exists before and independently of any agreement. 557. The content of these standards varies. They establish, first, which contracts are recognized as valid and which are not. An individual cannot, for example, sell himself or other individuals as slaves. They regulate the means by which to obtain the consent of the other party to the contract. A contract reached by fraud or violence is not valid. They regulate the various consequences of a contract once it has been stipulated, both for the parties themselves and for third parties, in certain circumstances a party can be prevented from demanding the execution of a contract legally stipulated, such as when a mortgage holder may have action refused even though interest payments have not been made. Similarly, a party may be forced to assume obligations that were not in the contract. Finally, they regulate the procedure by which it is possible to resolve a matter in court. In a society like ours, the system of rules is extremely complex. To simplify, Durkheim refers principally to the body of norms that are formulated in law and are enforced in court. But this must not lead to a misunderstanding of his position. Spencer too had recognized the need for an external body to enforce contracts. But on the one hand, Spencer and the other individualists 558 had placed the emphasis mainly on the application of contractual terms, while Durkheim insists on the existence of a body of norms which have not been the object of agreement between the contracting parties, but are socially dates 559. If the parties wish to enter into contractual relations, this is possible under the conditions established by these regulations and with the consequences, referring to both any rights and obligations, which they define. Naturally, if the rules were not enforced, they would be of little importance, but it is on their independence from the single contractual relationship that Durkheim emphasizes 560. Secondly, although he mainly deals with legal rules, he points out that these are by no means the only ones, but are complemented by a large body of customary rules, commercial conventions, and the like, which are, in fact, as binding as the legal rules, although they are not applicable in the courts 561. This overlapping of law and commercial practice indicates that this body of law is much more closely integrated into the contractual system than individualists would have been willing to admit. The latter tended to consider the function of society, represented by the state, as only an occasional intervention, to resolve difficulties in a system that normally works automatically, without social interference 562. Why is this body of contractual rules important? First, Durkheim observes that the possible consequences of the relationships established by contract, both for the parties and for third parties, are so complex and remote that, if all were to be taken into consideration by the specific contract and established on a case-by-case basis, the very high number of negotiations that take place in our company could not take place 563. In the concrete situation, on the other hand, it is only necessary to formally adhere to a limited number of terms, the rest is governed by generally accepted norms. But the most important consideration is that the elements formulated in utilitarian theory do not contain any adequate basis for a social order 564. A contractual arrangement brings men together only for a limited purpose, for a limited period of time. There is no reason why men should pursue even this limited aim by means compatible with the interests of others. There is a latent hostility between men, which this theory fails to account for. The contractual institution is of primary importance as a structure of an order 565, without it men would be, as Durkheim explicitly says, in a state of war 566. But real social life is not a state of war. To the extent that it involves the pursuit of individual interests, it is these interests, pursued in such a way as to mitigate this latent hostility, that promote mutual benefits and peaceful cooperation rather than hostility and destruction. Spencer and the other representatives of his current have not been able to explain how this happens. In formulating his explanation, Durkheim first of all refers to an empirical fact: this vast complex of actions, in the pursuit of individual interests, takes place within the ambit of a body of rules independent of the immediate individual reasons of the contracting parties. This fact has either not been recognized by the individualists, or it has not been adequately recognized. It constitutes the fundamental empirical intuition from which Durkheim's theoretical elaboration starts and which he always kept in mind. It is clear that here Durkheim takes up the whole Hobbesian problem in a particularly incisive form. There are features of the existing individualistic order that cannot be explained on the basis of the elements formulated in utilitarian theory. The activities that utilitarians, especially economists, take into account can only occur in a structure of order, characterized by a system of regulatory standards. Without this structure of order it would degenerate into a state of war. On this fundamental critical point Durkheim is clear and precise, and he never changed his position. Nor did he abandon the empirical intuition indicated above, i.e. the importance of a system of normative rules. The difficulties arose with the problem of how to fit this position, deriving from his clearly critical approach, into a conceptual framework that was scientifically satisfactory, without falling into the errors of the scheme implicit in the position he criticized. Hobbes' solution had been the introduction of a deus ex machina. The sovereign, placed completely outside the system, could maintain order with the threat of sanctions. Even in the thinking of the most optimistic of individualists, with the exception of anarchist ones, there is at least a trace of the Hobbesian solution in the function reserved to the state for the execution of contracts. We have already said that Durkheim's thought did not follow this direction. While not underestimating the function of the state 567, he rejected the radical dualism between the state and the complex of individual interests, characteristic of the entire utilitarian tradition. His own position, that the system of contractual norms should be transformed from a formal law into an informal commercial practice, while maintaining its normative character, its independence from immediate individual interests, made such a rigid dichotomy impossible. The term morality, used to designate the central characteristic of the facts to which he referred, indicates the possible solution, and this indeed constituted an anticipation of the future development of his thought. However, he did not arrive directly at the fundamental thesis of his later work, but had to arrive at it gradually, through a long and difficult path. This delay can be explained on the basis of two main series of considerations. One consists in the particular character of the conceptual apparatus with which he operated, in the division of social labor in a still very experimental way, and then gradually more decisively and clearly. We will discuss this point in the next chapter, but in the meantime, while remaining on the relatively empirical level of the present discussion, we can make some observations about the gap between the empirical and the theoretical level of his work. Throughout the first period his empirical insights were much closer to his ultimate position than his theoretical framework. The attempt to bridge this gap undoubtedly represents an important thrust in the process of his theoretical development. Insofar as the problem of order, in Hobbes's sense, represents the logical starting point of Durkheim's study, and as he approached it through a critique of orthodox utilitarian interpretations of the system of contractual relations, it is not difficult to understand how the problems of division of labor and social differentiation arose. In fact, especially for the classical economists, the division of labor is one of the main characteristics of an individualistic society. Without specialization there would be no society from a utilitarian point of view, since it is the mutual advantages of exchange that constitute the main reason for abandoning the natural state and joining the system of social relations. Durkheim extends his critique of individualistic theories from their treatment of the problem of order to that of the forces determining the process of social differentiation. Here the object of his criticism is what he calls the theory of happiness 568. The reason given for the progressive development of the division of labor is the increase in happiness which results from every advance in specialization. Not surprisingly, Durkheim, like many of his opponents, failed to make a clear distinction between the two elements of this theory of happiness. Some of his critical remarks are directed against psychological hedonism, others do not consider hedonism but rather what has been termed here the utilitarian position in the strict sense. Taken together, his arguments are sufficient to cast serious doubts on any theoretical system that takes the elementary rational act as its fundamental basis and treats it atomistically, in terms of the previous discussion. We have already seen that hedonism is the doctrine which, within the framework of radical positivism, requires the least modifications to the utilitarian system and consequently is intimately linked to it in its historical development. In the course of this critique, other fundamental elements appear, which however cannot be interpreted on a theoretical or methodological level, until a much later stage in the development of Durkheim's thought. The main argument directed against hedonism as such is that, on a psychophysical plane, our capacity for pleasure is limited. As the volume and intensity of a stimulus increase, the resulting sensation of pleasure increases to a certain point and then begins to decrease. At both extremes, pleasure turns into a negative sensation, into suffering. Thus, to the extent that it is pleasure maximization that explains a course of action, a saturation point and, consequently, equilibrium would be reached quite soon. Such an element is therefore wholly inadequate to explain a process which has continued to unfold in the same direction for many generations. It seems to the author that, remaining on the level of the psychology of sensation, Durkheim's critique is satisfactory. The most plausible reply to his criticism leads to another plane. That is, while there is an intrinsic limit to the amount of pleasure that can be derived from what may be called quantitative need satisfaction, a man can only eat so much, there is no limit to the refinement of quality. This argument radically shifts the discussion. It cannot be said, in any sense referable to the psychology of hedonism, that when such a qualitative modification has assumed a certain entity, it is the needs themselves that are satisfied. To the extent that this is true, the criterion of happiness becomes a criterion relative to the particular system of desires under consideration. From being an intrinsic feature of human nature, it becomes a measure of the satisfaction of human desires. It becomes what economists have termed utility. Thus, the happiness principle is inadequate if, and to the extent that, the system of needs is itself relative. It is this thesis, then, that emerges from Durkheim's critique of happiness theory. The latter implies a tautology, unless one assumes that there is only one possible system of human needs equally relevant to all action and throughout course of history. Both on a hedonistic and utilitarian basis, 569, this postulate was accepted without discussion. By questioning it, Durkheim opened the way for a series of considerations totally unrelated to both of these theoretical positions. His critical approach, as a general orientation, attributes a large function to the elements of value. As we have said, the consequences of this position reached full development much later. But, as in his criticism of the conception of the system of contractual relations, here too Durkheim's position is sure and incisive, and he never deviated from it. 570. The way in which Durkheim began the formulation of his own positive theory that avoided the difficulties of the positions he had criticized led him to assimilate his fundamental problem, that of order, to that of social differentiation much more than was implied in the nature of the problem itself. It is natural that, having placed the emphasis from an empirical point of view on the existence of a body of rules regulating action, he considered law as the best field in which to find the facts on which to build his interpretation. He was thus led to distinguish between two types of law, between what he termed repressive and restitutive law. In the first case, the infringement of the rule entails the punishment, in the second simply the restoration of the status quo ante. This distinction is, in turn, connected with the distinction of two types of society, the differentiated and the non-differentiated. The repressive law is held to be an index of common beliefs and feelings. It has a function in social life, to the extent that the members of the community are similar in that they share the same beliefs and feelings. The repressive law is, therefore, an index of the strength of the collective conscience. The restitutive law, on the other hand, is an index of social differentiation. To the extent that the rules are applicable only to a certain part of the community, their infringement does not affect the common beliefs and feelings and does not lead to punishment in response, but only a request for reparation of the damage. In the first case there is mechanical solidarity, in the other organic solidarity. The present interpretation of Durkheim's development of thought aims to show that the situation just described has led him considerably astray. Most of the subsequent developments of Durkheim's thought are found in germ in the conception of collective consciousness, and in general it is surprising to discover how much of his later positions are to be found in this initial position. The central conception is that of a system of common beliefs and feelings, i.e. the emphasis is placed mainly on the ethical or value element. In the conception of punishment, the thesis is clearly stated that the elements of value are manifested in a symbolic form, as well as by an intrinsic means-end relationship 571. But this conception refers to a non-differentiated society and mechanical solidarity. His original problem, on the other hand, was to understand the non-contractual element in the contract. The classification he developed had the effect of detaching this completely from the collective consciousness, of making it a matter of division of labor and organic solidarity. It can be said that Durkheim in his first formulations concerning the collective consciousness showed the same incisiveness demonstrated in his twofold critique of utilitarian individualism. But the gap between his critical starting point and his first sure positive insights was not filled right away. We can outline the development of his thought in these terms: gradually, and more, the collective consciousness comes to prevail over the conception of organic solidarity. The distinction of social types, instead of corresponding to a distinction between situations, depending on whether or not the collective consciousness predominated in action, came to be based on the distinction between different contents of the collective consciousness itself. As we shall demonstrate, this process has already advanced considerably in the suicide. The problem of differentiation, or of social structure in the concrete sense 572, moved more and more into the background. What mattered was the relationship of the individual with the common element. At the same time, however, it is necessary to consider the problems that Durkheim faced in trying to keep the differentiated individualistic society separate from the common values. The problem can be briefly stated as follows: the individualists were wrong in maintaining that the element of order, which concretely exists in a differentiated society, with a vast complex of exchange relations, is determined by the immediate interests of the parties to these reports. There is a distinct element that Durkheim terms organic solidarity. However, this element cannot be the same that determines the cohesion, the solidarity, of a non-differentiated society, the collective conscience. So what is it and where does it come from? Let's answer the first problem. Initially Durkheim maintained, as we have demonstrated, that it is a body of norms that regulate action. But it is indicative of the difficult situation in which he found himself the fact that he did not proceed from this empirical intuition to construct his theory, except to elaborate a differentiating criterion with respect to the norms of the repressive law. Instead, he passed directly to general considerations. Durkheim begins by observing that the division of labor cannot have developed from a natural state, from a plurality of distinct individuals 573. Differentiation can only occur within a society. The development of organic solidarity presupposes the existence of mechanical solidarity. But he does not go beyond this point. The general formulation of his reasoning tends to demonstrate that the division of labor creates solidarity. The indications he provides on the mechanism of this process are very limited, but it is possible to understand that it is, in his thinking, mainly a matter of habit. New practices develop, which over time become habitual. Over an even longer period of time, habitual practices in turn become obligatory and are transformed into norms. But this, from his own point of view, is an unsatisfactory explanation. In the beginning, his concept of organic solidarity was an analytically very distinct element from those present in the utilitarian scheme. But the only addition he made is represented by the mechanism of habit, which creates much greater difficulties than it solves. Where, in the mechanism of habit, is the element of obligation to be found? This was therefore the crux of the matter in the beginning. The only real element of obligation still seems to be that connected to mechanical solidarity. In a certain sense, withdrawal to mechanical solidarity represents the authentic line of development of Durkheim's thought, but in the present context it gives rise to serious problems. But admitting, for the moment, that solidarity comes into being through the simple process of differentiation, how does the latter originate? Durkheim flatly rejected the happiness explanation. Such an element cannot explain a process which is continuous, for long periods, in the same direction. Here the theoretical dilemma, which we will deal with in the following chapter, is presented for the first time in clear terms. The explanation that resorts to the element of happiness, says Durkheim, is subjective. It tries to use the actor's motives. Since this is not acceptable, the only alternative is to appeal to the conditions of the situation in which he acts. In this sense, the cause of the division of labor must be sought in the characteristics of the social environment of the action. What features? The particular feature on which Durkheim insists is what he calls the dynamic density of society. The essential reasoning behind this concept is that if there is differentiation of function, there must be effective contact between individuals in society, that is, essentially, the isolation between subgroups, characteristic of what he defines as a social structure, must be broken. 574 segmented. But the dynamic density is, in turn, dependent on the material density of the society, on the number of individuals who are in contact per unit of space. Finally, the material density cannot be high unless there are a large number of people who can come into contact, that the volume of society is very large. That is, ultimately, social differentiation is a result of the numerical increase of society, of population pressure. This is for Durkheim, in this phase of his thought, the main cause of the division of labor. It should be noted that he arrives at this with a rather indirect process. On the one hand, he has eliminated a possible series of factors, those that can be indicated as individual interests. From this point on he proceeded by successive eliminations, indicating not so much positive determinants as necessary conditions. Dynamic density cannot exist without material density cannot exist without volume. The imprecision of this solution emerges clearly in the discussion of the mechanism by which the growing pressure of population brings about the division of labor. Referring to biological sources, Durkheim describes the process as a result of the intensification of the struggle for existence. But he recognizes that more than one result can arise from this intensification. It can, for example, lead simply to the elimination by natural selection of a greater proportion of those born. In contrast to this, the division of labor represents a more attenuated form of natural selection. It operates by differentiating different zones, within which groups of individuals are in competition. Instead of competing directly with all other men, the individual competes only with a limited number, with those of his own occupational group. But, in developing this reasoning, the meaning of the struggle for existence changes. In the Malthusian Darwinian sense it essentially meant competition for the means of food, for the means of subsistence in the strict sense. But Durkheim mainly speaks of the achievement of ends, a concept that certainly includes much more than physical subsistence, mainly becoming the satisfaction of ambition, of the desire for social prestige. Thus we return to the social environment, but to aspects that are obviously not the simple result of population pressure. It is precisely the element that differentiates it from the Darwinian one that should be of primary importance here, that is, that relating to the attenuation of the effects of natural selection, but this is precisely the point that Durkheim has not made clear. What is clear in the solution of the problem of organic solidarity is only the critical rejection of utilitarian interpretations and the insight that peaceful differentiation can only take place within the order structure of society. But Durkheim gives no indication as to the specific element of organic solidarity beyond the very general formula that it must consist in the characteristics of the social environment. When he tries to go further, he refers to population pressure, which is not a social element but essentially biological. We already know this line of Durkheim's thought. It is the transition from utilitarianism to radical positivism, in this case the biologization of social theory. But it is not the main trend, and was later abandoned. Durkheim tried to develop it partly because of the empirical difficulties mentioned above, and partly because of some problems related to the general conceptual framework that we will discuss in the next chapter. An indication of the direction in which the development of his thought should really go appeared in the discussion of what Durkheim calls a secondary cause of the division of labor. It is what he calls the progressive indeterminacy of the collective consciousness. 575. In the type of society dominated by repressive law, Durkheim says, there is minute regulation of the details of action. As the division of labor progresses, this detailed regulation gradually disappears. The sanctions and the emotional reaction in defense of common values are no longer aimed at particular acts, at the use of particular connections for a given purpose, but only at very general principles and attitudes. This allows for a wider range of independence in individual choice and initiative. This element does not act in the sense of a crisis of the influence of the collective consciousness, as occurs with population pressure, but through a modification in the nature of its influence due to a change in its very constitution. This element heralds the different position that emerges in the suicide, which we will now turn to consider. Suicide. Suicide 576 may seem, at first, to be oriented towards a completely different set of problems than those of the division of social work. However, this is not correct. For the aspects that mainly interest this study, it must be considered as a continuation of the same line of thought, a new crucial experiment in a different field. As generally happens, in the course of the investigation the theory is not simply tested, but undergoes a modification, and this is what concerns us here. It will be recalled that Durkheim stressed the possible importance of suicide rates in his critique of the happiness hypothesis, in relation to the development of social differentiation. The monograph which he published 4 years later must be regarded as an in-depth study of the observations made in that brief discussion. After the statement of the problem and the preliminary definitions, the book opens with a systematic critique of the attempts, previously made, to explain the variations in the suicide rate 577. The various theories that he criticizes fall into two main classes. One, which he analyzes very briefly, considers what are generally defined as the motivations for suicide, such as financial setbacks, family unhappiness, etc. The main empirical argument he makes is that, to the extent that these motivations are actually ascertainable when making a classification, the proportions of cases falling into the various classes remain approximately constant, even though there are wide variations in the overall percentage. Since it is the latter that he attempts to explain, motivations of this kind can be regarded as irrelevant. The type of explanation based on motivation is important in the present context because it is the main form followed, in relation to suicide, by utilitarian theory. It considers suicide as a rational act performed in pursuit of a definite goal, and it does not consider it necessary to go beyond this goal. The social percentage would be a simple sum of these cases. The other theories treated all adus as an explanation factors that can be classified, according to our terminology, as belonging to the categories of heredity and environment. First there are what Durkheim terms the cosmic explanations 578, in terms of climatic conditions and the like. He has no difficulty in demonstrating that the relationships established between suicide rates and the climate give rise, if nothing else, to different interpretations. Furthermore, there is race 579, alcohol 580, psychopathological states 581, and imitation 582. In each case he succeeds in demonstrating, mostly on empirical grounds, that theories based on these factors, or any combination of them, are unable to provide a satisfactory general solution to the problem, although he does not suggest that such theories do not have nothing to do with it 583. With the exception of race, they probably matter more in absolute incidence than in percentage, but Durkheim certainly did not deny their weight for the latter. However, he demonstrated that previous explanations, based on these theories, had not interpreted the phenomenon in such a comprehensive way as to make a new approach unnecessary. The only one of these interpretations that requires a particular comment here is that relating to psychopathological states. Don't forget that Durkheim was writing in 1890 and that psychopathology has made great progress since then. The psychopathological positions that he criticizes are mainly those that attribute suicide to a specific and hereditary psychopathological condition, and he could easily demonstrate that this element is not sufficient to explain the variations in the suicide rate. His arguments do not refer to the types of environmental and functional mental illnesses, knowledge of which has greatly increased in the last 30 years, particularly thanks to psychoanalysis and the scientific theories connected to it. but to the extent that the ultimate causes of a mental disorder that resolves with suicide are environmental, i.e. non-hereditary, there is reason to believe that the social component of the environment plays a very important part. Durkheim's analysis, particularly in relation to the concept of anomie which will be discussed later, helps to shed light on these causes. Psychopathology intervenes to trace the mechanism by which these social situations influence the individual and her behavior. As has been demonstrated by Durkheim's most prominent follower in this field, Halbwachs 584, the social and psychopathological explanations of suicide are not antithetical but complementary. But at the time Durkheim was writing, neither psychopathology nor his own sociology had reached a point of development on the basis of which it was possible to build the bridge between them. 585. A particular observation must be made on Durkheim's critical work. In the division of social labor, his criticism was directed predominantly against utilitarian theory. He formulated a more or less incidental critique of explanations of the division of labor expressed in terms of heredity. 586, by which he meant the hereditary component in the differentiation of character and ability between individuals, but at the same time he introduced for his purposes, as we have seen, another hereditary factor, the principle of population. Here instead we find an explicit and conscious critique of a group of hereditary and environmental theories. 587. The results of his thorough empirical critique of particular theories are generalized to the position that no theory, whether in terms of motivations in the above sense or of these other factors, can be satisfactory. The latter are specifically characterized as individualistic. 588, and the treatment of social factors is placed in opposition to them by Durkheim, as his methodological approach. The social environment is specifically distinct from the non-social components of the environment in which the individual acts. No further use is made of the population factor in the suicide, indeed it disappears completely. However, the social environment has one basic characteristic in common with heredity and the environment. From the actor's point of view, these are elements that transcend his controlling power. This is the core of Durkheim's rejection of the motivational explanation of suicide. It remained for a long time the distinguishing feature of his sociological objectivism. In the study of suicide rates, the factors are therefore to be found in the characteristics of the social environment. They are what he calls courants suicidines. His positive analysis consists in the distinction and elaboration of the empirical consequences of three of these factors. 589. To the extent that one of the three factors is predominant over the others, there are three ideal types of suicide defined respectively as altruistic. 590, egoistic and anomic suicide. Our analysis of his study of suicide will essentially analyze these three concepts, their relationship to each other and their position in the conceptual framework of the division of social labor. The prototypes of all three types had, moreover, as we will see, already appeared in his previous work. But the changes introduced are of fundamental importance. The simplest case is that of altruistic suicide. 591. It implies a strong group spirit, so much so that the individual puts the fulfillment of his obligations towards the group before his personal interests, up to his very life. This determines, on the one hand, a scant consideration of individual life, even by the individual himself, so that he will put an end to it following even a minor provocation. On the other hand, it determines in some cases a direct social coercion to commit suicide. In modern Western societies, the case that strikes Durkheim's attention is that of the military. 592. It is a fact that the suicide rates among the military are, in his data, decidedly higher than those found in the corresponding civilian populations. 593. This is a problem relating to the peacetime situation, although, according to Durkheim's definition, the case of soldiers who, in obeying orders, regardless of compulsion, expose themselves to an almost certain risk of death would also be considered suicide. In action, the peacetime military suicide rate has generally been explained by the difficulties of military life. Unsatisfactory explanation, because suicides are much more common among officers than among the rank and file, while the officer's life is certainly easier. Furthermore, the rate increases with the length of service. While it could be thought that over time the habituation to the harshness of military life intervenes, the effects of which should be felt more in the first or second year. Finally, more generally, there is no correlation between the state of deprivation and suicide. Some of Europe's poorest countries, such as Italy and Spain, have lower suicide rates than more advanced and wealthy countries such as France, Germany, and the Scandinavian countries. 594. Furthermore, in every country the upper classes, particularly in the cities, have higher rates of suicide than the lower classes. This cannot be due to deprivations understood in the current sense. The explanation Durkheim gives is different. What characterizes the army in modern society is the rigor of discipline. In the military, individual wishes and interests count for little compared to the impersonal duties imposed by group membership. This situation determines an indifferent attitude to individual interests in general, and to life in particular. This is demonstrated, for example, by the ease with which a soldier resorts to suicide when his honor is at stake. Japan, a markedly militaristic society, provides an example. The fact that in those countries, where the overall suicide rate is high, the suicide rate among the military is relatively low and vice versa. 595, confirms that the suicide rate in the military is determined by causes other than those that occur in the population. Durkheim also finds examples of altruistic suicide in primitive societies and in some religious groups. In some of these cases, as in the Indian custom of widow immolation, there is a direct social compulsion to commit suicide. It seems clear that the altruistic factor in suicide, according to Durkheim, must be placed essentially on the same theoretical level as mechanical solidarity. It is a manifestation of collective consciousness in the sense of group pressure to the detriment of individual rights. But even here a modification can be noted. Similarity is no longer the central point, but the subordination of individuality to the group. The military has a high suicide rate not because it is an undifferentiated group, not because there is no difference between officers and soldiers or between artillery and infantry, but because of the rigor of discipline. Durkheim already goes beyond the identification of the problem of solidarity with that of the social structure. Altruistic suicide is a manifestation of a collective consciousness which is strong in the sense of subordinating individual interests to the interests of the group and which also involves a low regard for the life of the individual in relation to the values of the group. With selfishness the explanation is more complicated and there is a much more radical modification with respect to the position of the division of social labor. There are essentially two groups of empirical phenomena in relation to which Durkheim stressed the importance of this element. First, he was struck by the relationship between suicide and family status. 596. In general, among married people, suicide rates are markedly lower than among unmarried, widowed, or divorced people. This gap appears stronger when there are children and in proportion to the number of family members. The decisive factor, which Durkheim highlights after having eliminated many others and especially selectivity, is the attachment to a certain type of group as a balancing element. 597. To the extent that an individual's relationship with a group is, in the sense noted above, a relationship of emotional dependence, the individual is more unlikely to commit suicide. But as regards the formulation of the concept of selfishness, we are faced with an essentially negative conclusion. Selfishness appears to exist as a factor in suicide when individuals are free from group control, while altruism occurs when group control is excessively strong. This leaves the relationship of selfishness to anomie very unclear. But in the discussion of the other body of data, those concerning the relationship of suicide to religious affiliation, something much more definite emerges. The surprising fact is that the rate is much higher for Protestants than for Catholics. 598. The relationship exists when a number of other factors are eliminated. 599, such as nationality. For example, both French-speaking and German-speaking Switzerland have the highest Protestant suicide rates, while in Germany the rate is much lower in predominantly Catholic parts of Bavaria, the Rhine Valley and Silesia than elsewhere in the country. What is the explanation of this fact? 600. It is determined, according to Durkheim, by the Protestant attitude towards individual freedom in religious matters. The Catholic, to the extent that he is a believer, finds in his religion a system of beliefs and practices prescribed by the Church itself. He must not take initiatives in this regard, all responsibility rests with the Church as an organization. His soul and his chances of salvation depend on his faithful adherence to these prescriptions. The case of the Protestant is instead quite different. He himself is the judge of the truth and of the conduct on it. His relationship with the Church is very different. The latter is an association of people who hold common beliefs and practice common practices, but as an organized body it does not have the same authority over the individual to prescribe what those beliefs and practices should be. Durkheim thus sees the fundamental difference in the relation of the individual to the organized religious group. In one sense the difference is that the Catholic is subject to a group authority from which the Protestant is free, but this downside is not all, for the essential point is that Protestant freedom from group control is not optional. It is not a freedom to assume one's religious responsibility or to hand it over to a church in which he deems it appropriate to insert himself. Insofar as he is a strict Protestant, he must assume this responsibility and exercise his freedom, he cannot devolve it to a church. The obligation to exercise religious freedom is, in this sense, a fundamental characteristic of Protestantism as a religious movement. It can be said that this is the literal exemplification of Rousseau's famous paradox according to which, as a Protestant, a man is, in some respects, obliged to be free. 601. We are certainly not dealing here with the effects of the differentiation of functions due to population growth. Indeed, it is something very close to a manifestation of collective conscience, since religious freedom in the sense assumed above is a fundamental ethical value common to all Protestants. To the extent that a man is Protestant, he is subjected to social and group pressure in this direction. But the result is a very different relationship with the religious group as an organized entity from that established for the Catholic. The Protestant is subjected to a pressure that drives him to be independent, to assume his religious responsibility, while the Catholic is subjected to a pressure that drives him to submit to the authority of the Church. But this fundamental difference does not lie in the fact that the action of the Catholic is influenced by the values common to Catholics while the Protestant is free from the influence of those common to Protestants. The freedom in question is freedom in a different sense. The difference lies in the different content of the different value systems. It can be inferred that to the extent that the high suicide rate among Protestants is due to selfishness, it is a result of the existence for the individual of a collective consciousness, a system of beliefs and feelings common to the Protestants and which is not shared by Catholics. This system of beliefs and feelings does not act by directly urging Protestants to take their own lives. Conversely, for both Protestants and Catholics, suicide is a mortal sin. But by placing the Protestant in a particular relationship with his religious group, by imposing on him a particularly heavy burden of religious responsibility, the result is tensions which lead, in a relatively high proportion of cases, to suicide. Durkheim is unable to fully clarify the mechanism through which individual suicide is concretely determined, but he establishes the existence of this relationship without the possibility of a doubt. Later, in the same work 602, Durkheim generalizes this hypothesis and expresses the opinion that the fundamental moral sentiment common to our society is an ethical evaluation of the individual personality as such. This is the more general phenomenon, of which the Protestant version of religious freedom and responsibility is a special case. Where this religion is present, men are subjected to strong social pressure, in the sense, on the one hand, to develop their personality, to be independent, responsible, and have self-respect. On the other hand, they undergo an equally strong influence which leads them to respect others, to make their actions compatible with others, aimed at the same development of the personality. Undoubtedly, on the empirical level, Durkheim has thus outlined a solution to the problem of the non-contractual element in the contract. The foundations of the system of laws governing contract and exchange by virtue of which organic solidarity is possible are, at least in some respects, an expression of the cult of individual personality. This is not simply about freeing the individual from ethical limitations imposed by society, it is about setting a different kind of ethical limitation. Individuality is a product of a certain social status, of the collective consciousness. Durkheim abandons the analysis at this point. He does not try to explain the origin of the cult of the individual, but limits himself to establishing its existence. With respect to the division of social work, he has made a considerable clarification here. The element of common values is no longer tied to a state in which there is similarity between individuals and lack of differentiation. Above all, freedom itself, which is the fundamental prerequisite of a contractual society, is considered to be susceptible of a positive connection with the collective consciousness. With this, all attempts to derive organic solidarity from differentiation, and with them the tendency of biologization present in the population thesis, fall away. In the following chapters we will examine the modifications that this implies in the conception of the social environment. This position was elaborated by Durkheim with great clarity in relation to an empirical phenomenon, the differences in suicide rates between Protestants and Catholics. Indirectly, the inaccurate hypothesis that considers the family as an element of defense against suicide is clarified. Indeed, to the extent that individual responsibility and the independence proper to the cult of personality have helped to destroy certain types of emotional dependence on the family group, to prevent individuals from marrying and to favor divorce, as well as to influence relationships within family, it is legitimate to speak of a selfish component in the suicide of people without family ties. The whole problem is further clarified by the elaboration, in antithesis to the concept of egoism, of the concept of anomie, on which we will now bring our analysis. Anomie had already appeared in the division of social labor, in the description of one of the abnormal forms of the division of labor 603, that is, a form in which organic solidarity was imperfectly realized. In suicide it occupies a much more important place, and the concept itself is elaborated in depth, therefore we have preferred to deal with it at this point. From a relatively secondary position it has been assumed as a factor in suicide, on the same level as selfishness and altruism. As in the other two cases, an element of empirical fact was particularly important for Durkheim in framing the concept. It is the fact that there are large variations in the suicide rate, concomitant with the business cycle 604. It is not surprising that panic and depression are accompanied by an increase in the suicide rate. The disappointment and pain caused by financial setbacks seems to be a plausible and common sense explanation. What is surprising is that the same situation occurs even in periods of exceptional prosperity, and the deviation from the long-run average is about the same size. Consequently, Durkheim raises the doubt that even the increase in suicides in periods of depression is not due to economic difficulties as such, especially in consideration of the lack of general correlation between suicide and poverty to which we have already referred. It is probable that the increase in the number of suicides, in situations of both prosperity and depression, is due to the same order of causes. Durkheim finds this cause in the fact that in both cases large numbers of people suddenly find themselves badly integrated in relation to certain fundamental aspects of their social environment. In times of depression, expectations about living standards, with all that this implies, are frustrated on a large scale. In those of exceptional prosperity, things that had seemed unattainable instead become reality for many. At both extremes the relationship between means and ends, effort and achievement is subverted. The result is a sense of confusion, a loss of orientation. Durkheim's analysis goes even further. The sense of confusion and frustration in times of depression is not difficult to understand, but why is the reaction to sudden prosperity not one of increased general satisfaction, as would seem obvious from a utilitarian point of view? For, says Durkheim, the sense of security, of progress towards ends, depends not only on adequate control over the means, but on the clear definition of the ends themselves. When many people suddenly get unexpected blessings, achieving something that seemed impossible to them, they tend to believe that there is nothing unachievable anymore. This is because human desires and interests are, by their nature, unlimited. For there to be satisfaction they should be limited and disciplined. It is as an element of imbalance of this discipline that prosperity is a cause of suicide. It pushes one to an endless search for the impossible. This discipline, which is indispensable to the personal sense of satisfaction and therefore to happiness, is not imposed by the individual himself, it is imposed by society. In order to carry out this function, however, discipline cannot be only coercion. Men cannot be happy by accepting limitations imposed by force, they must recognize that these restrictions are fair. Discipline must involve moral authority. It then takes the form of socially given moral rules, by which the ends of action are defined. If something happens that violates the discipline of these norms, personal imbalance ensues, manifesting itself in various forms of depression and in extreme cases in suicide. In this case the relevant rules are those concerning the standard of living. Each social class has a socially approved standard which, while varying within certain limits, is relatively definite. Living within that standard is a normal expectation, falling below it and rising above it require what Durkheim calls a moral re-education that can be accomplished neither easily nor quickly. Durkheim attributes the higher suicide rate among the widowed and divorced than the married in part to the same fact. The breaking of the marriage bond, like the removal of limitations in the standard of living, takes away stability from individual standards, creates a personal and social vacuum in which the sense of direction is lost. The result is the same sense of frustration, instability and, in extreme cases, suicide. What are the theoretical implications of the concept of anomie? First, in pitting anomie explicitly against egoism, Durkheim completed the process discussed above. Instead of the collective consciousness as opposed to organic solidarity, there are now two types of influence of the collective consciousness and as opposed to both, the state in which this disciplining influence is weak and at the extreme limit completely absent. To the extent that this weakening of discipline occurs, the state of anomie exists. 605. Freedom from collective control, the emancipation of the individual in the cases of selfishness and anomie, are on absolutely different levels. Above all, the development of the individual personality is not a simple matter of emancipatory social discipline, but a particular kind of such discipline. In discussing the institution of contract, Durkheim called attention to an aspect of the normative regulation of action that is relatively external to the acting individual. It can to some extent be regarded as a set of conditions given to action. But the kind of discipline formulated in antithesis to anomie is much more subtle. It concerns not only the conditions on the basis of which men act in pursuit of their ends, but arrives at the formulation of the ends themselves. Furthermore, it is only by virtue of such a discipline that there is an integrated personality. This takes the Hobbesian problem to a deeper level. The level of social instability analyzed by Hobbes presupposes a plurality of individuals capable of acting rationally, who know what they want. But this is in itself an unreal postulate. Man in the state of nature could not coincide with the rational being assumed by utilitarians. Durkheim's sociological analysis is not relevant simply to the relations of order between individuals, to the problem of power, but extends to the elements of order in the individual's personality itself. This already heralds a fundamental methodological point which, however, Durkheim managed to clarify methodologically much later, as well as other implications of this first formulation of the problem of anomie. And that is that the analytical distinction between individual and social is not parallel to that between concrete entities individual and society. Just as society cannot be said to exist, in any concrete sense, independently of the concrete individuals who constitute it, so the concrete human individual as we know it cannot be considered in terms of the individual elements alone, but there it is a social component of his personality. The various methodological ramifications of this problem will be the subject of much of the subsequent treatment of Durkheim's work. We can therefore summarize what constitutes the essential modification from the division of social labor to suicide. The element of a system of moral beliefs and feelings common to the members of a society, the collective conscience, is no longer confused with the lack of social differentiation, with similarity of social function. Along with this came the realization that the non-contractual element of the contract is just such a system of common beliefs and feelings, that this is an essential element for founding an order in a differentiated individualistic society. Modern individualism, including the selfish component of suicide, does not coincide with emancipation from social pressure, but with a particular kind of social pressure. In both cases it is mainly a question of the discipline to which the individual is subjected, through participation in the beliefs and feelings of his society. At the same time, the concept of Anime 606 assumes a position of much greater importance. The disciplining function of the collective consciousness is extended from the relatively external action of laws regulating action to the constitution of the ends of action themselves, and thus to the core of the individual personality. Durkheim's empirical position thus comes to be advanced with respect to his general conceptual framework. However, before going into the difficulties of that scheme and its development and to say in what sense the collective consciousness can be defined as a social factor, it will be good to briefly examine other aspects in which the empirical foundations of the position taken clearly emerge by Durkheim around this time. Occupational groups and socialism. The importance of the common normative regulation that resulted from the study of suicide and its relation to the concrete group form the theoretical basis of Durkheim's best-known proposal for social reform, the restoration, in most occupations, of professional groups organized on the type of medieval guilds. It is significant that this proposal does not appear 607 in the division of social work. It is set forth for the first time in the last chapter of Suicide 608 and is then extensively developed in the well-known preface to the second edition of the Division of Social Work, written after the publication of Suicide 609. Given the extent of differentiation in today's society, there is no longer any group, larger than the family, with which the individual has close and intimate ties, and the family too is undoubtedly losing its power of control over individuals. The state, on the other hand, which has steadily increased its power and importance as an essential element in the process of developing individualism 610, is too distant and impersonal to perform this function. Its control tends to be more and more the impersonal one of law, based on the sanction of physical coercion. However, what is needed is control based on moral authority. Since the differentiation of occupations is the dominant feature of modern society, it is logical to regard the occupation group as a unit and to attribute to it a moral control over its members which serves to regulate the unlimited expansion of their individual interests. The codes governing these groups will necessarily vary from one another, since no one code can apply to all the different conditions needing regulation. But each will impose specific common rules on its members. Each will be, in a certain sense, a group characterized by mechanical solidarity. This was considered by Durkheim as the best means of keeping anime under control. Given the freedom of choice of occupation, it is not incompatible with the fundamental principle of our individualistic ethic. The fact that Durkheim advocated organizing occupational groups has led many scholars to classify Durkheim as an adherent of the trade union movement. Before concluding this chapter, it is worth mentioning briefly his relations with socialism in general and with trade unionism, because it was in the same period, 1895 to 1896, shortly before the publication of Suicide, that he held a course of conferences on socialism, but they were not published until 1928. It is interesting to note that Durkheim, like many prominent thinkers of his generation, was deeply interested in the socialist movement and stimulated by the problems it raised. Durkheim and Pareto wrote extensively on this topic, while Marshall and Weber were indirectly influenced. The theoretical discussion focuses on a basic distinction, that between socialism and communism. In the sense in which Durkheim uses the term, communism is a doctrine which advocates strict control over economic activities by the central organs of the community, control motivated primarily by a sense of the danger posed to the higher ends of the community by economic interests. Uncontrolled. Implicit here is the belief that the uncontrolled acquisition of wealth tends to unleash passions and ambitions, which in the interests of both the individual and society must be controlled. Plato's Republic is the archetype of communist works. Since this is a recurring problem in human society of all times and countries, communist ideas are not tied to particular social situations, but appear from time to time in different situations. Socialism, on the other hand, advocates the fusion of economic interests with community control bodies. Applied to the current situation of Western society, it does not so much advocate state control as merger with the state. Implicit in it is an economic conception of society. There is no need at all to control the economic element in the interest of something higher. The difference between socialism and utilitarian individualism lies in the question of what are the best means of maximizing wealth. The desirability of maximizing wealth as an end is not questioned, nor its possible contrast with other ends. This is possible because socialists are, ethically and philosophically, utilitarian individualists. This is the ultimate basis of the socialist doctrine of economic determinism 611. Socialism, unlike communism, is a characteristic phenomenon of our social situation, for it could not develop without the pre-existence of a highly advanced governmental machine capable of performing the complex administrative functions inherent in the modern type of economic order. Of course, these concepts of Durkheim are abstract, and he admits that there are communist elements in the modern socialist movement. In particular, he defines socialism in such a narrow way as to exclude the element of equality which, undoubtedly, plays a large part in the contemporary socialist movement, but must, according to the terminology adopted by Durkheim, be attributed to communism. Regardless of the intrinsic interest of the subject and whether or not his views appear acceptable, Durkheim's treatment of socialism reiterates the fundamental distinction between economic and other utilitarian elements, the pursuit of individual need satisfaction, and the social which, considered from the individual point of view, is a factor of control and constraint. This distinction can be considered the fundamental starting point of Durkheim's sociological thought. He is a communist rather than a socialist. Particularly significant is the fact that, as we have already noted, 612 Durkheim's interest in socialism went back much earlier than the publication of the Division of Social Labor, although he arrived at a systematic exposition of his views only later. In particular, one of the main reasons for his approach to the problems of sociology was his conclusion that socialist economics did not solve the problems raised by individualistic laissez-faire. From Durkheim's point of view, as for Pareto and Weber, socialism and individualistic laissez-faire are comparable in that they do not take into account some fundamental social factors, in which all three of these thinkers are interested. We have already said enough to demonstrate the important function played by the problems of economic individualism in the first phase of Durkheim's thought. His reaction to the scientific doctrines on which it was based, and the interpretation of modern Western society implicit in these doctrines, pointed him in alternative directions. At first he considered two such alternatives, but ultimately rejected them. One was socialist economics, which, he concluded, presented no real alternative, in his terms, but was just another expression, closer to the facts, of the same doctrines. The other, biopsychological determinism, appeared in the thesis that the division of labor was essentially the result of population growth. However, it did not agree with many elements also contained in the division of social work, and in the elaboration of his ideas in The Suicide he definitively abandoned it, nor did it have any relevance afterward. There remained a social factor, on which he concentrated his attention. In negative terms it was radically different from the factors formulated both in utilitarianism and in the principles of heredity and environment. In positive terms it was mainly described as composition of the social environment or sometimes as social structure. Durkheim subjects this social factor to a systematic methodological examination, the analysis of which will be the task of our study in the next chapter. However, we must never forget that this methodology is not abstract philosophical speculation, but is dictated at every stage by the problems and difficulties that derive from the empirical work set out above. Many of those who have studied Durkheim's methodology have not considered this relationship, thus deriving the impression of a dialectical sterility which is actually completely foreign to Durkheim's nature. 9 Émile Durkheim 2, The Methodology. Of sociological positivism. In the previous chapter we saw that Durkheim, in the first phase of his work, mainly dealt with problems raised by the utilitarian theories and formulated above all by Spencer. The division of social labor, in the perspective of this study, will be interpreted primarily as a polemic against the utilitarian conception of modern industrial society. Durkheim is profound and incisive mainly in the critical parts of his work. When it comes to formulating a positive theory, however, as we have indicated, he appears uncertain and unclear on many points. In fact, he managed to clarify the main lines of his thought of him, in terms of the alternatives offered by the conceptual schemes of the time, only after he had finished the division of social labor. Our intention now is to demonstrate that Durkheim's thought develops in a parallel way with respect to empirical and methodological problems, both to offer confirmation of our interpretation of his initial empirical work and to validate the thesis that Durkheim's methodology depends directly on these empirical problems and refers to them. In the initial methodological work, two main lines of thought can be distinguished. 1. Polemical, is a methodological critique of the concepts of utilitarian individualism. The other, his own positive doctrine, is a development of the general positivistic tradition in which we are interested in our study. Durkheim soon came to reject all versions of individualistic positivism and utilitarianism and substituted for them an essentially positivistic system of another kind. This system reached its equilibrium and dominated his thinking in the intervening period, but was later gradually abandoned due to its inadequacy in relation to the facts. We reserve the study of this process for the following chapters. Here we aim to follow the main elements in their origin and describe the system in the maturity of its development. The utilitarian dilemma. At this point we must recall some of the essential characteristics of the utilitarian system. The underlying principle is the explanation of human conduct in terms of the rational pursuit of the needs or desires of individuals. Thus it has a teleological character unacceptable to the radical positivist. Nevertheless, it tries to be scientific in a positivist sense. This is essentially achieved by excluding, from the field of scientific problems, the element of needs on the basis of certain explicit or implicit postulates. That is, needs are considered subjective in two senses. On the one hand, each individual creates his needs on the basis of his own initiative, they are outside the field of natural determinism 613, on the other, they are personal to each individual. What one may want bears no necessary relation to the wishes and aspirations of others. Reciprocal relationships between individuals are taken into consideration only insofar as they are significant as means and conditions for achieving each other's ends. An important consequence derives from this double subjectivity of individual needs. Being outside the field of natural determinism has, in positivistic terms, a specific implication, that is, the escape from any law. This means that needs are considered random variables in a statistical sense, since this is the negation of the natural law, that is, of the uniformity in the behavior of things. The utilitarian position, therefore, considers individual needs as given, as economists say, but in a particular sense. They are not first studied empirically, to ascertain what individuals really want, and then asking the question of what uniformities are found in these facts. Instead it is assumed, arbitrarily, that there are no 614 relevant uniformities. On the basis of these postulates it is possible to determine a field regulated by laws, a series of uniformities, as a de facto order in human behavior, in only two ways. What utilitarians place the most emphasis on is the uniformity of means-end relationships present in rational action of this type and proper to a plurality of individuals whose actions are means to mutual ends, above all the economic laws of the market. Hence the central position of the economy in utilitarian thought. The other source of uniformity is found in the situation of action, especially in the non-human environment and in the individual nature inherited from man. As we have seen, the line of transition between these two types of explanation is the line from utilitarianism to radical individualistic positivism. In the concrete history of thought we find many gradual transitions between these two positions. Another fundamental distinction that influences the whole current of thought we are dealing with here is the distinction between objective and subjective, in the particular sense of the point of view of an external observer and the point of view of the person who acts. It is clear that the utilitarian scheme considers the latter. Indeed, this type of analysis makes sense only on the basis of the assumption that individuals really pursue ends and that these are effective factors in action. The postulate of their randomness radically eliminates the problem of their specific content from the field of scientific research, but their general function in concrete action remains to be studied. On the other hand, all positive science is concerned with the observation of the fact by the researcher. In the physical sciences, the relationship is relatively simple since it is the relationship of the observer, the researcher himself, with a series of facts, the phenomena that he is studying. In the sciences that study human behavior, two other problems arise. The first is the subjective aspect of the people whose behavior is being studied. Is it part of the de facto world for the observer? And if so, in what sense? This is of course the behavioral problem. The second problem occurs less often. Once the legitimacy of the study of the mental state of other individuals has been admitted, the problem arises of what for the actor is, or is not, the fact of his external world, and all the questions relating to the application of the scientific standard to the analysis of the rationality of action. Questions that are just as important for Durkheim as they were for Pareto. Like most scholars not trained in the positivist tradition, Durkheim does not deal with these problems explicitly and tends to switch from the point of view of the actor to that of the observer and vice versa. Any analysis of his thought must always keep this fundamental point in mind. As we have noted, Durkheim's main criticism of utilitarian individualism was based on its inadequacy to explain the element of normative order in society. 615. First, since needs are considered random, this element of order cannot be derived from them. Spencer had tried to derive it from contractual relationships. Durkheim's central thesis is that the elements proper to the utilitarian conception of the contract, as formulated by Spencer, the elements involved in the pursuit of an individual interest as a means to its realization, cannot explain the stability of a system of such relationships. As he later came to conclude, a state of purely contractual relations would not be order. 616, but anomie, i.e. chaos. It is unnecessary here to restate Durkheim's doctrine on this point. He considered a further element necessary, which he called organic solidarity, something analytically distinct from the complex of individual interests. In the division of social labor, Durkheim's thinking is only clearly formulated at this point. It is important to bear in mind that this controversy represents the starting point of his entire position. He had accepted the fundamental basis of utilitarian thought, the subjectivity of individual needs in the particular sense indicated, involving the assumption of their random variability. Given this starting point, he regarded an individualistic account of human conduct as the search for the element of order, in the relation of means to these subjective ends. This is what Durkheim initially rejected and not the implicit assumptions of this position regarding the nature of individual needs. He thus identified an individualistic explanation with conduct in utilitarian terms. Having rejected the utilitarian explanation, he formulated his own in terms of factors external. 617 to the individual. This can be considered the original genesis of the famous criterion of exteriority as a distinctive index of social facts. It obviously implies a special connotation of the term individual with respect to which these forces must be external. The original meaning of the term constrained. 618, the other fundamental criterion of social facts, must be interpreted in a similar way. Since the utilitarians' needs were considered subjective or internal, they were also spontaneous. The field of needs was, by definition, outside the deterministic law. Needs belong to the interiority of the individual and therefore must be considered a spontaneous creation of him. If an explanation of behavior in terms of these needs is unsatisfactory, then the factors appealed to must, from the individual's point of view, be the opposite of spontaneous, i.e. they must force him into his actions. All this can be understood on the basis of Durkheim's critical relationship with utilitarianism. The methodological framework into which he inserted this critique derives from the other element mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, the methodology of positive science. The importance of him for Durkheim, in this initial phase of his thought, is found in the interpretation of his first rule of method: social facts must be treated as things. 619. The most obvious meaning of this is that the sociologist must treat the facts of social life as things, as referring to objects of the external world, as observable facts. This conforms to the epistemology that underlies all the development of positive science, with its emphasis on the empirical, observable element. Now, as Durkheim himself states, the distinguishing feature of the empirical element is its objectivity, its independence from the subjective positions, feelings, or desires of the observer. A fact is a fact, whether we like it or not. As he says 620, it resists any alteration by the observer. A fact is distinguishable on the basis of the criteria of exteriority and constraint. These criteria are precisely derived through a scientific methodology. All this is simply part of the program of making sociology a positive science, a program which is not characteristic of Durkheim but is common to the entire positivist tradition and also to other different tendencies. It is true, however, that, at a later stage, determining in which sense social facts are observable becomes an important problem. But the main result of this attitude, at this stage, is Durkheim's tendency to use facts of which there can be no doubt objectively verifiable, such as the division of labor, suicide rates, codes, etc., while he regards with suspicion subjective entities, such as ideas and feelings. 621. The main interest here, however, concerns another aspect of the problem. The utilitarian position criticized by Durkheim is stated, in its methodological aspect, in subjective terms, that is, from the point of view of the actor. It is natural that he, like Pareto already, applies his scientific methodology to this context as well as to the other. The criteria of exteriority and constraint are in fact mainly applied in this context, and the fundamental distinguishing criterion of the social fact is exteriority with respect to the actor and not the observer. 622. Thus, thinking of social facts as things has a double meaning. Not only are the facts of the social phenomena that he studies part of the external, natural world for the sociological observer, but human behavior must also be interpreted in terms of factors, of forces which, for the acting individual, can also be regarded as things, facts which cannot be altered in accordance with his personal wishes or feelings. This is ultimately the antithesis of utilitarian needs, which are spontaneous and subjective, whereas things are not spontaneous but given, not subjective but external. If needs are not sufficient to explain behavior, the only alternative lies in the factors that fall into the category of things in this sense. 623. The social factor. So far we have not spoken of the social element, or society as a sui generis reality, which occupies such an important place in Durkheim's thought. However, what we have said is a necessary introduction to the interpretation of what he meant by that well-known definition. In his thought the considerations set out above preceded, it seems, any specific concept of the social, as is demonstrated by the evolution of his thought from the division of social labor to suicide. As we have shown, his explanation of the division of labor is based not on what we may term, in terms of his later theory, a social factor, but on a biological factor, the principle of population. This starting point was polemical, and any alternative that did not present the difficulties of utilitarianism appeared acceptable. Durkheim was initially a radical dualist. There were the two worlds of the individual and the non-individual, a distinction which was originally identified with that between the subjective and the objective in terms of the epistemology of positive science, and also with that between needs and facts or conditions of the external world, relevant to their satisfaction. Being objective, the biological factor entered the category of the non-individual. It was something external. 624 to the individual ego, something that forced it. The facts of life were parts of the external world of things, both for the actor and for the observer, which had to be taken into account and which it was not possible to alter at will. 625. At this point it is inaccurate to speak of Durkheim, at least in methodological terms, as a social realist. He appears as a radical positivist, in contrast to utilitarian teleology. The completion of the methodological system of sociological positivism occurred as a counterpart to the empirical evolution first analyzed from the division of social labor to suicide. In the latter, as we have observed, Durkheim extends his critique to another category of factors which, in addition to being utilitarian, he classifies as individualistic, i.e. the cosmic environment and the attributes of the human being individual traceable to hereditary factors, its organic constitution and its psychological mechanisms. He thus also denies the adequacy of explanations of suicide in terms of external environment, race, psychopathological factors, and imitation. This can be seen essentially as an empirical result, drawn from a critical study of theories that had attempted this kind of explanation. But for Durkheim it had the decisive result on a methodological level of introducing a radical distinction between two categories of natural objects, of things, the individual 626 and the social 627. In other words, in the field of social science the individual category, i.e. that which is not acceptable as an explanation of social facts, was extended from its originally limited, purely utilitarian meaning to all those elements that the individualist positivists, both whether their tendency was environmental, biological, or psychological, had adduced as an explanation of human behavior, largely, like Durkheim, in opposition to utilitarianism. That is, Durkheim rejected all the more generally accepted factors in the predominantly individualistic Western thought of the 19th century 628. The parallelism with Pareto is striking. In the thought of both of these scholars, the element that led to radical modifications consisted mainly in having realized the empirical inadequacy of individualistic theories, resulting from their critical analyses and their empirical investigations. This is confirmed by the fact that for Durkheim his category of the social was still, at this stage, defined negatively rather than positively. It was a residual category. It is even more remarkable that his negative and critical position remained unchanged afterwards, while instead the positive ideas he had at that moment changed radically. 629. The main characteristics of the special facts as they were elaborated by Durkheim at that time were these. In terms of his critical position towards utilitarian individualism he had developed the two criteria of externality and constraint. From the methodology of science he had drawn the category of things. Social facts were things characterized, both for the observer and for the actor, by exteriority and by constraint with respect to the actor. But all of these criteria, in their initial sense, turned out to be too broad. Things included facts on the physical, biological, and psychological planes of reality. All things were external to the individual as an actor 630 and exerted a compulsion on him in the sense that they were such regardless of his wishes. By what criteria did Durkheim limit these categories in such a way as to eliminate the factors he had rejected? Durkheim's essential analytic problem is to define the nature of the social factor in human behavior. He starts from a clear critical position: it cannot be included in the category of ends, as formulated in the utilitarian theory. Positively, he has certain criteria in terms derived from scientific methodology. In contrast to the category of ends in the utilitarian sense, it must be for the actor a category or element of things, of facts verifiable in the external world, which are in this particular sense external to him and constrain his action. However, the situation is complicated by the further critical rejection, for his theoretical purposes, of all elements reducible to terms of heredity and non-social environment. 631. The conditions of the environment and the hereditary component of human nature are things in Durkheim's sense. They are external to the actor as ego, and constrain him. He must take it into account in his action if he wants it to be rational. The social element thus becomes a residual category. It is about that category of things which for the actor are not reducible to terms of heredity and non-social environment. To this purely negative definition is added a positive criterion. It is attributable, on the analytical level, to the fact that the individual is in a social relationship with other human beings, the abstraction, for analytical purposes, of an isolated individual eliminates this element. The problem is how to arrive at more than a residual definition of the social factor, so that the situation does not simply take the form x equals y, z, while remaining within the general analytical framework that we have outlined. In other words, it is necessary to positively define an element that responds to the criteria of exteriority and constraint while not being reducible to terms of heredity and non-social environment. We have already indicated how a positive solution can be found. It is in connection with the fact of the association of individuals in a system of social relations. The intuition of this possibility, plus the empirical observation that some facts are not amenable to explanation without recourse to such an element, form the basis of Durkheim's first attempt to give a positive rather than a residual definition. This is what can be termed the synthesis process and is purely formal, that is, it is based on general premises rather than on specific facts about the empirical phenomena he studied. This argument is essentially a rejection of the position we have termed atomism. The world of experiences includes many organic entities, in the sense that the whole has properties that cannot be derived from the direct generalization of the properties of the units or parts and their elementary relationships, considered separately from their concrete participation in the whole. The decomposition of a complex concrete entity in the analysis of the individual units destroys some of its characteristics which can only be observed as a whole. This principle of synthesis 632 is for Durkheim a general principle with a much wider application than just the social field. In elaborating it he resorts to numerous analogies, drawn in particular from chemistry and biology. We can say that this principle does not solve the theoretical problem but leads only in some respects to its clearer enunciation. It is not enough to know that certain elements essential to social theory are not taken into consideration by atomistic theories, it is also necessary to know what they are, what are their logical and functional relationships with the elements formulated in the theories that are rejected, what are the mechanisms by which they influence concrete human action. Above all, this position has no necessary relationship with the frame of reference of the action, but is applicable to all empirical reality. Making it the foundation of a sociological theory, in terms of the theory of action, is a typical example of that error which Sorokin calls logical inadequacy 633, it means explaining a body of facts with properties that sharply differentiate it from other sets, by applying a scheme that is valid for others in the same way. It means ignoring the scientific importance of differentiated facts such as, for example, between human society and a biological organism or even a chemical compound. But, granting these limits, there is no other objection. The concrete entity society is undoubtedly an organic entity in this sense or, as Durkheim generally says, a sui generis reality. Atomistic theories are empirically inadequate, as he clearly proved in some important cases. An objection can also be raised in relation to a point, which undoubtedly represents a misinterpretation of Durkheim's thought, but to which he did not pay sufficient attention. It is the opinion that the individual who represents the unitary element of the synthesis and the society which results from it are concrete entities, the concrete human being as we know it, and the concrete group. In this sense it is practically a truism to say that society is simply an aggregate of human beings in certain relationships with each other. But Durkheim's individual, as became increasingly clear as his thinking developed, is not this concrete entity, but a theoretical abstraction. In simple terms it is the imaginary human being who has never entered into social relationships with other human beings. This individual, like the elementary act discussed above, does not exist as a concrete unity and cannot be identified with the concrete human being, otherwise one runs into the error of atomistic social theories. The above analysis of Durkheim's thought in relation to anomy should be sufficient to exclude this interpretation 634. That this interpretation has been repeatedly supported is probably due to two circumstances. On the one hand, like almost all social scholars of his time and most of his contemporaries, including his own interpreters, Durkheim had not achieved full methodological clarity on the nature of analytic abstraction. To the extent that the empirical tendency prevailed, it was inevitable to fall into a mode of expression which seemed to imply that society, as an analytical category independent of the individual, was a concrete entity. Durkheim was undoubtedly influenced by it, and we could cite numerous passages from his work which confirm this interpretation. But this position is so clearly in conflict with his main line of thought that no scholar who understands him could accept the hypothesis. Other problems emerged, as we shall see later, when he attempted to go beyond the formal synthesis by seeking a more specific criterion for defining the social factor. Here it was not a matter of lack of methodological clarity, instead some difficulties emerged in adapting the facts, studied in empirical research, to the conceptual framework set out above. These difficulties remained until the scheme itself was radically modified 635. The second argument with reference to which Durkheim attempts to formulate a distinction between social and non-social things is constituted by the formula that social facts are facts concerning psychic entities. In the preface to the second edition of the Rules of the Sociological Method, he explicitly asserts 636 that with the affirmation that social facts must be treated cum de choses, he does not mean that society is a material thing, but that social facts are facts having a reality and objectivity in the same way as those that refer to material things. Not only is it not a material character, but rather it is defined as psychic. It can be concluded that the psychic, which includes but is not exhausted by the social, is an emergent order of empirical reality deriving from the association, in particular ways, of material elements. Durkheim does not precisely characterize these two categories, material and psychic, and their mutual relations. The psychic entities he uses are the conscience and the representations, which we will deal with now. As for the category of material, he assumes it as a datum of common knowledge. But before going into the analysis of these two terms, we can note that placing social facts on the psychic plane engages Durkheim, partly directly and partly as an indirect consequence, in two methodological problems which hitherto it had been possible for him to avoid. The first is the behavioral problem. We have already observed that, speaking of social facts from the point of view of the observer, he assumes an objectivist position. Rejecting what are generally defined as motivations for action, he focuses on data that do not imply subjective categories for their observation and interpretation. The main examples are written codes, in the division of social labor, and statistical data in suicide. Furthermore, he uses the term fact without clearly distinguishing it from the phenomenon, thus generating a confusion which we have already mentioned 637. In this regard, Durkheim has repeatedly specified that the data he uses do not constitute the social factor but are indications relative to it. Thus he poses the problem that we discussed above 638 regarding the Pareto concept of manifestation. One possible solution to this problem has given rise to a widespread interpretation of Durkheim's position on the problem of social realism, that only objective data such as suicide codes and statistics are empirically observable. But according to the testimony of Durkheim himself, these do not constitute social reality but are only manifestations of it. So what is social reality? Since it cannot be observed, it appears to be a metaphysical entity. And since only observable things are amenable to scientific treatment, this metaphysical entity is not an adequate object of scientific analysis. It is a psychic entity, a mentality. To the extent that mindsets are observable, of course they are only individual mindsets. The mentality of the group is simply a metaphysical hypothesis, using it is not scientifically correct. This interpretation finds its foundation in a specific line of Durkheim's thought, but since he did not fully develop two fundamental methodological problems, more than one solution remained open. The one we have already mentioned should be excluded as it contrasts with what is, from the point of view of our study, an acceptable solution to both of these problems. The first is the general problem of empiricism. As long as this is left unsolved, Durkheim does not exclude, as the use of the term fact indicates, the interpretation of social reality both as a truly existing entity and as a concrete hypothetical entity. In both cases, since it is, by definition, analytically distinct from individual reality, and since only individuals and their aggregates exist concretely as objects of experience, it must be a metaphysical entity. This difficulty can only be overcome by treating social reality as an analytic abstraction or as a group of analytic abstractions. Thus, social facts are always facts that refer to society as a concrete entity, made up of concrete individuals. Social facts and individual facts refer to the same class of concrete entities. But there is no reason to deny the legitimacy of the analytic distinction. The problem arises in a different form in relation to the factual status of subjective categories. By calling the social element psychic, Durkheim introduced the question, but he did not go far enough in analyzing it. A psychic reality cannot presumably be located in space. In this way, the misinterpretation he mentioned earlier is eliminated. But as long as the problem of the character of the abstraction is not defined, we have roughly the following situation: only material facts are observable. Some of these, however, are susceptible of interpretation as manifestations of a certain order of psychic reality, the social. This, however, is not in the same category as observable facts and becomes, as it were, a disembodied mentality. But all mentalities that experience knows are aspects of entities whose bodies are other aspects. This incorporeality seems to be one of the main reasons for the accusation against Durkheim of falling into metaphysics. The second problem is closely related to this point. If social reality is psychic, but does not exhaust the category of the psychic, by what criteria can it be distinguished from other psychic realities? This implies the problem of the relationship between the social and the psychological. Durkheim presents a valuable treatment of this problem in general terms, but in more specific terms he falls into serious difficulty. Psychology, he says, deals only with the general powers and faculties of the human individual. But the psychological system of the latter is general and plastic. The specific forms of mentality encountered in concrete life cannot be explained solely in terms of these general faculties. It is also necessary to study the individual in terms of the social environment in which he lives. A psychological social theory is therefore inadequate. So far, no objection. The problem is precisely how the action of the social environment is to be conceived, how the social element differs from the psychological one. Here Durkheim arrives at something more specific than the characterization of the social as psychic. The social is present to the extent that human action is determined by collective consciousness as opposed to individual consciousness. What does this mean? In Chapter 8 we have already examined the collective consciousness. It was defined as a body of beliefs and feelings common to the members of a society. In its original use, on an empirical level, the moral and disinterested character of these beliefs and feelings was evident. But in that context we did not take into account the need that Durkheim had to interpret the collective consciousness in its relations with the general methodological and theoretical scheme now under discussion. According to this, social facts are objective facts, not only for the sociological observer, but also for the actor himself. The interpretation that Durkheim arrives at is a consequence of the attempt to extend the rationalistic scheme of scientific methodology from the conditions of action implied in heredity and in the non-social environment to the social one as well. This process has particular consequences. To the extent that Durkheim's thought develops in this direction, conscience seems to lose its connotation as an ethically normative term, to identify itself with another term that he uses very often: representations. Collective consciousness is made up of collective representations. Collective representations. The phenomena of the external world are reflected in the scientist's mind in data systems and in concepts. These are his representations of the outside world. Durkheim's famous category of representations is undoubtedly only a way of defining the subjective experience that the scientist has of the phenomena of the external world. Thus, according to the scheme which we have already discussed, although the action is determined, through a rational process, by facts of the external world, such as those of heredity and environment, it will appear, when analyzed from the subjective point of view, determined by the representations that the actor has of the external world, exactly in the same sense in which Pareto spoke of action, to the extent that it is logical, as determined by a reasoning process, a scientific theory. What then is the meaning of the distinction between individual representations and collective representations? In the present context it is perfectly clear. Individual representations constitute the actor's knowledge of those phenomena of his external world which are independent of the existence of social relations, in the analytical terms of our study of heredity and the environment. Collective representations, on the other hand, are his ideas concerning the social environment, that is, those elements of his external world which are attributable to the fact of the association of human beings in society. Action is considered to be determined by the social factor through the rational, scientifically verifiable knowledge that individuals have of their social environment, of social reality. A few observations need to be made about this particular way of looking at the problem. First, it implies a radical change from the original definition and context in which collective consciousness was used. This concept originally referred to a body of common beliefs and feelings. Its collectivity consisted in the nature of the reality external to the individual, to which individual representations refer. It is not a subjective community of belief and feeling which is the foundation of solidarity, but the rational orientation towards the same set of phenomena in the milieu of action, an objective source of uniformity. In this fundamental aspect, as we will demonstrate in the next chapter, Durkheim's development was curiously circular. He ended where he had begun, with the conception of a common subjective element. Furthermore, we can find here the origin of what has been termed Durkheim's falsely rationalistic psychology 639. This is not psychology at all, but an example of what we have elsewhere termed rationalistic positivism. It results from the attempt to refer the methodological scheme of science to the interpretation of action from the subjective point of view. Durkheim's only peculiarity in this respect consists in his explicit attempt to explain his social factor, society as a sui generis reality, in terms of this schema. It is not rationalistic psychology in the usual sense, but it certainly implies what can be called a cognitive bias. One might ask, why not collective feelings instead of collective representations? If it were a common subjective element, there would be no objection. But if the external world influences the individual and can determine his action in a way that can be analyzed according to the scheme of scientific methodology, this must occur through the cognitive process. The only alternative would be in terms of a psychological anti-intellectualism reducible, from the subjective point of view, to ignorance and error. Durkheim has already explicitly rejected these positions. The function of representations is implicit in the whole structure of his conceptual system. If action is not determined by subjective elements, in its particular sense, nor by heredity and the non-social environment, neither directly by rational adaptation nor indirectly by conditioned impulses and reflexes, we must accept its position. Finally, a third difficulty emerges. In fact, according to this interpretation, collective representations do not constitute social reality, they are representations of it. In the case of individual representations, no difficulty arises in searching for the empirical phenomena which are the object of the representations, they are phenomena of the body and of the non-human environment. But where is the corresponding reality to which the collective representations refer? We only observe its manifestations, subjectively in the representations themselves, objectively in such phenomena as suicide codes and statistics. But we do not observe the thing itself. It is a psychic reality, therefore in a certain sense a mind. But the subjective point of view is that of the individual actor, and to the extent that we observe his mind, we only get representations of social reality, not reality itself. It must therefore be a separate entity, but one definitely inaccessible to empirical observation. So it is a metaphysical postulate without any scientific justification. This is a legitimate implication of Durkheim's position here and is a real difficulty. Two solutions seem open. Compared to the traditional positivist system, Durkheim's scheme attempts to insert a third element into the utilitarian dilemma, without altering the fundamental foundations of the system itself, which is not included in the usual formulations. One solution is to recognize that this attempt is at the root of the difficulty. This new element does not belong in the system and should be rejected. But this has a further consequence: the empirical foundations on the basis of which Durkheim criticized, with reference to his own empirical problems, the two horns of the utilitarian dilemma, must be wrong. In one form or another the theories that he rejected are instead adequate to the facts. His assertion to the contrary is to be attributed to an erroneous interpretation of the facts themselves. This is, in short, the line followed by most of Durkheim's critics. But there is an alternative. It may be that Durkheim's critique of utilitarian and radical positivistic individualistic theories is correct, that the facts which he found incompatible with either of these systems, or with a combination of them, have been interpreted correctly. In that case the origin of the difficulty must consist not in having arbitrarily inserted a foreign element into an exact conceptual scheme, but in his failure to modify the conceptual scheme itself sufficiently, so as to include in it the factual intuition to which had arrived. This is the alternative that we follow. The difficulties Durkheim faced at this point were real. But the development of his thought, like the progress of sociological science, lies in refusing the pure and simple return to old positions, underestimating the innovative elements. His empirically based criticisms of the consequences of certain positions have never found a satisfactory answer and, in our opinion, this would not even be possible. They can be adequately evaluated only by radically reconstructing the entire conceptual scheme that Durkheim had elaborated up to that point. The case is analogous to another that we have already dealt with. Indeed, it is a special aspect of it. It has been shown that, in terms of the explicit elements of a utilitarian system of social theory and logically compatible with it, Hobbes's interpretation of an individualistic order is correct, while that of Locke and his successors is incorrect. Nevertheless, the real situation is not a state of war controllable only by an absolute sovereign, but a state of relatively spontaneous order. Hobbes was right in theory, but not in fact. The theory on which Locke was based did not explain the facts satisfactorily, and from this derives the need to resort to an implicit metaphysical postulate, that of the natural identity of interests. The replacement of the latter with theoretical elements belonging to the system itself was only possible at a much more advanced stage of theoretical development. Similarly, Durkheim's criticisms are theoretically correct at this stage, as were Locke's. Durkheim's initial conception of social reality in relation to action is wrong. But Durkheim was right from the point of view of the factual situation. The theories of individualistic positivism do not explain this situation. As in Locke's thought, the metaphysical element of Durkheim's work is indicative of the need for a new theoretical formulation. Unlike Locke, Durkheim applied himself to this task and made a significant step forward, even if he did not complete it. Following this process of reconstruction will be the subject of most of our subsequent analysis of his work. The concept of group mentality and its genesis, as we have exposed them here, do not represent Durkheim's theory. They are the product of a phase of development of that theory. For present purposes they are not important in themselves. Indeed, erroneous theories are never important in themselves. It is not even important to observe that they are wrong. What matters is to consider them as the starting point of a development that otherwise could not be understood. Finally, we wish to make a few remarks on one of the principal causes of the difficulty in which Durkheim found himself. In a certain sense, Durkheim moves simultaneously on two different levels, in the general discussion of synthesis and in his general observations about the inadequacy of psychological interpretations. He makes an analysis of general application. The social element is that element of the total concrete reality of human action in society, which is attributable to the fact of association in collective life. It includes the characteristics and empirical properties of systems of action, which cannot be interpreted in terms of the non-social environment and the human individual considered in abstraction from social relations. Similarly, on the psychic level, it includes those characteristics of the concrete mentality which cannot be abstracted from the concrete social situation and from the history of the individual and attributed to the needs inherent in human nature. Social reality on this plane is an analytically separable element, or group of elements. It is not a separate concrete entity. When, however, he argues in terms of the conceptual framework just described, assuming that the actor is aware of the conditions of his action, Durkheim tends to consider a concrete individual operating in a concrete environment. The action elements considered are not general analytical elements but concrete elements. Above all, there is no proof that the concrete social conditions are attributable exclusively to the fact of the association. The social environment of a concretely acting individual is considered on a par with all other conditions, relevant to his action, which imply other concrete individuals. There is a clear tendency to take concrete society as the reference object of collective representations, as seen by a specific concrete actor. But this cannot be generalized for theoretical purposes. The result is a vicious circle. It would be subject to the criticism formulated by Durkheim himself against the theory of happiness, as he would consider as an explanation of the action of an individual precisely the thing that must be explained in the case of others, who constitute the social environment of the former. In other words, to explain someone's action in such terms, it is necessary to assume that the action of everyone else has already been explained, that is, to assume a general theoretical explanation of all human action. Indeed, it is in the attempt to avoid this difficulty, without resorting to any subjective element and while adhering to the canon that for the actor social facts must refer to things, that the metaphysical problem of the mentality of the group arises. For the social environment to which collective representations refer cannot be the concrete social environment of the concrete actor. But this, again, is only one of two possible alternatives. The other is to remove the requirement that the social element, on a general analytical level, must be understood in the category of fact for the actor. This is in fact the solution, and the only one compatible with Durkheim's empirical results, but arriving at it and evaluating its consequences was far from easy. The line of development of this chapter can therefore be summarized as follows. Durkheim's initial empirical work had a polemical orientation. The social division of labor was directed against the interpretation of an individualistic order, a system of contractual relations, which had been predominant in the utilitarian tradition. In contrast to the individualism of this interpretation, Durkheim had formulated the hypothesis that society exercises a fundamental positive regulatory function, essential for the stability of such a system of relationships. Methodologically, this polemical approach took the form of a rejection of explanations of human action in terms of their motivations, in the sense of the rational pursuit of certain ends. This type of explanation was defined as subjective and teleological, as presumably incompatible with the canons of positive science. The analytic scheme that Durkheim contrasted with the utilitarian one had two aspects: on the one hand, a semi-behavioristic objectivism, which emphasized the importance of the study of objective facts as opposed to that of subjective motivations. Two kinds of facts of this order had great weight in Durkheim's empirical work: legal codes and suicide statistics. As the basis of an analytical scheme for the interpretation of these objective facts, he kept the subjective point of view, and within this he adopted the scheme of scientific methodology as a fundamental scheme of reference. In these terms he conceived the social factor as operating through the objective knowledge possessed by the actor. Social facts must be treated comme des choses in this sense: they are external to the actor, as they belong to the external world and exercise a coercive action in the sense that they are beyond his control, thus constituting a set of conditions to which his action must be adapted. But this set of criteria, derived from scientific methodology in contrast with the subjectivity and teleology of the utilitarian scheme, turned out to be too broad. Not only social facts, but also those of heredity and the non-social environment meet these criteria. But Durkheim, having once resorted to the factor of population pressure, had decisively rejected explanations of social phenomena in such terms, considering them inadequate for the facts with which he was dealing. Concepts such as selfishness and altruism as causes of suicide are not reducible to these terms. Social facts then become a residual category, and the essential problem of his theoretical scheme is to draw the line of distinction between this category and non-social things. If we stick to the analysis scheme we are considering, the attempt is made in three different phases, ranging from the general to the specific. First comes the synthesis argument, drawn from the hypothesis that this group of elements is in a certain sense attributable to the fact of the association of individuals into social groups. The particular type of synthesis is later defined as a psychic rather than a material type. Finally, in the sphere of the psychic, the significant element is identified in the collective representations. The importance attributed to representations does not result from psychological rationalism, but is inherent in the particular structure of the conceptual scheme used here by Durkheim. It is basically a cognitive scheme. What is important is the knowledge that the actor has of the situation of his action. At all three of these levels difficulties arise. At the synthetic level, the positive difficulties are not very important. The main one is that of the formalism of the argument and therefore of its logical inadequacy to the problem. However, when social reality is defined as psychic reality, the difficulty of relating it to the objective facts of suicide statistics and the like becomes greater. Finally, in relation to the concept of collective representations, the problem of the empirical reference of the representations becomes crucial, and thus the metaphysical danger of the concept of group mentality arises. However, while acknowledging that Durkheim's position has problems, it must not be forgotten that he did not arrive at it through a generally flawed process. First, he conducted a rigorous critique, based on crucially important empirical foundations, of the two main strands of theoretical interpretations of human action in society. These theories are indeed unable to explain certain facts whose importance cannot be doubted. Furthermore, in formulating his alternative, Durkheim used with great intelligence the conceptual tools which had formed the basis of a great tradition of scientific thought and which on several occasions had appeared to be very valid on an empirical level. No doubt there are particular reasons why they are not satisfactory in this case. Presumably, Durkheim has not sufficiently developed the process of theoretical reconstruction. One of the main limitations of Durkheim's initial thinking in the methodological field was, as we have seen, the lack of clarity in relation to the problem of empiricism. He has not been careful enough to defend himself against the interpretation that the social reality of which he speaks is a concrete entity, distinct from individuals. The crudest interpretation in this sense is that it is a spatially separate object. But the same difficulty recurs at other levels. However, it is legitimate to say that this interpretation is, in all its forms, incompatible with the setting of Durkheim's work, even in this first stage. It is clear, for example, that society does not commit suicide in the sense in which this term is used in Durkheim's monograph. The social element is an element or a group of elements which determine the behavior of individuals and masses. Similarly, the individual elements do not constitute the concrete human being, but a theoretical abstraction. In the same way, the same analytic categories are applicable to understanding the action of a single individual and of individuals en masse, as resulting, for example, in suicide statistics, or in terms of changes in social structure. Durkheim did not fully realize this implication. It also seems that another point has not been fully clarified, namely that there are two different levels of scientific abstraction. Indeed, he tended to confuse them. We will set out all the consequences of this fact later, but it is essential to briefly mention here its relevance in the present context. The identification of a single level of abstraction emerges mainly in the synthesis argument. Here it is necessary to distinguish two elements in the concrete entity society, the individuals and the emergent properties of the whole constituted by their association. The former constitute units of this whole. As with all organic entities, the units, abstracted from their functional relationships with the whole, are different from the concrete individuals actually operating in the whole. But whether or not they can be isolated experimentally, as chemical elements can be isolated, their separate existence as concrete entities in such isolation is conceivable, it makes sense. The abstractness of the individual, in this meaning of the term, is that of a concrete fictitious entity. On the other hand, this does not occur for the characteristics of the organic entity. Precisely because they are emergent characteristics, it makes no sense to consider them isolable in the form of another concrete entity, even if fictitious. Thus also at this level the two terms of analysis, individual and social, are not on the same level, since society cannot exist except as a synthetic product of the association of individuals. Durkheim is very explicit about this. But heredity and environment and the casual needs of the utilitarians, to whom Durkheim contrasted social facts, are not individuals, nor are they the imaginary abstract individuals obtained through their isolation from social relations. They are categories on a different analytical level. They are, in the context most relevant to the current discussion, structural elements of a total system of social action. To clarify the concept of social reality from a methodological point of view, it cannot be traced back to a class of concrete things or even to imaginary entities such as Durkheim's individual, but only to such analytical categories. The question now is not whether the threefold classification established by Durkheim at this point is satisfactory or not. But at this point it is certainly clear that methodologically his classification stands or falls precisely on this general analytical level. But unfortunately this analytical character of Durkheim's social reality is only implicit at this stage and is not methodologically clarified. This has created a major possibility of criticism, confusion, and misinterpretation of his work, all the more so as the majority of those who have attempted to study this phase of Durkheim's work had no conception of the nature of analytical abstraction clearer than that of Durkheim himself. Ethics and the social type. There are many other questions of a general methodological nature, in which the problems of Durkheim's position at this stage emerge clearly. Before closing this chapter, we deem it appropriate to devote a few pages to them. These are questions relating to the relationship between science and ethics, questions that will form the basis of concrete social policies. Durkheim, like all consistent positivists, flatly rejects the view that sociology, or any other positive science, is concerned only with knowing and cannot provide a basis for action. On the contrary, his only justification consists in being able to become an instrument for improving the human condition. 640. At the basis of this is the opinion that it is possible to develop a scientific ethics, so that scientific theories become not only indispensable elements for the determination of rational action, but are the only ones adequate to it. This program of formulating a scientific ethics poses serious problems. At first glance, the two things seem very distant. The attitude of the scientist is essentially that of the observer, he is interested in given phenomena. It is true that modern scientific methodology is sophisticated enough to realize that the scientist is not just a passive mirror of the outside world, a photographic plate. Scientific inquiry is itself a process of action. It is the pursuit not of knowledge in the abstract but of a particular knowledge of particular things. With reference to the data, it is a selective process, the selection being determined both, as we have seen, by the structure of the theoretical systems and by extra-scientific considerations. Nevertheless, the aim of science is to reduce to a minimum the elements extraneous to the facts. The concept of fact, as involving constraint, resistance to everything except its intrinsic nature, is fundamental to science. In this sense, the orientation of the scientist is passive. The orientation of ethics, on the other hand, is essentially active. Its center of gravity lies in the actor's creative function, in his ends. Freedom of choice is fundamental to ethics. Whatever determinism it accepts falls within the realm of consequences, of having made a given choice. Furthermore, this creative element in ends does not constitute, as we have shown, a series of facts of the external world as seen by the actor. All attempts to reduce the normative elements of action to the sole category of scientific theory end up with the total elimination of this creative element. Action becomes simply a process of adapting to a set of conditions. If the distinction between science and ethics is so radical, then what makes a hybrid product like scientific ethics plausible? An explanation can be formulated based on three facts. First, every action takes place under certain conditions, over which the actor has no control. One of the main requirements of rational action then becomes the knowledge of these conditions in their relevance to the action, and this element of action is, of course, scientific knowledge or something approaching it. In some contexts of action, such as the technological one, this element becomes of fundamental importance. However, it is very important for any action. So we cannot limit ourselves to saying that the attention paid to it by the positivists constitutes an error. Second, what from the point of view of the analysis of the general structure of the action, or of the action of an analytically isolated individual, is not part of the situation but a normative element, becomes in a certain sense, when a concrete individual acts in a social environment, part of the situation. The past actions and those probable in the future of other individuals are part of the environment, of the set of conditions on the basis of which the individual is believed to act. To the extent that that action has been determined, or is likely to be determined by normative elements, these become part of the situation for him. In other words, what is a series of facts of the external world for an observer, the ends of others for an actor observing the actions of others, is not a series of facts of the external world for the same actor or for others, when their own ends are at stake. The fallacy of the positivistic position is easily seen once the distinction between the observer's and the actor's points of view is clearly made. Those elements of a given individual's action situation which are attributable to the ends of other individuals, if the discussion moves to terms of general action analysis, are still interpreted as conditions because the change of point of view is not perceived. Thus the function of ends or other normative elements in action is generally eliminated. Only the zone of freedom of the concrete individual remains. 641. Viewed from the outside, this may be further reduced by the perfectly correct observation that his concrete ends or other concrete rules governing his action are by no means wholly or even to a large extent his personal creation, but that each individual is a creature of the society in which he lives. His needs are determined by the conditions, customs, habits, ideas, and ideals of his time and place. This may be true, and indeed generally is, to a far greater extent than the individual himself realizes. The essence of scientific ethics 642 therefore is to transform an active relationship into a passive one. Instead of conceiving the phenomena of the external world as means to the realization of an end, or as limits of action, they are regarded as direct determinants of action. Consequently, particularly from the actor's point of view, the watchword becomes adaptation. Durkheim shares this position with other positivists, but he differs from them in having added a further category of facts or conditions to which action is or should be adapted. The individualistic positivists, in their ethical phase, emphasized the importance of the external environment and human nature in numerous relationships and aspects. As these did not appear sufficient, Durkheim added a third category, the social environment. The term he uses most frequently, the milieu social, is characteristic of his system of thought. Social reality is considered precisely as an environment, as an external reality, in the specific sense mentioned above, to which the individual reacts or which acts on him. He has to adjust to the facts of this reality. But in pursuing this line of thought Durkheim encounters some difficulties, two of which we will discuss briefly. One of the major goals of all ethical thought has been the attainment of universal norms of human behavior. Only in terms of these principles does it seem possible to judge different ways of behavior according to the dichotomy of good and evil. But Durkheim was forced, mainly by empirical evidence, to abandon any such attempt. The facts of the social environment do not appear to be organized in terms of any set of principles comparable to the laws of the physical world or of biological selection. Norms of behavior are therefore not universal, but are characteristics of every society, of every social type, as defined by Durkheim 643. On a positivistic and at the same time sociological basis it is impossible to transcend the relativity of concrete historical moral codes. What is right for one society is not right for another. Each type has its own moral constitution which must be discovered through empirical study. In the history of social science, this relativism of social types affirmed by Durkheim constitutes a positive contribution of primary importance. It puts an end to attempts to minimize the differences between historical moral laws, in search of a single set of fundamental principles. 644. It is particularly significant that it emerges from a strictly positivist position, but this does not make it less serious from an ethical point of view, since for most moral scholars, positivists included, the inability of ethics to transcend the historical relativity of concrete moral codes represents the failure of ethics itself. This dilemma leads to the second difficulty, namely the inability to adequately distinguish between fact and ideal. Perhaps the most interesting phase in Durkheim's thought is his explicit attempt to establish a distinction between normal and pathological social states. 645, which he rightly deems essential if the ethical approach is to have practical validity. He takes the biological analogy of health and disease as a starting point, but develops a particular interpretation of it. The disease, the pathological state is, he says, accidental, consists of those phenomena that are not proper to the structure and function of the species as a type. Similarly, in society the social states which are contingent, which are not proper to the social type or logically implicated in it, are pathological. So, taking a further step, the normal is what generally occurs, while the pathological has a particular and exceptional character. However, all these statements are ambiguous. Certainly in the physiological field disease is a fact, a very important fact. To say that the facts of the disease are accidental for the physiologist, in the sense that their cause must not be interpreted in terms of the same laws that regulate normal phenomena, is certainly not admissible. And why wouldn't it be possible for an entire species, at least all the members that can be studied, to be sick? In this case, disease becomes the general fact and health the exception. The biological analogy of health appears more valid than the criterion of generality, which Durkheim undoubtedly proposes because it is empirical. But if the generality is not satisfactory, how is it possible to overcome it and still remain on a scientific level? Most positivistic ethical systems are in this position, arguing that it is not the condition of existing facts at a given moment that is decisive, but rather the conformity to the general conditions of existence of the species. Thus those who emphasize biology generally arrive at the criterion of survival. But survival of what? There is nothing but the empirical answer, the species. The reason why it should not be replaced by higher species is not explained. 646. This species is not the general fact but rather a normative type, which in this case is defined largely, but not completely, in terms of adaptation to the conditions of its environment. These conditions never allow for just one kind of life. Durkheim is in a similar situation. His criterion of generality is not satisfactory, and he has to fall back on his doctrine of the social type. But much more clearly than the biological moralists he insists on the fact that the latter is not completely determined by the non-social conditions of its existence but has its own irreducible specific character. This indeed is the essence of the doctrine of the nature sui generis of company. This rules out the survival solution. Durkheim does not deny, of course, that a society, like a biological organism, must meet certain conditions of its existence or perish. But to treat it exclusively in terms of these conditions would contradict his fundamental tenets. Therefore, on the scientific level, he is left with only the empirical observation of society, and to remain on an empirical level he assumes the criterion of generality, and since this does not satisfy him, however, in an attempt to overcome his problems he orients himself in two different directions. On the one hand, he is repeatedly confronted with the equivalent of the criterion of survival. 647, and aware of the dangers of this position, he then orients himself, ever more decisively, towards the other alternative. Indeed, what is needed is a principle of selection of facts, given that from an ethical point of view not all facts can be normal. If this were the case, the concept of pathological would be a contradiction in terms. 648. But the real difficulty connected with the generality criterion is that it does not provide the selection criterion, since in its literal empirical sense it is simply a simplified statement of all the relevant facts. Since the principle of adaptation to conditions is precluded, another alternative remains open. The social type does not consist of generalizations applicable to the totality of known facts of a society, but in the body of normative rules, customs and laws, which regulate the conduct of individuals in the society. In this way, the term type, Durkheim's use of which is perhaps indicative of an important trend in his thinking, regains its more common meaning of standard, not average. The use of the scheme of scientific methodology as a structure for the analysis of action from the subjective point of view, should most likely be traced back to the needs of scientific ethics, since ethics must, in order to establish practical rules of behavior, assume the subjective point of view of the concrete individual. Scientific ethics must in turn be able to insert all the determining elements of behavior into the scheme. As long as the social facts to which action is to be adapted remain a concrete, unanalyzed, and undifferentiated totality, this schema does not present grave difficulties, but as his thought matured, Durkheim was led by the logic implicit in the situation to make this analysis. A contrast arises between a series of conditioning elements, whose factual value for the actor is indisputable, but which in an analytical sense must be differentiated from social reality. In turn, the factual value of this becomes increasingly doubtful for the actor, on an analytical level. The introduction of the criterion of generality can be seen as an attempt to reassert this factual value. But with the manifestation of the limits of this criterion, social reality increasingly tends to identify itself with the social type, and the latter, in turn, not with the concrete state of affairs in the social environment of the actor, but with the normative aspect of it, with the body of common rules recognized as binding in society. This position is very close to the next phase of Durkheim's thinking, which we will discuss in the next chapter. At the same time, it is still ethically plausible to consider this body of rules as a set of external facts. Their normative character has only half emerged and will only become clearer by considering the analytical point of view of a total system of action. We will study the consequences of this fact in the next chapter. But even in this phase we can see the return to Durkheim's initial concern. In the division of social labor, he is led back to the legalistic way of looking at things, in terms of an individual's relationship to a norm that he observes or transgresses. This tends to become the fundamental model of the individual's relationship with social reality, and not that of an actor with the external conditions of his action which he does not observe or transgress, but which he instead comes to know and at which he therefore succeeds or fails to adapt. This was to be the direction of his subsequent theoretical development. His famous statement in the Rules of the Sociological Method, that crime is a normal phenomenon 649, should be considered in this sense. It is not normal in the sense of being desirable. But it is logically implicit in the social type, in the sense that the conception of action in relation to a body of normative rules implies the possibility of their transgression. As long as this type of relationship exists, some individual will sometimes transgress the laws, and this will be the crime. At this point, his position in the study of suicide had no place in this scheme. Given that in Western society suicide is contrary to the established rules, the causes of suicide appear to be totally distinct from the motivation of the individual. They are impersonal currents connected with social change, courants suicidogenes, which apparently cannot be inserted into an analysis of this type. From this partly derives Durkheim's tendency, in this phase, to assimilate social causality with naturalistic one. Only much later was this difficulty overcome. As we will see, the analysis of anomie formed the basis of the solution to the problem. Naturally, as we have repeatedly observed, this position borders on radical determinism. Psychological hedonism is one of the major transitional stages. In prevailing empiricist terms, this must be taken literally, as did Spencer, whom Durkheim criticizes. On the other hand, for the purposes of an analytical economic theory, it can be said that whatever uniformities exist in needs are irrelevant to this particular scientific aim. but even here it is necessary to be very careful in determining what kind of abstraction from the uniformity of needs is permissible. On these problems, C.T. Parsons, Some Reflections on the Nature and Significance of Economics, CIT. X. Émile Durkheim 3, The Development of the Theory of Social Control. The development of Durkheim's conceptual scheme after the suicide can be studied along two main lines of thought. The first, which can be defined as the theory of social control, forms the subject of this chapter. The empirical positions that constitute its foundation refer to the division of social labor and certain parts of suicide, and it essentially represents the elaboration of the theoretical and methodological implications of those conceptions rather than an addition of new empirical elements. The broadest and most systematic statement of the new position is contained in Moral Education 650. The second line of thought testifies to a growing interest in religion and culminates in the elementary forms of religious life. The analysis conducted in this work concerns a different aspect of concrete social life. Given that chronologically it comes later, and that it depends in part on the development of the other position, and since Durkheim defined his methodological positions only after this study, we postpone its discussion to the following chapter. As we have said, the main hypothesis of the division of social labor represents the starting point of the phase of Durkheim's thought that we will now examine. Empirical observations are often much more advanced than theoretical and methodological formulations, and this is certainly true in the case of Durkheim. It will be recalled that in his critique of the utilitarian conception of contractual relations he rejected the hypothesis that the stability of a contractual system implies only an ad hoc reconciliation of interests, emphasizing the essential importance of a system of rules expressed in the institution of the contract. Without such norms a stable system of relationships would not be conceivable. Thus the norm as an agent of control of the individual's behavior, which was so difficult to fit into its previous methodological scheme, has been the center of empirical attention from the outset. The foundation of this general thesis has perhaps its clearest theoretical formulation in the study of anomie in suicide. In it emerges that not only contractual relationships but in general every stable social relationship and the personal equilibrium of the members of a social group depend by the existence of a normative structure relating to behavior, generally accepted by the members of the community as having moral authority and furthermore by their effective submission to these norms. They not only regulate the individual's choice of means appropriate to his ends, but even his needs and desires are in part determined by them. When this regulatory structure of control is disrupted and disorganized, individual conduct is equally disorganized and chaotic, the individual is lost in meaningless activity. Anomie is precisely the state of disorganization, in which the influence of norms on individual conduct is lost. Ultimately, we reach a state of pure individualism 651 which is for Durkheim, as for Hobbes, the war of all against all. Opposed to the state 652 of anomie is the state of perfect integration 653, which implies two conditions, that the body of normative elements regulating conduct in a community forms a coherent system 654, and that its control over the individual is effective. Behind this position there is a fundamental theoretical distinction that is increasingly becoming clearer in Durkheim's thought. On the one hand we have the element of chaotic and undisciplined impulse and desire, the individual element in Durkheim's sense, on the other the norm. In order for the conception of normative control to be valid in the sense intended by him, these two elements must in principle remain radically heterogeneous 655. Because if this chaotic and centrifugal element were not inherent in individual desires, there would be no need for control. Furthermore, it is important to note that the analysis is conducted by assuming the subjective point of view of the actor. It is the relation of his desires, impulses, or subjective aims to certain disciplining or controlling factors. Without the dichotomy of the two sets of factors, all of Durkheim's criticism of utilitarianism collapses. The new meaning of constraint. But at what point in his methodological system do these conceptions fit? Their slow rise to the central position, with all the complex consequences that follow, can only be understood on the basis of the changed meaning of the term constraint. As was said in the last chapter, the starting point of the concept, in contrast to the utilitarian conception of an arbitrary individual need, desire, or motivation, is taken from the point of view of the actor. Thus any element in his action is an element of compulsion which is not spontaneous or arbitrary, but which is part of the general given situation in terms of which he must act, which is beyond his control. Thus it seems that the emphasis is placed on the situation, as opposed to the goals of the action. Now, from this point of view, anything that forms a part of the determinism of external nature exerts a compulsion on the individual, and the term compulsion tends to identify itself with causal dependence in general. However, this tendency implies the annulment of all the most important distinctions that Durkheim had arrived at in the previous phases of his thinking. We have shown how, by adopting the doctrine of social realism, he eliminated a category of causal forces, all those which, although they exercise a constraint on the individual in this sense, are causally independent of his social relations. When he wrote the Rules of Sociological Method, Durkheim was engaged in the objective study of the statistics of suicide, and it may seem that, for the time being, he had lost sight of the problems posed in his treatment of the rules in the Division of Social Labor 656. For his ends to immediate theorists this negative formulation, even with the positive implications noted above, appeared sufficient. But in the treatment of anomie and in the theoretical discussions of the last chapters of the Suicide, as in the preface to the second edition of the Division of Social Labor, the problem of the function of norms returns to be at the center of his attention. On the social level, this interpretation of the norms, acting on the individual simply as a physical force, does not seem adequate. By accepting his treatment of the crime as a normal phenomenon, one cannot think of the rules without implying the possibility that the individual transgresses them. One can transgress the law but not a physical force, but one does not transgress a suicidal current. The problem of the latter's status is still unsolved, but in relation to phenomena such as the law, Durkheim began to use the term constraint in another sense. This is the meaning generally understood when the term is applied to human conduct, that an individual's will is compelled by the application of sanctions, that is, that he is compelled. In a subsequent passage 657, Durkheim makes a clear distinction between the sanction and what we can define as the natural consequence of an act, referring to the difference between the relationship of the individual with a physiological and a legal norm. The transgression of a physiological norm implies automatic consequences, without human intervention. If, for example, a man does not eat enough, he will starve. Norms of this kind exert a constraint on human action in a specific sense. This is simply a way of saying that the action is subject to conditions. But a sanction is the consequence of an act, the occurrence of which depends, in a certain sense, on the human will, albeit not on that of the actor. To say that if an individual commits murder he will, probably, die in the electric chair is very different from saying that if he does not eat he will starve to death, for in the former case he will not perish without the intervention of someone to condemn him to death. His death is not an automatic consequence of the murder itself. This distinction, however simplistic it may seem 658, is a very important point for Durkheim. While it allows him to maintain his initial critical position, that the element of compulsion is independent of the will of the actor, it no longer implies that it is independent of human will in general. On the contrary, it is precisely the fact of being an expression of the human will that distinguishes social constraint from natural constraint 659. At the same time, the existence of the norm, and even more importantly the probability that its transgression entails sanctions, undoubtedly represents a fact of primary importance, for the concrete actor, a type of facts that are given and independent of his will. It is significant that at this stage Durkheim seems to regard the law and its sanctions as morally or emotionally indifferent to the actor. The actor is conceived as an objective and detached scientist. Just as the conditions of biological existence are unalterable facts of the external world, which it would be foolish to approve or attempt to reject, so are the rules of conduct of a society and the consequences that befall those who transgress them. The attitude of the individual is a calculating attitude. Here the individual is still considered in utilitarian terms, that is, he pursues his personal ends within given conditions. The only difference is that conditions comprise a set of socially sanctioned norms. This scientific attitude is certainly another aspect of what many critics have erroneously called Durkheim's rationalistic psychology. Since this calculating individual is still for Durkheim the concrete individual, at least as far as his subjective aspect is concerned. 660. The function of sanctions in this conception of the relationship of the individual to the norms is more implicit than explicit. Durkheim's problem was to find a way to insert the concept of norm into his positivistic methodology, introducing the minimum of modifications. He solved it by considering the norm as a phenomenon of the external situation for the acting individual. The sanction is inserted only indirectly since, starting from the assumption of the ethically neutral attitude of the scientist, drawn from the previous methodological scheme, there is no other reason for obedience to the law other than the attempt to avoid sanction. 661. For another empirical reason, this way of conceiving norms must have seemed valid to Durkheim. The first system in which he was interested was that relating to the institution of the contract, a series of norms which predominantly regulate economic activities, i.e. those which the utilitarians were mainly interested in. But this is precisely the category of activity in which the element of normative regulation is most clearly separated from the immediate means and ends of the action. Furthermore, the immediate end of most economic activities, the acquisition of money, is in itself to a considerable extent morally neutral, and it is easy to extend this attitude to the rules to which the businessman must abide, whether they are formulated in laws or commercial practices, which therefore appear as conditions of action which he must accept simply as facts. This seems to be an adequate description of the problem, until one wants to analyze the forces behind the imposition of a norm, or raise the question of the motivations of habitual obedience. However, if the analysis goes deeper, some difficulties arise. It is all right to consider social norms as given facts for a single concrete individual, but for the sociologist they are not given elements in the same sense, they are precisely what he is trying to explain. Of course, Durkheim's first task was to demonstrate its existence and its relevance to action. But he could not limit himself to this. What is their origin and what is the nature of the force that exerts the constraint? In answering this question, Durkheim proceeds in a direction that is implicit in his analysis of anime. At this point he takes another step forward, the implications of which will lead him to the next stage of thinking about him. Until now he has always thought in terms of the utilitarian dilemma. From the subjective point of view, action must be explained in terms of individual ends or needs. 662, or in terms of objectively knowable conditions. Durkheim accepted this alternative, and it goes without saying that since he rejects the utilitarian solution, the social factor of him must fall into the category of conditions. At this point he introduces the empirical observation that since individual needs are, in principle, unlimited, it is an essential condition of social stability as well as of individual happiness that they are regulated by norms. But here the norms considered do not regulate only externally as happens for contractual norms. For example, in the case of the conditions for entering into a contractual relationship. 663, they intervene directly in the formation of the actor's ends. This implies a total rejection not only, as had already happened before, of the utilitarian solution to the dilemma, but of the dilemma itself. The individual elements of the action are no longer identified with the concrete subjective individual, but the latter is conceived as a set of different elements. The element of ends as it appears in the means-ends schema is no longer an individual definition but contains a social element. This is a very important point for Durkheim and represents a radical break with positivist social theory. Continuing to develop its implications, he had to radically alter his initial methodological position. First of all, a new conception of the relationship of the individual, and therefore of constraint, with the norm is introduced. The normative element is no longer considered as a condition of the action, on the same level, for the actor, as other conditions in this particular sense, i.e. as a fact to be taken into account. its compulsion on the individual may not differ from that of the natural consequences of an act in the sense only that the consequences have been arbitrarily inserted by another human agent who is not the actor. In this 664 sense, Durkheim no longer considers compliance with the norm as determined mainly by the desire to avoid the possible external 665 consequences of its violation. This essentially means that the element of social coercion is transferred from the category of conditions to that of normative elements. Recognizing this point, on a logical level there seem to be two alternatives. That is, it seems possible to interpret this in a naturalistic sense, that is, that the ends are coercive, inasmuch as they are innate biological or psychological instincts, or in a behavioristic sense, that is, that they are conditioned in a 666 by our environment. However, this alternative is unacceptable to Durkheim for two reasons. If we examine it objectively, it brings Durkheim back to the individualistic positivist factors that he had already rejected. If, on the other hand, we consider them acquired through conditioning, either the conditioning agent is ultimately the non-human environment, which is unacceptable, or it is milieu social, in which case there is the problem of its origin and of its specific character. From the other point of view, the subjective one, the difficulties are even greater, in reality decisive. Since from this point of view all external factors, such as hereditary and environmental ones, necessarily fall within the conditions, as far as action is concerned, and instead the whole meaning of Durkheim's new position lies in taking them out of this category 667. All that remains, therefore, is to abandon all these attempts and accept the point of view according to which the essence of constraint is the moral obligation to obey a norm, voluntary adherence to it as a duty. This is the path Durkheim is following more and more decisively. His later works will become perfectly clear and coherent on this subject. In truth, this is a somewhat particular sense of the term constraint, a sense also very different from the one originally intended by Durkheim. One could even say that it is not a matter of constraint at all, since it implies voluntary adherence to the norm, which is precisely the opposite of constraint. Based on the current understanding of the terms, this would appear to be a valid objection, but questions of terminology must not obscure really important problems and results. The individualistic position is so deeply rooted in our culture that the usual distinction between voluntary adherence and coercion involves a reference to the utilitarian dilemma. But this is precisely what Durkheim has overcome. He made a clear distinction, which the utilitarians had not made, between voluntariness and arbitrariness. If on the one hand membership is voluntary, on the other it is binding for the individual, but it is binding not from the point of view of a physical necessity, but from that of a moral obligation 668. Thus, in elaborating the problem of control, Durkheim passed from the concept of control as subjection to the natural cause and an attempt to avoid sanctions, to mainly underlining the subjective meaning of moral obligation. The element of constraint exists, with a different meaning however, in the meaning assumed by the concept of obligation. To the extent that the actor has a sense of obligation, he is not free to do what he likes, he is forced, but it is a totally different way of being forced from the other two 669. It is an element of discipline and control. The chaos of the individual element in human conduct is immoral. It takes form, is capable of becoming order, to the extent that it is related to a normative system. It is true that in certain situations and aspects the individual's attitude towards these normative elements can be the morally neutral one of calculation, but this does not exhaust the problem. The normal concrete individual is a morally disciplined personality. This above all means that the normative elements have become internal, subjective for him. In a certain sense, he identifies himself with them 670. From the first formulation of his problems in the division of social work, Durkheim had been interested in the problem of controls. He distinguishes different forms of control, focusing his attention on the function of some of the normative elements. Within this category he makes a sharp distinction between those normative elements that act analogously to external conditions and a different category. These two classes of normative controls are distinguished not on the basis of any objective criterion, but on the basis of a subjective criterion, that of attitude. The content of the norms can be the same. The important distinction in this context does not arise at this level, but in the type of relationship of the actor with the norms themselves, in contrast to the morally neutral attitude associated with the conceptions of constraint as a sanction and in general with the norms of efficiency. The attitude of the moral obligation of a specific respect for the norm emerges. We will later have the opportunity to analyze more deeply what is the foundation of this attitude of respect. In this phase of Durkheim's thought it is only a factual observation, which however provides the basis for a solution both of the Hobbesian problem and of the problem of order on the even deeper level of the theory of anomy. The fact that men have this respectful attitude towards norms, rather than a calculating attitude, if it corresponds to reality, serves to explain the existence of order. To what extent this attitude is in turn a function of other elements of human action is a question we will leave unanswered for the moment. At this point we are interested in analyzing what are the consequences of the introduction of this element in the structure of Durkheim's theoretical system. The fundamental and immediate consequence is the overcoming of the utilitarian dilemma. The subjective can no longer be exhausted by the element of casual needs in the utilitarian sense, since the latter cannot constitute a normative basis. The utilitarian conception is therefore not sufficient to exhaust the concrete needs of the concrete individual. A further consequence is that in this phase of Durkheim's thought duty and constraint are not the only fundamental characteristic of morality. While accepting the central importance of the idea of duty, he reproaches Kantian ethics for the one-sidedness deriving from focusing attention solely on duty. 671. There is, he says, also the element of goodness, of desirability. A moral rule is not moral if it is not accepted as obligatory, if the attitude towards it is not very different from that of expediency. At the same time, however, it is not even moral if obedience to it is not considered desirable and if the happiness and personal satisfaction of the individual are not linked to it. Only the combination of the two fully explains the nature of morality. The way in which the two elements are connected in the development of Durkheim's thought is very significant. The fact that his original starting point was the utilitarian dilemma had diverted his attention from one aspect of morality, that it is good and desirable, because desire was associated, at that stage, with the utilitarian concept of arbitrary needs. Then he turns to the other aspect, duty, regarding the two as mutually exclusive. This position, given the starting point, was undoubtedly valid. However, as his concept of the nature of constraint changed, the whole problem changed. When the utilitarian dilemma was finally overcome, the old alternatives disappeared. It was no longer a matter of concrete goals or desires as opposed to external compulsion factors, but the compulsion factors were even part of concrete goals and values, determining them in part. Since norms, compliance with which is a duty, become an integral part of the individual's value system in action, it seems natural to consider them also as desirable. The rigid ethical dualism between duty and good is an aspect of the old utilitarian dilemma and, once this position has been overcome, it must no longer be maintained. The deepest criticism to be leveled at utilitarianism is towards its conception of the concrete human personality. So not only desirability returns but also happiness as a concrete state of the individual inserted in a complex of social norms. Furthermore, the appearance of the moral obligation helps to overcome what we have defined above as the cognitive limit of Durkheim's thought. The influence of the disciplining element on the action no longer occurs exclusively through the actor's knowledge of an external reality. It is true that obedience to norms, even out of a sense of moral obligation, implies elements of knowledge. The content of the rule and its consequences for conduct must be grasped by the intellect. The non-correspondence of concrete action to the norm is in part, no doubt, attributable to imperfect understanding. But the attitude of respect is something more than this element of knowledge and is distinguishable from it. The analysis of action from the subjective point of view, in terms of an exclusively cognitive scheme, that of positive science, is no longer admissible. Thus a completely new field opens up, that of attitudes, emotions, and so on. The ego is no longer a photographic plate, a recorder of facts that belong to the outside world. It also follows that the meaning of the criterion of exteriority changes in parallel. Originally it referred precisely to the elements of the external world in this cognitive sense, but to the extent that the actor maintains an attitude of moral obligation towards them, the norm towards which his action is oriented is no longer external in the same sense. It becomes, in Freudian terms, introjected and comes to form a constitutive element of the individual's personality itself. Without this moral element, what we call human individuals, personae, would not exist. Externality is no longer applicable in its former meaning. While Durkheim did not totally abandon this concept, it played a much less important part in his later work. Durkheim came to formulate the theory of moral obligation through a process of analyzing the action of the concrete individual from the subjective point of view, not mass phenomena such as suicide statistics. What is the relationship of this theory with the methodological problem of the status of society as a sui generis reality and with collective representations? The answer to the first question is clear: the general framework of analysis that was used throughout the study remained intact. The social element is not to be identified with the casual utilitarian element of needs, nor with hereditary or environmental factors. The latter are, according to Durkheim, both individual. 672, it is a psychic element, not a material one. What then happens is that the system of norms of moral obligation becomes the social element as such. In a certain sense, this concludes the long search for an element of characterization of the social, of social reality. The solidarity of individuals is the unity of obedience to a common body of moral rules, of values. The state of order to be opposed to the disorganization of animi is moral order. This solution, in terms of its general scheme, does indeed answer all of its previous pressing problems, while giving rise, in this particular context, to other difficulties, which we will now discuss. First, however, we need to better understand the implications of this new position. It is evident that in these terms the integration of a social group consists in the common recognition, by its members, of a single body integrated by norms endowed with moral authority. A society, in Durkheim's terms, is a moral community and its stability is conditioned by this characteristic. Durkheim continues to use the term collective representations in this new context, but radically altering its meaning. It is not a system of ideas concerning an empirical reality existing outside the minds of individuals, it is rather a body of ideas which themselves form the effective factor of action, that is, the actual factor is itself present in the minds of individuals, not merely a representation of it. Indeed, ideas are still conceived as representations of something. But this something is not an observed empirical entity existing at the same time, but a state of affairs that will come about, or will be maintained, to the extent that normative elements determine the actual course of action. It is not a present but a future state of affairs, which has its place in the empirical world to which the collective representations refer. It is this which from a certain point of view 673 makes it impossible to include such ideas in the category of scientific facts. And to the extent that the realization of this state of affairs is attributable to the active work of the actor and not simply to heredity and environment, it is also impossible for it to be a predictable fact. Collective representations include common ideal norms. Their social aspect no longer mainly consists in the reference of the symbols used to the same empirical reality, as we have in a certain sense of the collective representations of the sun, but it can consist in the fact that as ideal norms they are morally binding for the various members of the collectivity which defines itself as a society. 674. In the formula already used, Durkheim goes so far as to affirm that a common system of values is one of the necessary conditions for a society to be a stable system in equilibrium. From the new position it also follows that, as we have observed, the characteristics of this system of values, which are relevant to action, cannot be exhausted by its cognitive aspect. Understanding a norm and its consequences for action does not mean recognizing it ipso facto as morally binding. In addition to the cognitive element there is that of the attitude of respect. Consequently, the formula collective representations even in the new meaning is not in itself adequate to describe the social reality as far as this is considered part of the structure of the systems of action. From the state of a homogeneous entity it has already begun to differentiate into a plurality of independent elements, nor is this surprising given its genesis as a residual category. Ethical issues. We can now turn our attention to the problem of the difficulties arising from Durkheim's new position, which entails the identification of the social element with that of moral obligation towards norms. Let us admit the validity of the general analysis of the function of the moral obligation for the action. It follows that the norms to which individuals adhere, or to which they can legitimately adhere, for disinterested moral reasons must be social norms, that is, those shared at least by the most other community members. After all, the highest forms of moral action are often those which involve the denial of the general code of norms imposed by the community. 675. The identification of the moral element with the social one risks raising social conformism to the supreme moral virtue. Such criticism is justified, but this conclusion does not necessarily follow. There is no evidence that the category of moral action is exhausted by its social aspect. Certainly to deny the possibility, the importance, or even the desirability of resistance to social pressure, on moral grounds, is undoubtedly dangerous. But the fact that Durkheim's position is open to criticism here should not obscure the fact that he achieved a profound understanding of aspects of social life that had generally been overlooked, particularly by utilitarians and positivists. The few critics who understand what Durkheim meant generally emphasize one aspect of the relationship, that morality is a social phenomenon. For our purposes, and in terms of the scientific development of Durkheim's own thought, the other aspect is much more important, namely that society is, at least in one of its main features, a moral phenomenon in the sense Durkheim gives to the term. The essential facts implicit in this proposition can be stated briefly as follows. 676. The analysis of human action shows that it cannot be interpreted independently of a system of ultimate values. These ultimate values are, in terms of the means-end relationship, ends in themselves and not means to any further end. At the same time they take on the character of an obligation for the individual, inasmuch as they are good, not simply in relation to something, that is, as means, but for themselves. The general obligation to pursue the good is to pursue these values. 677. Furthermore, for the concept of rational action to have meaning for the single individual, individual ultimate values must be seen as organized in systematic and reciprocal hierarchical relationships. Given the fact of human choice and the absence of any pre-established harmony, there is the abstract possibility of an indefinite plurality of such value systems. But precisely because they are considered ultimate and in a certain sense absolute, for the actor, the existence of an indefinite plurality of such systems in the same community of individuals having a common life would be incompatible with the social order. It would be war of all against all. Thus, at least to the extent necessary to guarantee a minimum of order, there must be participation in a common system of values, there must be a common value system. This must be an essential feature of the life of any community, although its relevance may vary from the guarantee of a minimum of order to a state of perfect integration, in which all action can be interpreted as the full realization of such a system of values. Durkheim has empirically demonstrated that the spread of anomie beyond a certain point is harmful to physical life itself. The function of normative systems also provides an explanation of what was until then for Durkheim an inexplicable empirical fact, the diversity of social types. While the members of a given community must to some extent share a given normative value system, there is no a priori reason to believe that all communities share the same system, which indeed does not occur to a comparable degree to what occurs for individuals within the same community. Expressed in this way, the essential facts implicit in Durkheim's theory appear acceptable. Above all, this still leaves room for individual recognition of a source of authority outside the shared value system with the community, without at the same time underestimating the enormous importance of moral conformity for the stability of society. But it is not enough in the work of a scientist to simply separate truth from error and correct the error while keeping what is valid. In dealing with the work of a scholar of Durkheim's importance, it is worth inquiring how he fell into error and what place this has in his system of thought. How, then, did Durkheim come to identify society with moral obligation? It is certain that even in later works such as Moral Education, Durkheim did not consciously question his positivist position, however illogical it may seem, in the light of these developments, to have maintained it. Approaches so rooted are hardly eliminated, and Durkheim also tends to maintain the proposition that society is a sui generis reality in the full positivist sense. This entails the empirical reality of the social factor as analytically distinct, not only for the sociological observer, but also for the acting individual. And even in this position he inserts it in the general outline of the analysis outlined above. There are sectors that can roughly be defined as heredity and environment, and to these he adds a third, the social sector. Durkheim always proceeds by elimination. Such and such a thing cannot belong to either of the first two categories, therefore it belongs to the third. 678. That the third is a moral reality appears simply as a specification of its nature and nothing more. The term reality still indicates an aspect of the empirical nature existing both from the objective and from the subjective point of view. Durkheim did not see the difficulty of this position essentially because he had not systematically made the distinction developed above, nor had he worked out all the implications. His position is no doubt correct when exactly qualified. For the scientific observer, the moral ideals of the individuals he studies and the rules of action based on these are undoubtedly real factors of action, the nature and effects of which are subject to the rational analysis of science. After all, this is what Durkheim and many other scholars understand by nature, a set of phenomena subject to scientific analysis. In this sense, a science de moeurs is perfectly reasonable and possible. It is what Durkheim calls sociology. But this must be regarded as an explanatory science, not a normative one, even if the phenomena it is supposed to explain are norms in their relation to human action. This science is not interested in explaining the moral validity of norms, but in their causal efficacy. The fact that in this science, as in any other, at a given stage of development certain facts concerning the phenomena being studied remain unexplained is no valid reason for underestimating its scientific achievements or potential possibilities. All the empirical sciences are, in this respect, in the same situation. The empirical element, in any body of knowledge, is necessarily a non-rational element comparable to a mystical intuition. The scholar can only point to it and say, "This is how I interpret it." The function of theory in a science is to reduce this empirical element to a minimum, and theoretical progress consists precisely in finding a rational explanation of facts that had previously been known only on an empirical basis. In Durkheim's early work, the diversity of social types is such an empirical fact, which was later made explicable. In its general lines, as we have said, Durkheim's sociological doctrine is correct in this sector and its importance cannot be underestimated. Many difficulties and confusion arose due to the fact that, like all positivists, he was not exclusively interested in a sociological doctrine, but also in an ethical theory in the positivist sense, i.e. in scientific ethics. This prevented him from deepening the analysis until obtaining a truly coherent general system of theory and methodology. It is a requirement of scientific ethics that all elements of action, with the exception of logical reasoning, must be, to the actor, facts of the external world in the scientific sense. But as we have repeatedly observed, this hypothesis is wholly irreconcilable with the nature of the ultimate values of action. 679, considered as factors, not as concrete ends or other concrete elements. However, Durkheim did not see this irreconcilability. The analysis we carried out above, which elaborates what can be considered legitimate implications of his position, actually precedes his own thinking in this phase. However, this was necessary to grasp its most significant content. There is, however, a position of possible compromise which is in effect the one he assumes. If the ends, like the other elements of the action, are to be considered facts, and if the distinction between the actor's and the observer's points of view is not clearly established, there is a category of ends which responds quite well to these requisites, the ends actually embodied in the norms in force in a concrete community. The existence of these common norms is an observable fact. They are found in legal codes, in religious doctrines, in concrete customs. Their essentially normative character for the actor may be less clear because of this relatively concrete existence. At the same time, for the actor, and this is the point of view that counts on the ethical level, these norms are also, relatively, comparable to facts. To the extent that they really regulate the life of the community, they are established facts. Their violation entails both external consequences, in the form of sanctions, and internal ones. Above all, as long as attention is paid, as necessarily happens on an ethical level, to the situation of the concrete individual and not to the general analysis of the elements of the action, the distinction between fact or condition and norm escapes. On the other hand, those ethical ideals of individuals which are not shared by the community do not meet these requirements and tend not to be taken into consideration. This explains how Durkheim, while going so far in recognizing the true nature of the normative control of individual action, was on the one hand able to maintain so much of the positivist position in his ethical doctrine and on the other was induced to raise the social norm to a position of exclusive validity, eliminating individual ethical independence. At this point he had moved so far away from orthodox positivism that he exposed himself to criticism from positivists and utilitarians in terms of scientific rigor. For them he was a metaphysician. The ethical idealists, on the other hand, reproached him for having rejected a fundamental position, the moral autonomy of the individual, and went so far as to accuse him of materialism. Despite these ethically legitimate objections, we must not underestimate the immense sociological importance of Durkheim's theories. He has not only thoroughly studied the nature of social control, but also the function and importance of moral conformity. It is a fact that social existence largely depends on the moral consensus of its members and that a radical crisis of this consensus would lead to social extinction. Whoever has an essentially utilitarian theoretical preparation is led to ignore this fact, with the related practical and theoretical consequences. 680. Instead, Durkheim offers an explanation of why the growing diversity of opinion in the ethical field would be associated with social instability, with anomie rather than, as liberals tend to believe, with an increase in happiness. However, the immense importance of this result is not a reason to adopt an attitude of unconditional approval and to refrain from highlighting the problems that remain open. Despite the recognition of the specific nature of moral phenomena, Durkheim's persistent adherence to positivism tends to make him minimize the difference between these phenomena and other natural facts treated by positive science. We can briefly point out here two aspects of this difference that he does not adequately highlight. Despite the possibility that norms, including ethical ideals, are treated as empirical phenomena by the observer, it must never be forgotten that they are phenomena of a particular type, that they are, for acting individuals, norms, ideals. What is observable about them is not a concrete state of existence, but the fact that the acting individuals regard such a state of affairs as desirable, and therefore may be said to seek to bring about it. 681. But whether and to what extent it will be achieved is not a problem whose solution is given by the mere existence of ideal norms as such. It remains a problem, conditioned by the effort of the individuals who act and by the conditions in which they act. This active element of men's relationship with norms, its creative and voluntaristic side, is precisely what the positivist approach tends to minimize, as it coincides with the passive and receptive attitude which constitutes the ideal of an empirical scientist. Durkheim does not escape this limit, even in this late phase of his development. This is essentially the foundation of the position, often attributed to him, of assuming the status quo as an ideal condition. Treating ideals as facts risks idealizing any fact of which one is aware. The only way to avoid this danger is to insist continually on the particular character of ideals as elements of action and on their radical distinction from elements of the situation. Of the actor, the conditioning elements. From these considerations it follows not only that an empiricist methodological position is untenable in the sciences dealing with human action, but that the abstraction involved in some concepts of these sciences, or at least in the most important ones, is of a characteristic type. The most fundamental feature of Durkheim's shift of position that we have been discussing is the transition of social elements from what is, in subjective terms, a fact or conditioning status to a normative status. This is what makes the distinction between the objective and the subjective point of view so vital, since the symmetry between the two positions as regards the status of normative elements is lost. From an objective point of view, they are elements of fact, otherwise they would not be observable and would have no place in a body of scientific knowledge. At the same time, however, from a subjective point of view, their status is radically different. It is the status of ideal normative elements which, if they have a de facto reference, are not to a truly existing state of affairs, but all at the most to a state of affairs which could not be achieved or maintained without particular effort. Its realization is conditioned by the fact that the actor introduces changes to the current state of things, or prevents certain changes from occurring. 682. The difference between normative and non-normative elements results most clearly in the type of concept that refers to a potentially or fictitiously concrete entity or state of affairs. A normative concept is not abstract only as, for example, the conception of a frictionless machine is abstract, i.e. in the sense that it does not currently exist. It is also abstract in the sense that if it existed, or could exist, independently of action in the particular concrete context in question, it could not have normative value because a normative concept always refers to a state of affairs which cannot be determined or maintained independently of action. At least in the terms of mechanical theory, the idea of a frictionless machine has no influence on the action of wheels, joints, cylinders, and valves. This idea does not work in the sense of reducing friction, except by the intervention of a technician, that is, by a process of action. But it is instead legitimate to believe that the idea of equality affects the behavior of human beings and in some sense actually works to reduce inequality. Thus the concept of the social type, so important for Durkheim, does not refer to the specific structure of the complex of existing social relations, but rather to the complex of normative elements in concrete society. In these terms we must look for some of the most important differentiating elements. The divergence of social types, as Durkheim treats it, is predominantly a problem of divergence between common systems of values. If this normative character of many concepts of action theory is not always kept in mind, confusion will inevitably ensue. Another difficulty that we can detect refers to the way in which the relationship of the individual with social reality is conceived. As we have seen, the traditional positivistic approach considers a concrete unit by studying the action exercised on it by external forces. In the social sciences, by applying this procedure to the human individual, we arrive at the attempt to consider the concrete individual and study the action of social forces on him. Thus society is considered an environment, and even if it is not spatially separated from the individual, the latter can be defined as a concrete entity regardless of society. In subjective terms it constitutes for him a category of facts. But if the social element becomes a constitutive element of the concrete personality of the individual, then his relationship to society must be considered in very different terms. He is not placed in a social environment in the same way that he participates in an ordinary social life. In this specific sense, the relationship must be considered in organic and non-mechanistic terms. Without a well-defined system of values, shared in part by the other members of the community, the concrete individual is not conceivable. In this way we go beyond the vague general concept of an organic relationship, the specific moral element defines it much more exactly. But even here we must be cautious in interpretation. What we have in common is not simply the empirical fact of some common features of concrete behavior. Behind this, and such as to explain it at least in part, is the common ideals and norms of which common behavior is a partial realization. Thus the normative element must be brought into play again. In biology, an organ is considered in a simply de facto and not a normative relationship with the total organism. 683, there is a functional relationship between the part and the whole. In the case of the social factor, the individual is not simply in this sense part of society, but also participates in a community of values whose existence is necessary and partly explains his functional role. The function of institutions. The problems we have been discussing demonstrate that Durkheim had not reached a definitive conclusion in the development of his thought, but only a transition point. He then made an important breakthrough, but this is so closely related to his study of religion and his interest in a completely different set of empirical problems that we think it best to leave the discussion of its application to the theory of religion to the following chapter. Social control. First, however, it may be useful to outline briefly, in a systematic way, the positive scheme of Durkheim's theory of social control. His interest was so concentrated on the new points of his theory that one can have the impression that the other elements were neglected, indeed he never explicitly related them to each other. Following a logical point of view, we will first set out the positions to which, chronologically, Durkheim arrived later. The logical starting points are these: that one of the most important elements of human action analyzed in general terms is the system of ultimate values. These values appear to the individual, in one respect, as ultimate ends, which come to be formulated more or less explicitly. In an organized system, the organization of the system will make manifest a limited number of principles governing conduct. Applied to the permanent regulation of behavior through a set of relatively fixed conditions, this value system also finds expression in a set of norms. They not only serve as the ends of specific acts and complexes of acts, but globally, or largely, regulate the complex of the individual's action. For a large number of actions, indeed the majority, the norms do not define immediate ends, but rather the ways and conditions under which the actions, in pursuit of the immediate ends, should or could be performed. Thus, from the analysis of Durkheim's thought emerges the distinction between two types of relationship between values and concrete action: the first, which defines the immediate ends of specific complexes of actions; the second, which is incorporated in a series of rules which regulate a series of specific actions. Durkheim was more directly interested in the second than in the first type of relationship. The conditions of coexistence of a plurality of human beings in the same physical space are such that the normative elements cannot arouse adherence and be realized if there is a random plurality of ultimate values. The ultimate values of the individual members of the same community must be, to a significant extent, integrated into a common system. Furthermore, Durkheim and others, particularly Piaget, demonstrated that not only are existing value systems integrated into a social system, but that individual ultimate values come into being in the process of social interaction. Thus Durkheim in his analysis of anomy and in moral education indicated how the majority of individuals, in the absence of a relatively stable system of social norms, undergo a disintegration of the personality which destroys the moral element of conduct. Piaget similarly demonstrated that not only moral attitudes, but also the logical thinking on which morality depends, develops as an aspect of the child's socialization process. This confirms the negative assertion of the impossibility of a strictly utilitarian society. The moral reality in which Durkheim's sociology is interested is therefore the system of ultimate values, common to the members of the community, in its relation to their individual actions. Given that external conditions do not exclusively determine specific social forms, in general it is probable that each social community is characterized, independently of its relations of genesis and diffusion with the others, by a system which is, in many respects, particular. Furthermore, this system will be in a double relationship with the individuals who are part of it, on the one hand, as it defines the direct ends of specific acts and complexes of acts, on the other, as a body of rules that regulate all actions, regardless of the diversity of their immediate ends. The more these immediate ends are, in the means-end concatenation, far from the system of ultimate values that sanctions the system of norms, the more the norms will appear to the individuals, who are subject to them, morally neutral, that is, mere conditions of action. And since the ends of the vast majority of practical activities are very far from the ultimate value 684, there is a strong tendency towards transgression. In itself, indeed, the attitude that considers the norm as a morally neutral condition does not entail any reason for obedience. Just as we try to remove the physical obstacles to the realization of our ends, insofar as this is within our faculties, so we try, under certain circumstances, to overcome the social obstacles. As Durkheim observes, the capacity for expansion of desires in the absence of normative control is unlimited. The growing demand for means of wish fulfillment, in particular for certain abstract means, power and wealth, has no foreseeable limit. It follows that the system of regulatory controls is continually subject to a bombardment of interests. A weakening of the control exercised by the moral authority must be matched by the intervention of a substitute element which takes the form of sanctions, that is, there is the substitution, as a motivation for obedience, of undesirable consequences external to the moral sense of duty. Thus, from the ultimate meaning attributed by Durkheim to constraint, the logic of the situation leads back to the latter. Both have their place in the concrete functioning of social norms. But we need to delve deeper into their mutual relationship. The difficulty of assuming constraint, in the sense of sanction, as the basis for the realization of a system of norms, is that it cannot be generalized. The Hobbesian theory is the classic attempt, and it fails, in part because a form of organization is needed to apply coercion, which cannot itself be based on coercion in the same sense. Hobbes is forced to attribute to men, at the crucial point of the formation of the contract with the sovereign, an unrealistic ability to understand their own interests, and to resort to an element of legitimacy, derived from this contract, which transcends constraint in the sense of sanction. Thus the main foundation for the effectiveness of a system of norms lies in the moral authority it exercises. Sanctions are only a secondary support. Durkheim insists on this point in his interpretation of the role of punishment 685. The theory of punishment that understands coercion as a sanction is, of course, the theory of deterrence. It is generally believed that the function of punishment is to prevent the transgression of the law by exploiting the fear of the consequences that may derive from it. Durkheim demonstrates, empirically, that punishment performs this function to a limited extent. Rather, it is a symbolic expression of the community's attitude towards the crime. Severe punishment is a way of reaffirming the sacredness of the rule that the offender has transgressed. It has a symbolic rather than a utilitarian importance, a relationship which, as we shall see in the next chapter, is of great importance to Durkheim. If this were not the case, the most severe punishments would be linked to the most frequent crimes rather than to those considered more serious, which, on an empirical level, is absolutely not true. 686. From this derives another important consequence. If the transgressor's attitude towards the rule is truly the morally neutral one of calculating the consequences, the more the sanctions, effectively applied, will act in a preventive sense. But if a norm is accepted as a moral obligation, this attitude of calculation fails. In general, the ordinary citizen's horror at murder is such that he could only commit it under the influence of an exceptional emotional force, and therefore the calculation is completely out of the question. Durkheim's theory of punishment offers here a satisfactory explanation, which the theory of deterrence is unable to provide. As far as crime is concerned in a well-integrated community, this is certainly the most important case. However, the fundamental distinction between these two types of constraint on the conceptual level must not lead to the erroneous conclusion that they are mutually exclusive in concrete life. In terms of Durkheim's theory, the severity of the punishment depends mainly on the fact that a firm general belief about the sanctity of a norm, the strength of the moral attachment to it, demand an equivalent reaction in the face of its violation. An integrated social situation, that is, a situation in which individuals feel morally bound by the body of law, will tend to be characterized by severe penalties for transgression of the same. The existence of these sanctions does not necessarily indicate a tendency to transgress the rules, quite the opposite. In such a society, if an individual or a small group adopts a morally neutral attitude towards the norms, it is still in their interest to conform to them. 687. We must distinguish two, in a certain sense opposite, reasons for the existence of severe sanctions, as Durkheim himself indicated in an important article. 688, on the one hand, their presence is an index of the strength of the collective conscience, on the other, of the crisis of control based on moral authority and the need for a substitute element. In a society, therefore, there is a body of norms of action, expression of the common ultimate values. From a certain point of view, the integration of society must be evaluated by the extent to which these rules are observed as assumed as a moral obligation. But in addition to this, the motive of interest operates which, considering the rules essentially as conditions of action, is based on the comparative advantage deriving to the individual from obedience and disobedience and from the acceptance of the sanctions that one will have to undergo. Once a body of norms is firmly established, it remains intact, despite marked changes in motivations, as interests develop which favor the maintenance of the system. But the ultimate origin of the power on which the sanctions are based is the common sense of moral attachment to the norms. The weaker this becomes, the greater the number of people who do not share it, the more the order in society will be precarious. A community founded on interest is in fact very fragile and can be destroyed in its vital points by even minor changes. A social order based solely on self-interest and therefore ultimately on sanctions is perhaps theoretically conceivable but hardly feasible in practice. On the one hand, in fact, the greater the need for sanctions, the weaker the ultimate force on which they are based. On the other, the conditions of social life being what they are, it is difficult to avoid long-term alterations capable of demolishing such a fragile and unstable order, except perhaps in cases in which total isolation from disturbing forces occurs. 689. Thus from this phase of Durkheim's thought emerges, still in schematic form, a theory of social control on the basis of the schema of action. From a very different initial starting position, his scheme developed until it corresponded in all its essential lines to what we outlined above by analyzing Pareto's theory. The differences are not in the results, but in the process by which the respective conclusions were reached. Pareto began with the analysis of the individual act in terms of the means-end schema. From this emerged the fundamental distinction between normative and non-normative elements in systems of means-end relationships. Only following a more profound development of the logic relating to the conception of the systems of such relationships, did he mature the conception of a common system of ultimate ends and of the system of ends of a community. The resulting conception of the social action system has definitively surpassed the atomism that historically had been so closely linked to the use of the means-ends scheme. Durkheim also began with some elements taken from the intrinsic analysis of the means-ends relationship and referring to the scientific standard of rationality, but his way of proceeding differed from that of Pareto, and only in a much later phase did a rapprochement of the two positions take place. The sociological theorem was the result of the first critical orientation that he assumed in the face of his problems. At first he tried to fit this position into the initial subjective schema, distinguishing social reality as an independent category of facts concerning the external world perceived by the actor. This approach helped to confuse the specific nature of the normative elements, but through the various stages we have indicated it gradually proved untenable and was replaced, albeit not completely, by a radically different system of analysis. In the first place, the fact that he underlined the role of norms in the determination of action on an empirical level meant that reality was conceived otherwise than as the set of de facto conditions of action. However, the consequences of this position could not be fully understood until the scientific, morally neutral attitude towards the rules, which implied as the main reason for conformism the fear of sanctions 690 was replaced by the attitude of respect, the acceptance of moral obligation. In this way the social element is definitively excluded from the objective category of facts, or conditions of action, and assumes a normative subjective status. The element of constraint exists only as an awareness of an obligation, that of exteriority in the sense that it is a system of binding rules not for a single individual, but common to the members of a society. Thus Durkheim's methodological scheme returns to correspond to the original definition of collective consciousness. Considering that the essence of at least one of the main integrating and ordering elements of the social system is constituted by a system of common values, is perfectly in line with the results of Pareto's analysis. But Durkheim's approach caused him to emphasize a different kind of relationship of this value system to individual action. It was natural that Pareto, thinking in terms of the means-end system in the rational version, as is the case in his second abstract society, expressed the integration of action systems with the concept of the end that society should pursue. Durkheim, on the other hand, had started with the analysis of the social conditions of individual action. Among these he found that a fundamental function was supported by a body of rules independent of the immediate ends of the action. These norms turned out to be susceptible of interpretation as manifestations of the system of values common to the community, and it is on the basis of this that they can exercise moral authority over the individual. To the extent that the immediate ends of particular acts deviate from ultimate ends, through many links in the means-end chain, even though these ultimate ends conform to the common system of ultimate values, the regulating mechanism of explicit or implicit norms is necessary, legal, or customary, which maintain the action, in the various ways indicated above, in accordance with the system itself. The failure of this control mechanism generates enemy, the war of all against all. This body of norms which regulate action in the pursuit of immediate ends, as they exercise a moral authority derivable from a system of common values, can be defined as social institutions. 691. The relationships of these elements with the structure of action systems are not explicitly considered in Pareto's work. 692. However, the function that Durkheim attributes to social institutions is not in contradiction with the analytical scheme that emerged from the discussion of Pareto's work, but constitutes a precious integrative element, which can be inserted into the same theoretical system. On two occasions Durkheim defined sociology as the science of institutions. 693. This definition strictly corresponds to the stage of his thinking. At this stage he was inclined to consider the institutional aspect of social reality of fundamental importance in this sense, a position that will have to be reviewed in the subsequent development of his thought, to which we will devote the next chapter. Durkheim further expanded the analytical framework of action structure, so as to introduce elements intimately related to the concept of the social element which he had formulated, but which he had not adequately addressed in his previous study, nor on the other hand had it been in the various versions of the line of thought in which he had formed. 694. 11. Émile Durkheim 4, the last phase. Religion and epistemology. Durkheim's interest in the phenomena of religion dates back to the early period of his career. They played an important part in the discussion of mechanical solidarity in the division of social labor and then again in the study of the relationship between religion and suicide. Relatively early, in the third volume of the Année sociologique, Durkheim proposed a definition of the concept of religion, but it was only in 1912, about 15 years after the publication of his last far-reaching work, that he published an in-depth study in this field. He had understood from the beginning that there was a very close relationship between religion and social life. 695. But only when the development of his theory of social control had reached the point that we analyzed in the previous chapter did religion find an adequate place in his sociological system. And not only did he bring her back into his system, but the study of religion came to constitute the main empirical element on the basis of which he matured the last phase of development of his general theoretical structure. It is important to note that this conception of the intimate relationship between religion and society was typical of Pareto and Weber, as well as Durkheim. As we have seen, rather vaguely defined religion came to be for Pareto a fundamental element of non-logical action. No doubt it was an element that little attention was paid to by those theorists whose attention went to logical action, in particular those which proposed technological and economic interpretations. Similarly Weber, reacting to Marxist historical materialism, identified the central element, which had been sorely neglected, with religious value systems. Moreover, Max Weber's training was different from that of the other two authors. Here we are interested in emphasizing, however, How Pareto and Durkheim, although more closely linked to positivistic thought, were both interested in the sociology of religion, especially in the later stages of their journey. This interest is undoubtedly significant. There was indeed a tendency in 18th and 19th century positivistic thought to underestimate the importance of religion in general or, with the advent of the theory of evolution, as regards the later stages of the evolutionary process. We have seen that Pareto's interest in these problems coincided with the achievement of a position in radical disagreement with the positivist system, with which, moreover, much of his thought had a close affinity. The same goes for Durkheim. While, as we demonstrated in the last chapter, he had already gone quite far in this direction on other occasions, his study of religion was what completed the process and made his break with positivism irrevocable. In this study Durkheim, instead of carrying out a vast comparative analysis of historical religions, chose the method of crucial experiment, the intensive study of a limited body of facts, those of Australian totemism. We are not interested in the particular aspects of this specific material, but in the general ideas that he developed by analyzing it. For our purposes it is not necessary to follow all the empirical controversies which have arisen over his interpretation of the Australian material 696, or even over the function of totemism in the evolution of religion in general. We do not care whether or not the conclusion that totemism is the most primitive of all religions is correct, for we are concerned here with the basic elements common to all human action in society, both primitive and later. It is worth noting that Durkheim has written a monograph on this subject which, like suicide, is of exceptional importance. By analyzing empirical material of a strictly technical nature, which might appear to be of little general interest, he makes it the occasion for an extremely sharp theoretical reasoning. Thus, while the elementary forms of religious life is, in one respect, a technical monograph on Australian totemism, it is at the same time one of the most important works on sociological theory. Indeed, a monograph can only be the best kind of empirical study when it is at the same time a theoretical study. Durkheim had the ability to combine these two aspects in a way that is exemplary for the sociological literature. Unfortunately, it is unlikely that many can reach his level. Religious ideas. From a theoretical point of view, in the elementary forms of religious life there are two different elements, albeit connected to each other, a theory of religion and an epistemology. We will immediately deal with the first, since it constitutes the indispensable link between the previous study and epistemology. Durkheim begins his discussion by making two fundamental distinctions. The first is that between the sacred and the profane 697. It is a classification in the context of two categories, mainly it concerns concrete things, even if not always material things. However, the two classes are not distinguished starting from any intrinsic property of the things themselves, but in relation to human attitudes towards them. Sacred things are determined on the basis of a particular attitude of respect which is expressed in different ways. They are considered endowed with particular virtues and special faculties, and contact with them is either particularly beneficial or particularly dangerous, or both. Above all, man's relationships with sacred things are not considered as something ordinary, but always as particular attitudes, of particular respect and caution. Anticipating a result of the subsequent analysis, we can say that sacred things are distinguished by the fact that men do not treat them in terms of utility, do not use them as means for the ends for which they too are suitable, by virtue of their intrinsic properties, but keep them apart from these profane things. As Durkheim 698 says, the profane activity par excellence is economic activity. The attitude of calculation of utility is the antithesis of respect for sacred objects 699. From the point of view of utility, what would be more natural than for the Australian to kill and eat his totem animal? But since it is a sacred object, this is precisely what he cannot do. If he eats it, it is only on ceremonial occasions, situations absolutely distinct from the satisfaction of need. Thus sacred things, precisely because they exclude this relation of utility, are surrounded by taboos and restrictions of all kinds. Religion deals with sacred things. The second fundamental distinction is that between two categories of religious phenomena, beliefs and rites. The former are a form of thought, the latter of action. But the two are inseparable and fundamental to every religion. If we don't know the beliefs, the ritual of a religion is incomprehensible. However, the fact that the two things are inseparable does not imply any particular relationship of priority. The problem, at this moment, is that of distinction. Religious beliefs, therefore, are beliefs concerning sacred things, their origin, function, and importance for man. Rites are actions performed in relation to sacred things. 700. A religion is for Durkheim a solidary system, solid air, of beliefs and practices relating to sacred things, that is, separate and forbidden things, which unite all those who adhere to them in a single moral community, called the Church. 701. This last criterion will be dealt with later, since the process by which it is arrived at cannot be understood without deepening the analysis of the other criteria. As we have already seen in Durkheim's previous work, the starting point here is again a critical attitude. At the beginning of the book he observes that such a persistent and constant element in human life as is religion is inconceivable if the ideas associated with it were mere illusions. 702, that is, if they did not reflect any reality. Thus he begins with a critique of the schools of thought which have, on the one hand, made religious ideas the principal element of religion and, on the other hand, have sought to derive these ideas from men's impressions of the empirical world. This is the typical setting of his initial schema, the problem of what, from the actor's point of view, is the reality reflected in the ideas, the representations in terms of which he acts. The two groups of theories on which Durkheim focuses his criticism are what he terms animism and naturism. 703. In both cases the criticism of him is formulated above all in these terms, namely that they reduce religious ideas to illusions. They turn them into pre-scientific explanations of phenomena susceptible of satisfactory explanation in scientific terms, on the one hand, psychological, on the other, physical. The phenomena of dreams and natural events such as hurricanes, volcanic eruptions, and eclipses have nothing mysterious for modern man and do not require supernatural explanations. One might think that by starting in this way Durkheim proceeded in the argument of him by way of elimination. Since neither psychological nor external natural facts can be the facts present in religious ideas, and since such ideas cannot be merely primitive non-scientific interpretations of these facts, there must be a third category of facts which they correctly reflect. And since there is only one other such category in observable nature, the social one, the reality reflected in religious ideas must be social reality, hence Durkheim's thesis of the social character of religion. This is indeed a permanent element in Durkheim's argument, it is an element left to him from the initial stages of his thought and therefore needs a revision in the light of the analysis carried out in the last chapter. But it must also be kept in mind as connected to another one, which we will deal with in the following pages. Only by observing the two elements in their interrelation can we understand some important aspects of his theory. Durkheim established the fundamental distinction between the sacred and the profane. He is therefore not only interested in the problem of the reality of the entities represented in religious ideas, but also in that of the origin of their peculiar sacredness. Thus, together with what has been said about their illusory nature, a second element of criticism of the theories of animism and naturism emerges. Not only do they fail to demonstrate that real facts underlie religious ideas, but those facts they adduce are not such as to constitute the origin of their property of sacredness. We know a true explanation of dreams in individual psychology, but in the individual as such, as an object of psychology, there is nothing sacred. He is a mass of selfish desires, impulses, and sensations, which are not particularly respected. Similarly, the true explanation of external natural events strips them of the character of sacredness, they are all reducible to natural laws, which are, from the scholar's point of view, morally and emotionally neutral. More generally, the particular respect that is the distinctive feature of sacred things has no place in the simply cognitive attitude of the scientist, which is so often present in Durkheim's thought and seems to be the starting point for the search for the reality underlying the religious ideas. This attitude of respect strikes the reader of Durkheim's work by its analogy with the individual's attitude towards regulative norms, towards which the actor feels a sense of moral obligation. There is the same disinterest, the same lack of calculation of possible advantage. The distinction between the sacred and the profane belongs to this later phase of Durkheim's development and does not fit into his positivistic system. It corresponds to the distinction between moral obligation and individual interest. But how are these concepts related? Are they simply the same thing expressed in different terms? There appear to be two important differences. The starting point of Durkheim's analysis of social control is the existence of a series of more or less concretely homogeneous phenomena, the moral norms established by custom and by law. These norms are distinguished by their intrinsic characteristics from other phenomena that interest the sociologist, for example, suicide. They are prescriptions about how individuals are expected to behave in particular circumstances. Although norms are not physical phenomena, they are empirical objects recognizable by their intrinsic properties. It is not the same for sacred objects considered as a category. Secondly, if the interpretation of the causal function of moral norms implies an important modification of the positivistic concept of causality in terms of natural determinism, a substantial similarity remains. Since the analysis of the function of norms is reducible to terms of the means-end relationship, there is undoubtedly an intrinsic relationship between the end, the means, and the norm, similar in some way to that existing between physical cause and effect. The rationality of the action, that is, depends on a knowledge of the intrinsic properties of the means and on the foreseeable consequences of a behavior in compliance with the norm 704. Recognition of the role of ultimate common values in action does not alter this fundamental pattern. But in both cases the interpretation and explanation of the nature of sacred things involves difficulties. This appears immediately in an attempt to distinguish between the sacred and the profane. As Durkheim observes, concrete objects to which a sacred character is attributed seem to have nothing in common except precisely their sacredness. These can be inanimate objects, plants, animals, natural phenomena, spiritual beings, mythical characters, laws, ways of behavior, and so on. Hence, he completely abandons the attempt to formulate a distinction in these terms and refers to the attitude of individuals towards these things. As far as intrinsic properties are concerned, anything can be sacred, everything is sacred as long as men consider it so, it is their belief that makes it sacred. We have said that Durkheim criticizes naturalistic and animistic theories of religion, arguing that they do not explain the element of sacredness proper to sacred things. But he goes further and gives a deeper reason for their inadequacy. They try to identify, as the origin of religious attitudes, empirical phenomena whose intrinsic properties are such as to determine this particular attitude of respect. Hence the insistence on the unusual, solemn, or terrifying aspects of nature, such as the hurricane and the earthquake. And Durkheim concludes that the fundamental reason for the untenability of these theories is that they incorrectly formulate the problem of the origin of sacredness, which does not consist at all in the intrinsic properties of the concrete sacred object, but is rather, as he himself says, superimposed on these properties 705. That is to say, the relationship of the sacred object to the attitude of respect is not a cause and effect relationship. The sacred object is a symbol. This means above all that its importance, value, or meaning is not inherent in the intrinsic properties of the symbol itself, but in the thing symbolized, which is by definition something else. Secondly, that, insofar as it is a symbol, it has no intrinsic causal relationship with its meaning, with the thing it symbolizes, but the relationship existing between them is in these terms arbitrary, conventional 706. If this is admitted, the problem must be placed on an entirely different basis. It is no longer of interest to find a category of things, whose particular intrinsic properties can serve as the reality capable of justifying the belief in the sacredness of things. In general, the question of why at a given time and in a given place some concrete things are sacred and others are not becomes of secondary interest. The important question is rather what is the other term of the symbolic relation, given that a symbol implies a thing symbolized. This can also lead to the explanation of a very complex problem, that of finding some unity in the confused variety of sacred things. Indeed, from this point of view, their characteristic of empirical heterogeneity may not be important. Unity and order may consist in the things symbolized and not in the symbols. The implications of all this for action can best be dealt with after Durkheim's theory of ritual has been examined. But it can be observed right now that the starting point is the same that was assumed in the treatment of religious ideas. Just as in the interpretation of religious ideas Durkheim abandons the attempt to discover an intrinsic causal relationship between things held sacred and the cause of that character, so with the actions of religious ritual, it should not, for example, be considered a rational technique for multiplying the totemic species, but its importance lies on a different level. It is symbolic. In both cases the fundamental error of the other theories has been to confuse intrinsic and symbolic relationships. From this confusion arises the predominant positivist conception of the irrationality of religion, since symbolism has no place in the positivist scheme of analysis. Indeed, science cannot provide a model. It is true that Durkheim, following his positivistic inclination, seeks the reality which underlies religious ideas. He holds that they cannot be representations either of the external environment or of individual human nature, of heredity, because, in the first place, if they were they should be regarded as erroneous representations, and consequently liable to nullify themselves under criticism. Scientific. Secondly, and more importantly, these categories of reality cannot be the origin of the peculiar quality of respect, which is the distinguishing feature of sacred things. But if religious ideas are not mere illusions, they must correspond to an observable external reality. There is such a reality, society, which also responds to the fundamental requirements expressed in Durkheim's analysis. Respect is the attitude created by something that has for us the character of moral ascendancy. 707. Mere physical strength can generate fear, not respect. Society is a moral reality and is the only empirical entity that meets the requirements of the problem and has moral authority over man. By this route Durkheim arrived at his famous proposition, that God or any other sacred object is a symbolic representation of society. Perhaps no other proposition could provoke a more serious and immediate reaction in religious circles. The one who started by claiming the value of religion against those who wanted to resolve it into illusion concludes in an even more questionable, materialistic proposition than those formulated by those he criticizes. Indeed, what else is his formulation if not making religion a cult of the flesh, of what is only human and earthly? It is better, however, before making a judgment, to delve into the implications of this position. The identification of religious reality with society surprises and shocks, above all because it is assumed that everyone knows, without the need for analysis, what society is. It is a part of nature, something clearly distinct from the divine. But, as we saw in the last chapter, the distance between the social element and the rest of nature had been, for Durkheim, progressively increasing. The distinction between moral authority and self-interest is not simply a distinction of degree, it is qualitative. Durkheim would be ready to admit that socio-moral reality is, in an important sense, ideal. 708. What is the meaning in this situation of pointing to society as the basis of religion? Does it make society even more similar to nature or does it increase its distance? Undoubtedly it increases it. We have already had to conclude that collective representations, insofar as they constitute the cognitive element in a common value system exercising moral authority, do not stand in the same relation to the external world as those elements of the subjective which constitute the scientifically verifiable knowledge of the means and conditions of action. The reason for this has been found to be the normative character of the elements of value in relation to action, that what is of normative importance must be analytically distinguished from all elements which have a function in the action situation. Thus far Durkheim's attention in this regard has been limited to rules of action, of the kind involved in contract law. It is true that these have a cognitive aspect, in the sense that norms can be formulated, the words in the statement have meanings which can be interpreted, just as the meanings of other words can be interpreted, and the propositions thus stated have logical implications for each other, in the form of logically consistent or not logically consistent relationships, and implications for action. But all this does not imply any reference that transcends the propositions themselves, with the exception of the hypothetical state of realization of the norms. At this point Durkheim turns to a different category of action-related cognitive elements, religious ideas. These are not, as such, norms of action. Their content is neither a set of rules nor a future state of affairs, but implies existential references to what contemporary things, people, entities are for the actor. The ideas concern the behavior of these things and their relations with man. They are sacred things. Religious ideas do not necessarily have any immediate relation to action. Insofar as they are of interest to the present discussion, they do not contain a system of norms but a system of existential propositions. A point emerges from Durkheim's discussion, namely that they deal with sacred things, and sacred things are defined by the identity of the attitude of men towards them and towards the norms towards which they recognize a moral obligation. This attitude identity connects the two categories of cognitive elements. But Durkheim takes the analysis further. Some of these sacred things are, concretely, empirical objects, observable through common scientific procedures, such as stones, pieces of wood, clothing, places, forms of action. The characteristic of this class is that sacred things, when considered in isolation from the context of the action, do not differ, on an intrinsic level, in any detectable respect, from things of the same class which are not sacred. Sacred stones are not distinguishable, by chemical or mineralogical analysis, from profane stones. So sacredness is a property, as Durkheim says, superimposed on their intrinsic properties. Also there is another class of sacred things which are not empirically observable. They are spirits, gods, mythical characters, etc. On the basis of these facts Durkheim concludes, as we have observed, that sacredness is a quality which can be understood not in terms of any intrinsic property common to sacred things, but in terms of a peculiarity of their relation to men, a symbolic relationship 709. So far Durkheim's position seems perfectly acceptable. The difficulty arises at the next stage, when it comes to specifying the symbolic reference of religious ideas, their meaning. Symbols cannot be symbols unless there is another term in the relationship. Durkheim returns to a pattern of thought that he had already overcome. He tries to consider the religious symbol as comparable to the symbols implied in scientific propositions, as constituting part of a fact whose meaning must be sought in an observable characteristic of the empirical world. He is thus brought back to what is, essentially, another conception of the kind of theory he rejected. Religious ideas are thus reduced to being distorted representations of an empirical reality which is susceptible of a correct analysis by the work of empirical science, in this case sociology. But all the analysis of the structure of action carried out in this study is based on the discussion of the legitimacy of a total assimilation, even of the cognitive aspect, of action seen subjectively to the methodological scheme of science. To do so is ultimately to eliminate the creative function of the actor by means of the normative elements of action. Pareto had explicitly rejected this position, stating that a society based on reason does not exist and cannot exist. The analysis carried out in the previous chapter, during which Durkheim's gradual recognition of the normative character of the social element emerged, made his position very similar to that of Pareto. The doctrine of which we are now speaking must be considered as a tendency on the part of Durkheim to return to the previous positivistic scheme. Analytically, religious ideas cannot refer to any empirical reality if one believes that they represent the main existential cognitive element of the complex of ultimate values 710. Indeed, this process restores Durkheim from a valid analytic position to a position of empiricism. Instead of the common normative element, the society symbolized in religious ideas becomes the concrete social group. This is effectively an empirically observable entity, which the concrete individual is able to observe, analogously to what a scientific observer does. The interpretation of Durkheim as a religious materialist is mainly based on this, and it corresponds to the problem dealt with in the last chapter in the discussion of moral conformism. Positivism has been defined, for the purposes of this study, as the doctrine according to which positive science is man's only important cognitive relationship with external reality. In this case, Durkheim remains faithful to the positivist position. The only way to overcome his difficulties, including a new version of the problem inherent in the concept of collective mentality, consists in a critique of the basis of this position. Durkheim's main observation, that religious ideas have a symbolic meaning, is not tenable if one claims that the reference is to an aspect of empirical experience capable of scientific analysis. Nor is it tenable if all references are excluded, since a meaningless symbol ceases to be a symbol. There is, however, a third possibility, namely that the reference is made to aspects of reality which are significant for human experience and life, even though they are outside the scope of scientific observation and analysis. The position according to which ideas which do not correspond to the criteria of scientific methodology have an important role for human action, not only for their diffusion, but also for the fact that they are in significant relationship with the real forces that regulate the action, has been extensively discussed in the course of this study, particularly in the treatment of Pareto's work. It can therefore be considered out of the question. There are then only two possible alternatives left. 1. Either these ideas must be explained exclusively in terms of ignorance and error, or 2. There must be a significant element that falls outside the scope of scientific methodology. We have already demonstrated the unacceptability of the first of the two alternatives in Pareto terms. If there is one conclusion to be drawn from Pareto's work, it is essentially that he considers non-scientific theories not only as such because of ignorance and error, but also because of the function that non-experimental elements play in them. Durkheim has proposed another possibility of interpretation, which however involves, as we have demonstrated, insurmountable difficulties. It therefore seems appropriate to examine the implications of the second alternative. It will have been noted that reality, which would constitute the symbolic reference of religious ideas, has only been defined negatively, as a residual category. It is non-empirical. Furthermore, care was taken not to define it as a concrete object or a system of objects. The statement is rather limited to aspects or elements of concrete reality. In positive terms, it goes no further than the proposition that the individual's situation as an actor is such that an orientation towards non-empirical aspects of the universe, its life and experience, is significant. It cannot be set aside as unknowable and forgotten. Before concluding this study, we shall set forth a further proposition concerning his relation to the non-empirical. But it is important to proceed with extreme caution in order to avoid statements that are not rigorously required by the logic of reasoning. We have not yet answered a major issue. Why does symbolism have a different function in the relationships of the individual with the non-empirical aspects of reality than that of relationships with the empirical world? To answer this question, a further study of the analysis of the structure of knowledge is necessary. Just as the means-ends relationship seems to be fundamental to the examination of action from the subjective point of view for all doing, so the subject-object relationship is equally fundamental to all knowledge. It cannot be overlooked without turning human experience into meaningless chaos. All knowledge is, from the subjective point of view, a set of symbols, generally linguistic, which are in significant reciprocal relationships. Scientific propositions are no exceptions to this rule, but in this case there is only what can be called a simple symbolic relationship. The symbol stone refers directly, through a complex of organized sensory perceptions, to a class of concrete empirical objects distinguished on the basis of certain criteria. But if a stone is at the same time a religious symbol, there is a double symbolic reference when one speaks or thinks of the word stone, or a detail of its class: first the reference of the word to the object, secondly the reference of the object to what it symbolizes. In the case of an imaginary entity, the situation is essentially the same, except that the immediate reference of the original linguistic symbol is not mediated in the same way through sensory elements. The experience we have of Zeus is different from what we have of a stone. The explanation of this double incidence of symbolism in the non-empirical field seems to be the following: the very fact that non-empirical reality cannot be observed scientifically demonstrates that there is no empirical object of the external world which can serve as a reference of the objective symbol. Therefore, given that the experience of this reality must be fixed in cognitive symbols, functionally analogous to those of scientific propositions, two possibilities open up. Either the meaning refers to a real object of empirical experience, which then becomes a material symbol, or an imaginary object is constructed. The need to think in terms of such cognitive symbols in order to visualize and materialize the content of religious experience must be attributed only to human beings as we know them. On a certain philosophical and mystical level, however, this intermediate symbolism tends to be eliminated. An analysis of social conditions and the consequences accompanying such tendencies could clarify why intermediate symbolism actually plays such an important role in human life. The discussion can now be returned to the problem of the relation of religious ideas to action. An eminent historian of religion has defined religion as the complex of active attitudes of men towards those parts of their life and their environment which do not appear to them to be totally controlled, conditioned, or understood by human work, and all that they do, say, or think by virtue of such attitudes. 7-11. Religious ideas can therefore be defined as those ideas which individuals have about aspects of their life and their environment which are unknown to them, which they deem unknowable by the ordinary procedures of positive science or common sense, and towards who, moreover, are required to take an active attitude. Religious ideas, therefore, can be considered the cognitive link between men's active attitudes and the non-empirical aspects of their world. The action is not only significantly oriented, as the positivists believe, towards the reality interpreted by science in rational terms, but also towards the non-empirical reality. Rational techniques analyzable in terms of the intrinsic means and schema, including the function of empirical knowledge in that analysis, can be considered part of our system of orientation towards empirical reality. Religion, on the other hand, is a human way of orienting oneself towards non-empirical reality. The specific content of religious ideas is not determined by the intrinsic characteristics of the non-empirical to a greater extent, and perhaps not even as much, as scientific knowledge is determined by the external world. In both cases there is a subjective element and the knower is not simply a passive recorder of a given experience. But whatever the difference, there is a formal analogy. In the case of religion, as in the technical one, the subjective element can be formulated in terms of active attitudes. But where does the social element intervene? If one accepts Durkheim's conception of the relationship between the sacred and moral obligation, it is undoubtedly the value attitudes examined in the previous analysis that are significant in this context. Religious ideas must therefore be regarded as partially determining, and partially determined, by the ultimate values of men. Since the essence of the social element in the normative sense consists in a common system of value attitudes, it must be expected that the latter are in turn associated with a common system of religious ideas. Thus Durkheim, in his definition of religion, refers to a solidarity system of beliefs, which unite all those who adhere to it into a single moral community. Through their relationship with the moral community, with the system of common values, with everything that the reader of the preceding analysis knows to be implicit in this concept, religious ideas take on a sociological meaning. This is the element of truth that we gather in the definition that religious ideas constitute a symbolic representation of society. 7-12. From the point of view of this study, therefore, it is not possible to admit that the ultimate reality, symbolized by religious ideas, is the reality of society considered either as a concrete entity or as a factor of the latter. It is true, however, that it is in terms of what we term religious ideas that men attempt to arrive at an understanding of the non-empirical aspects of reality with which they are actively connected. For the reasons mentioned above, These ideas on the one hand tend considerably to use symbols as means of expression, on the other hand, to the extent that they are common to the members of a society, they partly determine and partly constitute rationalizations of the ultimate common value 713, which we have repeatedly noted as fundamental elements in determining the action of men in society. Ultimate values, religious ideas, and the forms of human action constitute, to use Pareto's terms, a complex of elements in a condition of mutual interdependence. This is perhaps a more acceptable formulation than Durkheim's own of the elements of scientific truth present in his theory. The fundamental sociological interest of religious ideas lies in the fact that it is primarily in them that the intellectual formulation of the cognitive foundation of the common ultimate values must be sought, which in part determines them, in part it is their expression. Durkheim's theory constitutes, at the same time, an affirmation in new terms of the sociological importance of this element and the indication of a new relationship in which it manifests itself in concrete social life. What previously, at least by Durkheim, was seen in the relation of ethical norms governing conduct only in intrinsic terms, is now seen as expressed in those symbols which had hitherto often been regarded as having no relation to intrinsic problems of human conduct, but forming as an excrescence, an aberration explicable only as the result of erroneous pre-scientific conceptions of empirical reality. After the foregoing, it will be easy to demonstrate how Durkheim came to establish his equation between religious reality and society. Despite the developments of his thought indicated in the last chapter, he had never explicitly or in any other conscious form abandoned his positivist position. This means that no place could be made for elements of reality not susceptible of empirical treatment from the point of view of both the observer and the actor. The worlds of the individual and the cosmic external nature do not correspond to the requirements set by him. This is the result of his critique of animism and naturism. So, excluding these two theories, only one possibility remains: social reality. From the point of view of the observer, the identification of society with the reference object of religious ideas presents a certain plausibility. It is undoubtedly true that, at least in part, our relationships with non-empirical reality are established in relation to the social aspects of life, and not exclusively to the cosmos as we know it scientifically, or to the elements present in individual psychology, nor finally to random individual whims. Furthermore, of the factors that weigh on concrete social life, the eminently social ones, in Durkheim's sense, the common ultimate values, are in the closest relationship with religious ideas. Thus, the empirical impact of religious ideas on action is largely social. But even in these objective terms, it is clear that the fundamental importance of Durkheim's equation, which cannot be thought of as a simple one-variable equation, but rather as a much more complex function, does not consist in to have linked religious ideas with a known material entity, but rather the other way around. It is his proof that the observable empirical entity society is understandable only in terms of the ideas and active attitudes men have towards of the non-empirical. If one accepts the equation, the correct way to state it is not religion is a social phenomenon, but rather society is a religious phenomenon. This is even more accurate if we realize that Durkheim's reasoning is applicable not so much to the concrete phenomenon of society as to the social factor in the abstract. This, defined as a system of common ultimate values, is inseparable from religious ideas. Thus the accusation of materialism falls. Durkheim arrives at the religion-society equation, placing the emphasis not on the material aspect of religion, but rather on the ideal aspect of society. But the full methodological importance of this theory does not appear until the subjective aspect is considered, which, moreover, Durkheim did not do in a systematic way. Indeed, the other positivist elements of his thought would not have been right. From what we have explained above, it is clear that for the actor no empirical reality in the scientific sense is connected with religious ideas 714. The essence of this position is that a system of ultimate values lies beyond the realm of the empirical, and to the extent that ideas are related to them, they are non-scientific ideas. This is therefore a vindication of the value of religion, but accomplished in formal terms, without particular reference to any system of religious ideas. 715. This fundamental implication was not grasped by Durkheim and by numerous scholars of his thought due to two circumstances, or rather two aspects of the same circumstance. His positivism, with its objectivist characterization, assuming existence as an empirical reality not only of society in the concrete sense but also of the social factor, the ultimate common values, leads him to believe that the actor also perceives and suited to such a reality, and of course he conceives it in both cases in the same way, as the social. This confusion is increased by a typical limitation of positivism, repeatedly observed, the inability to distinguish the point of view of a single concrete actor, who acts in a concrete society, from that of actors in general, in abstraction from the concrete society. For the first, the ideas in question really have a coercive reality behind them, in the sense that the symbols that compose them are connected to what constitutes the basis of the sanctions that the individual can incur, i.e. the attitudes of other individuals in the same company. Of course, we must not forget that what offers Durkheim the key to understanding the social relationship of religious ideas is the identity of the attitude of respect held towards them and that held towards moral rules. This is perhaps the most fundamental sociological proposition of Durkheim's theory of religion. But, exposed in positivistic terms, the proposition is transformed as follows: the attitude of respect implies a foundation of respect. We cannot respect symbols as such for their intrinsic properties. Therefore, there must be a something that they symbolize and which forms the basis for them. Now, society is the only empirical entity that exercises moral authority, consequently it is the only possible foundation of such an attitude. In consideration of this, the previous proposition must be modified. The attitude of respect is an empirical phenomenon, characteristic of our attitudes towards at least some of the non-empirical aspects of the reality in which we are interested. This attitude comes to be linked to the symbolic entities, in terms of which we represent this reality to ourselves. At the same time it is bound up with the moral rules in terms of which these same value attitudes are intrinsically related to conduct. This fact indicates an intimate relationship between the two phenomena. Durkheim's position, in the terms he formulates, and not in those set forth here, has a weakness that he apparently did not notice. If the underlying reality of religion is an empirical reality, why do religious ideas take on a symbolic form, while scientific ideas do not? Why couldn't that reality be represented directly by sociological theory? Durkheim consistently claims that, in principle, this would be possible. 716 and thus approaches Kant's position that sociology should be the theology of a new religion. But this must be regarded as the ultimate consequence of his positivism, and does not appear to be a valid position even for Durkheim. It also brought about extremely serious philosophical difficulties. As long as the different systems of religious ideas are conceived simply as different systems of symbols, the idea that there exists a unitary reference of these symbols cannot be excluded. But if they become literal scientific representations of ultimate reality, this fact, linked to Durkheim's relativism of social types, leads to a choice. If he admits the unity and universality of scientific reason, he finds himself faced with a total ethical and religious relativism, and the only way to avoid this seems to be to abandon the principle itself, with even more serious consequences. Indeed, in his sociological epistemology, Durkheim was inevitably led in this direction. 717. The ritual. Before turning to sociological epistemology, we must consider the other aspect of Durkheim's theory of religion. It will be recalled that he had defined religion as an integrated system of beliefs and practices relating to sacred things. So what role do practices play and what is their relationship with ideas? In the positivist tradition, religious practices are predominantly defined as irrational. For our purposes this can be assumed to mean only that they are different from analyzable actions in terms of the means-end schema. In reality, however, these are actions which, from a subjective point of view, respond to the means-end scheme. For those who perform them, they are rigidly established ways of doing a given thing. But then what is the difference for an observer? In terms of the analytical scheme adopted in this study, it must be sought in the character or of the ends pursued, or in the relationship of the means to them, or in both. The intrinsic means-end scheme implies, as we have seen, two things: that the end is an empirical end, an end whose realization is scientifically verifiable, and that the means-end relationship is intrinsic, i.e. such that the means determine the end through a process of causality that can be analyzed on a scientific level. Now, in Australia and elsewhere, there is a large category of practices that do not fit into the intrinsic means-ends pattern according to the latter criterion. Some simply due to the native's ignorance of his living conditions, but this is not the kind that interests Durkheim. Practices are distinguished from rational technical procedures not only by a negative criterion but also by a positive criterion. They are what he calls rites or ritual practices. That is, they are practices in relation to sacred things. This relationship with sacred things implies a fundamental difference with respect to rational techniques, not simply in the negative sense of irrationality, but in a positive sense. First, they imply the attitude of respect that Durkheim adopts as a fundamental criterion of sacredness 718. They are practices specifically distinct from the common utilitarian occupations of daily life. They possess, as Knox 719 puts it, a specific quality, of being different. They must be performed under particular conditions, agents must be in particular conditions, etc. Note that all these features are, from the point of view of utility, irrelevant. To the extent that these activities have, as they very often do, an empirical end or a utility function, these particular precautions have no relation to the attainment of the end. The second point is equally important. For Durkheim, as we have seen, the relevance of sacred things for the interests of men is not intrinsic but symbolic. The defining element of ritual practices is precisely their relationship to sacred things. Consequently, it is wrong to try to fit such actions into the means-ends framework, since by definition they are excluded from it. To the extent that sacred things have relevance to action, the means-end relationship is symbolic, not intrinsic. Thus Durkheim expanded the means-end schema to include a fundamental normative component of systems of action that positivists had rejected as merely irrational. Ritual actions are not, as they claim, either irrational or pseudo-rational, based on erroneous pre-scientific knowledge, but have a different character and as such cannot be evaluated according to the criteria of rationality. But why then does ritual exist, and what is its function in social life? In this respect, Durkheim's theory represents progress on the positions criticized by him and constitutes a result of fundamental importance on the scientific level. Here too it seems appropriate to explain the essence of the theory in the analytical terms that we have just formulated and then return to examine its position with respect to Durkheim's thought. First, it has been said that religious ideas can be conceived as systems of symbolic representations of sacred entities, whose reality falls within the non-empirical aspects of the universe. We have also observed, following Knox, that our dealings with these non-empirical aspects are not simply cognitive, but also involve an active attitude. Indeed, it may be suggested that it is correct to speak of religious ideas, as distinct from philosophical ideas, only insofar as an active attitude of this kind is involved. 720. Religious ideas are ideas in relation to action, not simply to thought. Such active attitudes imply the need to do something towards the situation in which they occur. As we have shown, this happens in part on the basis of intrinsic relationships, active attitudes, which are the foundation of the ultimate goals of action and of the ethical norms that govern such action. But, by definition, these elements do not link our attitudes to the universe as a whole, but only to its empirical aspect. The active attitude, the impulse to do something, is not limited to this aspect, but by definition doing something outside this ambit is, in intrinsic terms, meaningless. However, given the existence of a system of knowledge of the non-empirical aspects of reality, it is understandable that this becomes the basis of the action systems connected to it, in a similar way to what happens for intrinsically significant action. Since this knowledge generally takes the form of a system of sacred symbols, the corresponding action takes the form of manipulating these symbols, i.e., it is the ritual. Thus ritual becomes the expression in action, as distinct from thought, of men's active attitudes towards non-empirical aspects of reality. From this point of view, ritual action occurs whenever men take, or are forced by circumstances to take, an active attitude towards things that are not fully understandable in empirical terms. When men's empirical knowledge is incomplete and/or their control of techniques is imperfect, it may seem to them that the attainment of some of their empirical ends depends, in addition to technical procedures, on forces which do not fall within the scope of the empirical. This is especially true if in society there is a developed system of representations concerning non-empirical entities and, conversely, a fully developed and rationalized conception of a natural order in the empirical sense is lacking. And since societies of this kind are probably primitive, in the sense that they do not have highly developed rational techniques and therefore their living conditions remain on the verge of subsistence, it may happen that their vital interests are closely linked to practices of this kind. Like, their very relevant active attitudes. There is therefore a tendency to use ritual means to achieve empirical ends. This can be defined as the magical ritual 721. It is a method for achieving empirical ends, adopted not in place of but in addition to rational methods. For the reasons set out above, it can be hypothesized that it is more widespread in primitive societies, gradually decreasing in importance with the increase of empirical knowledge, of control over nature, and with the development of the concept of a natural order 722. We have already observed that these active attitudes are not simply oriented backward towards the intrinsic means-end relationship and the field of empirical ends, but also forward in the direction of active relationships with non-empirical aspects of the universe. To the extent that in this relationship said active attitudes give rise to forms of action susceptible of analysis in terms of the means-ends system, the ends become transcendent, while the means become ritual means 723. There is also another category of ritual actions which constitute a direct expression, irrespective of any immediate relation to the intrinsic field or empirical ends, of ultimate values. This, as opposed to magical ritual, can be termed religious ritual. Now, precisely to the extent that among the value attitudes in general those common to the members of society are important, the religious rites of that particular society may be regarded as ritual expressions of these common values. This, stated a little differently, is the main element of truth in Durkheim's interpretation of religious ritual. It is an expression of the unity of society. Durkheim arrived at this proposition through the same procedure analyzed above. Society is for him the reality that underlies the symbols of religious ritual because it is the only empirical reality which, having a moral nature, can be considered the foundation of the ritual attitude. So religious ritual is an expression of this social reality. This proposition can be expressed as follows: religious ritual is, to a large extent, an expression of the common ultimate values which constitute the specifically social normative element in concrete society. In these terms, Durkheim's proposition is undoubtedly correct and constitutes an acute intuition. This brings the problem to a point where it is possible to assess the importance of the third essential element of Durkheim's definition of religion, a solidary system of beliefs and practices relating to sacred things, which unite in one community morality, called a church, all who adhere to it. It should be clear from the foregoing discussion that those who profess the same beliefs and practice the same rites can be considered, by virtue of these facts, custodians of a common system of ultimate values, i.e. they constitute a moral community. On the basis not only of this definition but of the whole theory of Durkheim, it can be affirmed that those who have a common religion constitute a moral community and, reciprocally, that every true moral community, that is every society, is characterized, to some extent, from a common religion. Because, without a system of common values, of which religion is in part a manifestation, that is, without a system to which the majority gives its support, a society cannot exist. It can be argued that Durkheim's treatment of anomie led to this definitive conclusion. Of course, we must not conclude that what we concretely define a society is always characterized by a single, perfectly integrated religion, also understood in the common sense. As in other cases, Durkheim is dealing here with a limiting type. In its religious practices and ideas, as well as in other aspects, a concrete community can be internally very differentiated and even approach, to a greater or lesser extent, the model of perfect integration. However, every community, if it is more than a simple balance of power between individuals and groups, constitutes a moral community of this type and as such can be said to have a common religion. 724. Consequently, divisions in the religious sector can also be considered a significant indicator of internal divisions in the community. Durkheim's statement that every religion belongs to a moral community in this sense and, conversely, that every community is, from a certain point of view, a religious unit is therefore acceptable. However, it is doubtful whether we can refer in general terms to this moral community, albeit in its religious aspect, as a church. It seems preferable to follow Max Weber 725 in reserving the term church for an associative aspect for religious purposes. In cases where the moral community does not take the form of an explicit association for religious purposes, it seems to us better not to use this term. Furthermore, the use that Durkheim makes of it risks leading to confusion with the concrete community. Within the concrete community, many associations arise in relation to different interests. The church should be considered as only one of these and not as the community as a whole, even if in a limited sense of the moral aspect. Until now the ritual has been considered only as an indicator of common values, the social factor. But is it just an index or does it have its own functions? Is it not in a state of mutual interdependence with these values and the other elements of the concrete complex? Durkheim's view is undoubtedly that it has such functions, and it is very interesting theoretically how he develops this point, as well as the implications of it even beyond Durkheim's formulation itself. Indeed, by the common ritual expression of their attitudes men not only manifest the attitudes themselves but also reinforce them. Ritual brings attitudes to a higher state of awareness which strengthens them and, through them, strengthens the moral community. In this way, religious ritual reaffirms and strengthens the sentiments on which social solidarity depends. As Durkheim says, it recreates society itself. 726. But why is this strengthening necessary? The answer Durkheim suggests is analogous to the one presented in the previous chapter, to justify the need for institutional control. It will be remembered that this latter necessity arises from the fact that ultimate values are relatively latent and remote from the immediate elements of action in a large number of cases. This fact, to be put in relation with the tendencies of immediate interests, in particular with the insatiability of individual needs, causes a situation in which the control of the action is necessary to maintain order and stability. Similarly, as Durkheim 727 points out, most of the time the Australian tribes are dispersed over a very vast area in small family groups, whose main interest is the procurement of food. In these circumstances not only are the ultimate values remote and latent but the immediacy and urgency of other elements tend to overwhelm them. Hence the need for periodic meetings to find a means of bringing them back to the center of awareness and thus giving them full strength, enlivening and recreating them. According to Durkheim, therefore, the religious ritual is far from being a mere manifestation. Although it has no empirical end and does not coincide with a means-end relationship, its functional importance is very great. In fact, it is through the mediation of the ritual that the ultimate values, the feelings on which the structure and social solidarity depend, are kept in a state of energy which makes effective control of action and order in social relations possible. 728. In terms of current religious language, the function of ritual is to strengthen faith. In support of his opinion of him, Durkheim invokes what he believes to be the conviction of the great majority of religious believers. 729. These considerations are to be linked to what some Durkheim scholars have termed a certain anti-intellectualism in his theory of religion, which is strangely in contrast with what others, sometimes the same scholar, for example Lowy, 730, have termed his naive rationalistic psychology. Typically this has been expressed in the accusation leveled against Durkheim of accepting concepts of mass psychology uncritically. This interpretation can be explained as follows: Durkheim remains a positivist after all. From this point of view, recognizing that religious ideas consisted empirically, whatever they were supposed to be, predominantly in references to symbolic entities, Durkheim tends to underestimate the importance of particular religious doctrines. They refer to symbols, and mere symbols are not intrinsically important. This is true of the particular symbol, however important the function of symbolism in general may be, but it does not seem to be the same for a particular ritual act. It can be proved empirically that in its concrete context it is of great functional importance. 731. Hence the tendency to consider ritual as the main element of religion. 732, and religious ideas as secondary rationalizations, explanations, and justifications of ritual. This impression is confirmed by Durkheim's emphasis on the state of effervescence which characterizes many collective ceremonies. 733. There can be no doubt about this state of effervescence, but it must be proved that Durkheim interpreted it as a situation of mass psychology. There is indeed no basis for this assumption. First, mass psychology theories refer to phenomena that typically appear in unorganized gatherings. Instead, as Durkheim repeatedly states, it is precisely characteristic of ritual that it is minutely organized. 734. Even in cases where emotional outbursts are more violent, as in funeral ceremonies, every detail of the action is prescribed by tradition: who must act, when and how. This interpretation can probably be traced back to two facts: Durkheim's particular interest in such states of excitement and the fact that ritual does not fit into the means-end scheme. For the conventional positivist, any irrational action in this sense and which is accompanied by emotional excitement is a phenomenon of mass psychology, when it occurs in a large gathering of individuals. But enough has been said to show that Durkheim's theory of ritual is not mass anti-intellectual psychology. Indeed, it is not psychology in any sense. Moreover, it is probable that, for the concrete effectiveness of the ritual in its social functions, the factor of physical proximity is of considerable importance. Plato and Aristotle, in justifying the limits they deemed appropriate to place on the dimensions of a polis, could have added to the criterion of the possibility for all citizens to gather in an assembly in which the speaker could be heard by all, the criterion according to which the number of citizens should have been such as to allow everyone to be present, as participants and as mere spectators, in a common ritual. This ceremony was in fact a characteristic of the Greek city. But this fact in no way demonstrates that Durkheim's specific theoretical contribution consists in the analysis of the psychological reactions deriving from the factor of the physical proximity of a large number of individuals. The main importance of his thought is to be found elsewhere. 735. This general interpretation of the function of ritual, together with that relating to the functions of institutions, which we discussed above, has implications of great methodological importance which we must now examine. 736. One of the characteristics that distinguish the positivist phase of Durkheim's thought was, it will be recalled, the tendency to consider the actor similar to the scientist, essentially in a cognitive relationship with the conditions in which he acts. It was noted that this tendency corresponded to the importance attributed to representations in the first phase of his methodology and also to the concept of the social element as milieu, environment. In the traditional methodology of science, the scientist was attributed a predominantly passive function, placing the emphasis on the objectivity of the facts of the external world and on their independence from the subjective mental state of the scientist. The decisive element in knowledge is constituted by the subjective fact. The scientist's task is to adapt to it. If this point of view refers to action, there is a tendency to place the emphasis on the acquisition of the knowledge that guides the action, thought of in these passive terms, and since the actor is considered a scientist, we tend to believe that the action automatically follows the acquisition of this knowledge, not that this is demonstrated, but undoubtedly the conceptual scheme is such as to divert attention from the problem of how knowledge translates into action. This logical situation is probably the real basis of the criticism, so often leveled at Durkheim, according to which he would have considered conformity to social norms automatic and unhampered by any resistance. 737. But from the beginning a strong contrary tendency was present in his thinking. This can already be seen in the way he framed the empirical problems of the division of labor, as a problem of control. On this empirical level it reaches its full development in the treatment of anomie in the suicide, where again it speaks of a series of insatiable, inherently chaotic drives and desires, subject to the control of a system of social norms, but at the same time conflicting such control. But only much later did the consequences of these empirical results undermine Durkheim's positivist methodology. The main theme of our analysis of his thought was precisely to follow this process. The first major step was the recognition of the active function of a system of ultimate values in relation to the intrinsic means-end relationship, such as ends of action and institutional norms. His theory of religion represents another great contribution, as it indicates in religious ideas and ritual the direct expression of ultimate values. This involves the intuition of the fundamental importance of symbolism and of the symbolic means-end relationship in human life and action. The consequences of all this, on a methodological level, should be clear. This whole line of Durkheim's thought is in the direction of what has been defined as the voluntaristic conception of action, a process in which the concrete human being plays an active part, not simply an adaptation one. This creative element is formulated, theoretically, in the conception of ultimate values, value attitudes, ends or any other form that the value element can take and the form of its manifestation in relation to social life. However, it may still be possible to consider this element as capable of realizing itself automatically, in the sense that a cognitive understanding of ultimate values or their moral acceptance is sufficient for their realization in action to ensue. The theory of ritual requires a definitive and decisive rejection of this position. In fact, Durkheim's conception of the functions of ritual implies a further element, what is generally defined as will or effort. Far from being automatic, the realization of ultimate values is a matter of active energy, of will, of effort, and factors capable of stimulating this will can have a very important function. 738. In relation to the problem of the methodological status of sociology, the above considerations imply the following. In his attempt to define social reality, the social factor, Durkheim concentrated on the element of ultimate common values. But fixating on this element is not enough, it is necessary to consider it in its context, in its relations with other elements of concrete social life. The voluntaristic conception of action implies that this is not achieved with the mere understanding of its nature. Social processes cannot be understood, as Durkheim argued in an early stage, through the mere acknowledgement of the properties of the social element. The latter must rather be seen as a component of a system of action. Sociology should then be regarded as a science of action, of the common ultimate value element, in its relations with the other elements of action. This is the position towards which the mainstream of Durkheim's thought tended. In his summary description of the theory of religion 739 he came close to an explicit statement of this theory, above all by highlighting how the decisive element of religion concerns its relationship with action, not with thought. But this position never fully emerged. The main reason must be sought in the presence of an opposing line of thought, connected to his sociological epistemology. Only after having dealt with the latter will we have a complete picture of the contrasting strands present in the last phase of Durkheim's thought. Epistemology. Early Durkheim was a positivist scientist who generally leaned, like most other positivists, towards an empirical epistemology. 740. It is true that he never explicitly supported positions of rigorous empiricism, but nevertheless he accentuated the importance of the empirical fact, leaving aside the difficulties involved in the definition of fact and the clarifications that these difficulties made necessary. His definition of the empirical fact, of the choses, in the rule of the sociological method was simple and not very elaborate. Furthermore, Durkheim did not see the need to distinguish between the empirical reference of analytic categories and concretely existing entities. As we have shown, this limitation underlies most of the problems associated with the concept of collective mentality. Durkheim's theory developed according to a pattern which made it difficult, from the point of view of the methodological implications it presented, to maintain this empiricist position. Above all, analytical categories, including those of social facts, could not be identified with any concrete entity. This appeared clearly when Durkheim realized that the individual factor could no longer be identified with the concrete individual consciousness, i.e. with the concrete individual from the subjective point of view. The social factor was therefore not to be sought outside this concrete entity, but as an element or group of elements capable of explaining it. This trend was strengthened until in the elementary forms of religious life Durkheim explicitly states that society exists only in the minds of individuals. 741. This is the logical result of all its development and coincides with the definitive abandonment of its objectivist limit. It is of particular interest here because it represents an approach to Weber's doctrine of Verstehen, which we will discuss later. However, these considerations cannot be considered as an explicit epistemological treatment. 742, which Durkheim does not undertake until the elementary forms of religious life. Here he criticizes the position of radical empiricism and arrives at the conclusion that a valid explanation of the process of knowledge on empirical grounds cannot be provided. 743. The a priori school was essentially right in its critique of empiricism and in its assertion that valid knowledge implies something beyond the empirical element, categories, equally essential to knowledge, but qualitatively distinct from them and not derivable from the empirical. Up to this point Durkheim had simply examined the problem of epistemology in current philosophy and sided with the a priori school, but here he communicates his own theory. He admits that the a priorists are right, that the categories are essential and not derivable from the empirical element. But this school is faced with a dilemma: if the empirical explanation of the categories is rejected, any other explanation is lacking. To say that the categories are a priori conditions of all knowledge is to evade the problem. Precisely, we go back to saying that on an empirical basis the problem is insoluble. But what alternative remains for Durkheim but to return to traditional empiricism? In his opinion, empiricism only took into consideration a part of empirical reality. The old epistemology was concerned only with the foundation of the validity of our knowledge of the physical world. This knowledge reaches us through the sensory organs, that is, through the body, but in these terms only the cosmic and individual elements of the empirical world are treated. The third category of elements, the social one, is completely omitted. Thus the a priori school fails to demonstrate the proposition that, having exhausted the possibilities offered by the empirical derivation of the categories, nothing remains but the a priori. On the contrary, an empirical explanation is possible. The foundation of the categories is found in social reality. This is the central proposition of Durkheim's famous sociological epistemology. How should we consider it? From a philosophical point of view, it seems to us completely untenable. However, no other point of his thought makes a greater contribution to the understanding of the methodological problems that Durkheim was facing. First, it must be noted that the old dualism between individual and social has reappeared in three different forms: the distinctions between interest and moral obligation, profane and sacred, and now finally between empirical and categorical. It is this last distinction that has the most radical consequences. The pursuit of immediate ends and profane activities implied, as an indispensable element, valid scientific knowledge. But the latter also turns out to depend on the social factor, since without categories there is no knowledge. Durkheim seems to think in terms of an architectural hierarchy of relationships of order and chaos in the normative sense. The chaos of sense impressions is organized in the order of valid knowledge by means of categories. But the instrumental use of knowledge, for the pursuit of immediate ends, creates a new potential chaos, which is in turn brought back to order by institutional norms. Finally, order is established in the fortuitous chaos of concrete symbols through the common reference to social reality. Thus society is for Durkheim more than the simple principle of order in the relations between human beings, it is the principle of order in the total universe. But what are the consequences of this on a methodological level? In particular, What are the relations of this doctrine with the previous analysis? As repeatedly noted, the dialectic of Durkheim's thought seems to make an attempt at reconciliation between the position that considers society as an empirical reality, part of nature, and that according to which society is distinct from other natural elements. We have seen that this opposition tended to become ever clearer, and this epistemological doctrine can be considered as the ultimate result of this process. There can be no more radical difference than that between empiricism and a priorism. As in the case of religion, what is striking in Durkheim's position is not his point of view on categories, but on society. Society has become the society of idealists 744. It is constituted, as he says, exclusively by ideas and feelings 745 and not, it can be added, by ideas but by the idea, because the categories are the matrix from which the individual ideas are formed. It does not simply consist of representations, but of ideas in the traditional philosophical sense 746. Society does not become part of nature but, in Whitehead's expression, of the world of eternal objects. However, Durkheim does not completely abandon his positivism. He continues to consider the society as an observable reality, the object of a positive science. He continues to consider it empirical. Nonetheless, his position implies notable modifications with respect to traditional positivism. The entities that Durkheim observes here exist only in the thought of individuals, but not in the world of physical space or time. Furthermore, since the mechanism of sensory perception is conceived as exclusively individual, ideas in this sense cannot be perceived by the senses but must be apprehended directly, by means of some kind of intuition. In fact, Durkheim explicitly states, in relation to the category of force, that the only forces that we can draw on directly are necessarily moral forces 747, since categories cannot reach us through the senses. The category of force must be of social origin 748. While this is partly true, it is expressed in unduly narrow terms for sociological purposes. The result of the identification of society with the world of eternal objects is to completely eliminate the creative element of the action. Their characteristic is that by definition no category of time or space can refer to them, they exist only in the spirit. Such entities cannot be the object of an explanatory science, because an explanatory science deals with events and events do not occur in the world of eternal objects 749. Durkheim's sociology, to the extent that he proceeds in this direction, becomes, as Richard says, a work of pure interpretation 750. In overcoming the limits of positivism, Durkheim went too far in the direction of idealism 751. It can be understood how this happened. Eternal objects have the same independent fixity of the observer of empirical facts typical of the positivist conception, therefore a similar objectivity is possible with reference to them, the observer can maintain the same passive attitude. Furthermore, all of Durkheim's thought tends in its development to concentrate on the element of common values. His subjective positivism led him to conceive them in cognitive form, as representations. Durkheim has always sought a reality that can be formulated in cognitive terms. Thus it is natural that he should turn to the element of ideas in common values, rather than to feelings or value attitudes. This tendency corresponds to many fundamental characteristics of his earlier thinking. Unlike what happens in the case of a voluntaristic theory of action, positivism and idealism have, in formal terms, much in common. But these considerations provide the basis for a critique of Durkheim's new position. Just as positivism destroys the creative, voluntaristic character of action by eliminating the analytic significance of values and other normative elements which are reduced to epiphenomena, so idealism eliminates the real obstacles which stand in the way of the realization of values. The set of ideas comes to be identified with the concrete empirical reality. Consequently, the central characteristic of action, its voluntaristic character, the elements of will, of effort, have no place in such a scheme. In fact, one of the reasons why Durkheim was attracted to idealism is that he had never really gotten beyond his empiricism. He never came to consider social reality in a clear and coherent way as a factor in concrete social life, but always tended to consider it as a concrete entity. So since ideas cannot be dissociated from the latter, it must consist of ideas. This tendency of Durkheim's thought leads him to conceive that the aim of sociology is to study the systems of ideas of value in themselves, while the position that we have set out above requires something quite different, the study of such systems in their relations with the action. Each of the elements that we have identified in the ideal expressions of ultimate values can be, and in reality is, studied for itself by a discipline that deals with the reciprocal and systematic correlations of such ideal elements, institutional norms from law, religious ideas from theology, artistic forms from aesthetics, ultimate goals from ethics. But sociology is not, as Durkheim seems to understand at this stage, a synthesis of all these normative sciences. It is instead an explanatory science which is interested in the relations of all these normative elements with action. It deals with the same phenomena, but in a different context. In terms of the pattern of sociological thought analyzed in this study, and particularly in the pages that follow, the idealistic phase must be considered an aberration, a dead end. It is clear that Durkheim's sociological epistemology involves very serious philosophical difficulties, but the analysis of these problems is not the object of our study. We have said that one of Durkheim's most important empirical theories is that of the relativity of social types. The different systems of ultimate values, which constitute the fundamental elements of the different concrete societies, are so radically different as to be incommensurable. For this reason he had to define normality with reference only to the social type, thus reducing himself to an absolute ethical relativism. His theory of religion, by relating it to the social type, gave a relativistic character to another vast body of other phenomena. Durkheim's epistemology reduced the basis of human reason itself within the same relativistic circle, to the point of making the previous relativism itself relative, since the relativism of social types is also a product of a system of categories valid only for the particular social type. This doctrine can be termed social solipsism. It has all the skeptical implications well known in the case of individual solipsism and is, in short, a reductio ad absurdum 752. The voluntaristic theory of action, recognizing that the specific social element implies a reference to the ideal considered in its relation to action, while at the same time including a reference, which transcends its logical formulations, to non-empirical aspects of reality, avoid these unacceptable consequences. It gives way to a genuinely realistic epistemology, involving nonetheless non-empirical elements which are also non-sociological. In fact, in order to be the object of an explanatory science, society must participate in empirical reality without this participation precluding significant relationships outside of it. The problems encountered by Durkheim are instructive. He went on to demonstrate that only on the basis of something akin to the voluntaristic theory of action set forth here is it possible to avoid the positivism-idealism dilemma, remaining within the framework of the action schema. It seems clear that neither alternative of the dilemma provides a satisfactory methodological basis for a sociological science, or for any other social science. Durkheim analyzed the logical implications of these two positions so thoroughly as to definitively clarify the conceptual schemes of positivism and idealism. It should be possible for those who come after him to avoid the labyrinth of methodological difficulties in which he found himself involved. Before leaving the study of Durkheim's work, we may mention another point of great importance. The reader of his work cannot fail to notice the lack of a precise theory of social change. His only hypothesis in this respect is the attempt to explain the development of the division of labor in terms of the increase in population. But we have shown how unsatisfactory it is. In all of his later thinking, save one important exception which we will now indicate, the problem remains outside his field of interest. The explanation for this must be sought in Durkheim's idealism. It is true that this last element did not emerge explicitly until the end of his career, but it was the culmination of a long development process. From almost the beginning he had thought in terms of the category of substance rather than process and had always sought the reality manifested in social facts. Since then this research began to converge on a system of values, whether they were considered as norms, ends or representations. His tendency led him to consider them in terms of their intrinsic characteristics and intellectual formulations, thus it became increasingly evident that Durkheim regarded the social element as a system of eternal objects. And the very essence of such objects is being out of time. Consequently, the concept of process, of change, is meaningless when applied to these objects in themselves. 753. Another important consideration is that Durkheim's interest was always directed specifically to the problem of order. He saw a fundamental element of order in common values, especially manifested in institutional norms. But the place occupied by the problem of order in his thinking means that when he dealt with the elements of value, his chief interest was in the element of order in them. That is, he was interested in them as a stable system, in their intrinsic properties as eternal objects. We have already demonstrated how this approach can be profitable for significant results. Results which, however, mainly consist in the definition of some of the categories of sociological analysis, rather than in that of functional correlations between them. There was already a tendency to conceive of these categories as fixed and timeless, and the growing importance given to eternal objects in the scheme accentuated this tendency. The voluntaristic conception of action, on the other hand, places the accent precisely on these relationships. The dynamic process must mainly be sought in the functional correlations between the fundamental elements. Eternal objects are essentially intellectual formulations of non-empirical reality, of attitudes and norms. In all these cases the intellectual formulations are partial, imperfect, often symbolic and, consequently, unstable in relation to the objects to which they refer. There are undoubtedly complex changes in these relationships. Similarly, value attitudes and the intellectual formulations associated with them stand in complex relationships with the ultimate conditions and with the other components of systems of action, some of which we have indicated in the course of the discussion. The dynamic processes of social transformations must be sought in such correlations, and their analysis is one of the main tasks of sociological science. Durkheim's approach did not favor the solution of these problems, but his contribution should not be underestimated, for he did much of the initial hard work which is an indispensable preliminary to the elaboration of a theory of social change. It is interesting that at the very end of his work Durkheim introduced a hypothesis in this field, namely that in the fervor of the great common rituals not only are the ancient values recreated but new ones are born. In addition to the periodic effervescence of seasonal ceremonies, he observed the occurrence of periods of general fervor, periods in which, as he says, the ideal becomes real. 754. In such periods, as for example during the French Revolution, new values are created. This is just a hint, a suggestion. But in this and in the implicit distinction between periods of calm and periods of effervescence, there was a germ theory of social change, perhaps of a cyclical nature. The fact that at the end of his evolution Durkheim's attention turned in this direction seems to be a confirmation of the thesis that in the last phase of his thought we can identify not one but two fundamental strands. This position, in fact, fits directly in the context of a voluntaristic theory of action. Perhaps this also indicates that this was the direction in which he was leaning and that idealism was only a transitional phase. Unfortunately Durkheim did not live long enough for us to answer this question. Responding in an open letter to Deploy's accusation that his social realism was of German inspiration, Durkheim replied by stating that the most important element of influence in his thinking, besides Kant, was constituted by the English historians of religion, in particularly by Robertson Smith. This letter is dated 1907. C.S. Deploy, Le conflit de la moralité et de la sociologie, Institut supérieur de philosophie, Louvain 1911. This should not be interpreted to mean that facts do not matter in general, or that they are unimportant for the discussion that follows. It is rather true that the facts relevant to this discussion are not among the controversial ones. We are dealing here with only a few general questions of fact. Those of crucial importance are, as we shall see, 1. That there is a fundamental distinction of attitude towards the categories of things Durkheim terms sacred and profane respectively, and 2. That sacred things have symbolic meaning. Neither of these propositions has been validly challenged in relation to the Australian study. On the other hand, such questions, as well as particular aspects of kinship systems or particular rituals, are of no importance for our discussion. 12. Summary of the second part, the crisis of the positivist theory of action. Before starting the analysis of the work of a group of scholars whose methodological training is of idealistic derivation, it seems appropriate to briefly summarize the subject of this second part of our study and to reformulate as clearly as possible the main conclusions that if they can get it. The positivist starting points. Bearing in mind the particular ends of our study, we can take as a starting point what we have defined as the utilitarian position, of which the characteristic elements are atomism, rationality, empiricism, the postulate of casual needs and, consequently, a conception of social relations considered only as means that serve the personal ends of the actor. It must be seen as a strand of the larger positivistic system. It is an inherently unstable position which is closely related, as we have seen, to radical positivism and continually tends to transform itself into it. For critical purposes, the two positions can be considered as phases of the same system of thought. What makes the utilitarian system so important for this study, in preference to doctrines such as biological or environmental determinism, is the fact that in this school of thought the means-end scheme occupies a central place in a formulation that incorporates the methodological scheme of positive science. It constitutes an adequate starting point for a historical analysis of theories concerning the structure of action from the subjective point of view. For the same reasons, economics occupies a special position among the social sciences. Indeed, if to some extent the conceptual framework of utilitarian individualism from the state of general social philosophy has come to constitute the methodological framework of a particular social science, this it is verified essentially for classical economics. The other main element to follow, closely related to this one, is methodological empiricism. Although clear awareness is rare in this field, there is a widespread tendency to regard the analytic concepts of science as directly corresponding to concrete observable entities and to refer the classification of the social sciences to different concrete spheres of social life. The movement of thought that we have analyzed above draws its origin from utilitarianism and empiricism, partly through direct criticism, partly indirectly. It has progressively moved away from these starting positions until it reaches a stage in which its logical position appears radically changed. Marshall. It therefore does not appear out of place to have begun the analysis of the methodological foundations of the theory of action by examining the work of an eminent economist. Marshall's thought is characterized by a marked empiricism. He repeatedly refused to make any systematic abstraction. His conception of economics is absolutely empirical. It is the study of mankind in the affairs of daily life. The analysis of what he includes in this definition has revealed, in analytical terms, two radically different elements, in his definition, the study of wealth and a part of the study of man. The first has been defined here as utility theory, formulated in terms of the concepts of marginal utility and productivity, consumer rent, the substitution principle and the doctrine of maximum satisfaction. It constitutes a strictly utilitarian element. 755. The fundamental postulate is that of rationality in the adjustment of means to individual ends. It constitutes the logical center of Marshall's economic theory proper and is the element that summarizes his major theoretical contributions to economic science. If this were his only contribution, Marshall would belong exclusively to the history of economic theory and would not be of interest to our study. But the study of wealth is inseparably linked to another element, the study of man, a theory of the relationship of human activities with the processes of production and acquisition of wealth. Marshall occasionally mentions hereditary and environmental factors and reveals a certain tendency towards hedonism, but the analysis of his conception of activities highlights that the central point of his theory is an element of value, they are the common ultimate values expressed in those actions which at the same time, from another point of view, are oriented towards acquisition of wealth. Marshall's activity theory modifies to some extent, principally in its refusal to accept needs as givens for economic science 756, the picture of concrete society that many utilitarians have considered normal, but in many ways forms an integral part of it. In examining Marshall's version of the laissez-faire doctrine, we have seen that the ultimate basis for his adherence to it is not a belief in greater efficiency, although he shared that belief, but more important is his consideration that only free enterprise offers a field for the expression of those qualities of character to which it valued. Economic activities are seen, and approved, more as a way of expressing and developing such talents than as a means of maximizing satisfaction. This thesis of Marshall's is important from both an empirical and a theoretical point of view. Here we have, even if with limited awareness of the methodological implications that derive from it, a clear enunciation of the hypothesis that an individualistic society must not be understood, in concrete terms, with exclusive or even prevalent reference to the satisfaction of needs. Rather, it implies as a fundamental element certain common values, among these freedom as an end in itself and as a condition for the expression of individual talents. Essentially the same position is found in the thinking of other scholars considered here, Durkheim and, as we will see, Weber. But this conception of modern economic individualism is full of fundamental theoretical implications. It implies a recognition of the importance of common values, not only in society, but in direct relationship with the economic activities themselves. Marshall, without fully realizing it, pointed to a direction of great importance for the development of social thought. His position, on the empirical level, and with reference to the private initiative of the 19th century, appeared correct. Consequently, it was impossible to return to a rigorously utilitarian interpretation of concrete phenomena. So only two alternatives remained. Marshall's choice was dictated by his empiricism. Economics should be conceived as a science interested in the total understanding of concrete economic activities. This activity theory thus becomes part of an economic science having as its object the study of mankind in the affairs of daily life 757. As we have demonstrated elsewhere, this line leads to conceiving the economy, from a theoretical point of view, as an encyclopedic sociology in which all the elements that influence concrete social life have a place. In this way the identity of the theory would be lost. Economics as a separate discipline. Pareto. The other alternative is the one we have adopted, that is, the attempt to define economics as an abstract science of an aspect or group of elements of social life. One of the first scholars who elaborated this position with methodological awareness is Pareto. The study of Marshall's work served primarily the purpose of highlighting the empirical importance of the element of common values even in an individualistic economic order. At the same time he raised the problem of the methodological status of this element of value in relation to the economy and consequently posed the problem of the limits of economic science according to the definition adopted here. From here we move on to the consideration of the whole problem of the subjective analysis of action in terms of the means-end scheme and its relationship with the classification of the social sciences and the status of sociology in particular. These are the main elements of the methodological problem analyzed in this study. Pareto goes far beyond Marshall in suggesting an interpretation of these problems. He too was an economist, much more sophisticated than Marshall on a methodological level, and as a result was able to avoid the latter's own brand of empiricism. Secondly, his mental formation, and particularly the influence of historical studies, led him to consider the modern economic order in an entirely different perspective. What for Marshall was free enterprise, for Pareto was demagogic plutocracy. Pareto's greater methodological clarity enabled him to elaborate a system of economic theory as an abstract discipline. At the same time his historical perspective prevented him from confusing all the other significant elements in the theory of utility, arriving at an evolutionary theory drawn from the schema of the economy. Many of the elements outside the utility field that appeared important to Pareto were either irrelevant to the field of economics, or could be analytically shown to be independent of it. This in particular for the use of force and the complex of elements that he called feelings. Thus Pareto followed the opposite path to that of Marshall, logically isolating the economic element in a theoretical system of his own and integrating it with a sociology that systematically considers some non-economic elements and synthesizes them with the economic ones in a general framework. Pareto began his work from a position that falls within the analytic scheme of our study, but he developed this starting point in a different direction from that which constitutes the main interest here, that is, the formulation of a system of analytic elements of the action rather than of a scheme of the structure of action systems. The lines that depart from this position therefore diverge already in an initial phase, but we have shown that they can converge again if the structural analysis developed here is applied to the Pareto formulation of the total system. This common starting point is the concept of logical action. Since it is defined in terms applicable to the isolated elementary act, the definition, by itself, offers no basis for a discrimination of the economic element from the other logical elements of the action. The key distinguishing feature is the relationship in which the action stands with a scientifically verifiable theory, such that the operations are logically related to their ends and can thus be interpreted as coming from a process of reasoning. The non-logical is therefore a residual category comprising everything that is not included in the logical. In his study of non-logical elements, Pareto examines theories, in the event that they do not fall within the methodological scheme of logico-experimental science, they are subjected to an operational analysis by which the relatively constant elements are separated from the relatively more variable ones, thus distinguishing respectively the residues and the derivations. Pareto then proceeds to classify the residues and derivations and to consider their reciprocal relationships. The application of the type of analysis developed here to the Pareto scheme demonstrates that the distinction between residues and derivations, and the classification made by Pareto, neglects a fundamental analytical distinction for the theory of action, that between normative and non-normative elements, conditioning elements susceptible to non-subjective formulation and value elements. These two classes are included in feelings, which are manifested in residues. Moreover, this distinction is not in contrast with Pareto's scheme, but rather constitutes an extension of it in a direction that was not followed by Pareto himself in all its possibilities. In Pareto's analysis, however, one can find the unequivocal basis of this distinction. There are two types of reasons why an action-relevant theory may deviate from the scientific standard: because it is unscientific, i.e. it implies ignorance and error, and because it is unscientific, i.e. it implies considerations that are completely outside the field of expertise of science. Many concrete theories exhibit both deviations from the scientific standard, but this is not an objection to the validity of the analytic distinction. A more specific analysis has revealed that at least two types of elements can be included in the non-scientific category: on the one hand the ultimate goals of the action and the non-experimental entities to which one appeals to justify the pursuit of such ends, and on the other hand certain elements which are valid as a selective criterion in the choice of means which are still non-scientific, those generally involved in ritual actions. It was possible to verify this analytical distinction by considering Pareto's position in relation to social Darwinism and the question, do the residuals correspond to the facts? We then attempted to develop, taking Pareto's definition of logical action in its structural context as a starting point, an outline of some of the main structural features of total social systems of action. A task that Pareto had not undertaken. The first step beyond Pareto's positions is the conception of chains of intrinsic means-end relationships. It turned out that such chains implied a partition into three sectors: ultimate ends, means and ultimate conditions, and the middle sector, the components of which are both the ends and the means, depending on how they are considered, from below or from above. Secondly, it turned out to be impossible to consider these chains in isolation, except for analytical purposes. They rather form a complicated network of interweaving, such that each concrete act constitutes a point of intersection for a certain number of them. Furthermore, the action must be considered oriented not only towards the ultimate goals of the chain of which it belongs, but also at the same time towards the goals of other chains. To the extent that this simultaneous orientation toward a plurality of different alternative ends involves the problem of allocating scarce means among them, a distinct aspect of logical action has been identified, termed economic, to distinguish it from the technological one in which only one end, or chain of ends, is involved. We have seen that for the concept of choice between alternative ends to make sense, the ends themselves must be connected in a more or less well-integrated system, so that the ultimate ends of different chains do not arrange themselves in an absolutely random way. These propositions have been developed in abstraction from social relations. When these are introduced on the level of logical action, the Hobbesian problem of order arises. Because when it is possible to use others for one's own ends, the problem arises of how the terms of the relationship are established, and one of the factors that intervenes is coercion. A solution based on purely economic considerations is possible only within a framework of order capable of controlling the instrument of coercion. The problems relating to this framework of order, in its relation to the function of coercion, constitute another, clearly differentiated aspect of the system based on the means-end relationship, the political aspect. Finally, not only does the system of ultimate ends of an individual constitute a more or less integrated whole but, with the exception of the extreme case in which order is imposed totally from the outside, the same can be said of the community, which is in a certain integrated measure in relation to common values. The distinctions made in the course of this analysis between the systems of norms of intrinsic rationality turned out to correspond to those formulated by Pareto in his treatment of social utility, so that it can be said that the latter verify the analysis we have carried out. Furthermore, we have distinguished between two different aspects of the integration of values, in relation to a framework of a distributive order implied in the discussion of the utility for a community and to that of the ends pursued by a community, which must be considered when speaking of the utility of a collectivity. We will see later that these, the ends of a community, imply, to the extent that the concrete ends are attributable to factors of value, ultimate common ends. It can therefore be said that Pareto's two abstract societies formulate, on the one hand, the system of rational norms relevant for a system of social action, on the other the conditioning elements. Although the former are all, in a certain sense, rational, some elements of them are non-logical, since we have shown that the term logical action is applicable only to the intermediate sector of the intrinsic means-end system. But the normative or value aspect is present in concrete systems of action not only at the rational extreme, but also under other aspects. The consideration of the value aspect of the phenomenon has led to the formulation of a broader concept, less defined than that of ultimate ends, i.e. ultimate values. In Pareto's discussion it clearly emerges that the element of feelings has great importance in the field of ritual actions, as well as in relation to the intrinsic means-end chain, and perhaps also in other sectors. Thus, while Pareto, starting from the concept of logical action, arrived at the identification of some non-logical elements of action systems without an explicit treatment of the structural aspect, it was possible for us, taking the same starting point, to develop the implications of logical action for the structure of a social system. This structure turned out to be much more complex than it appears in cases in which a positivistic theory of action, or the Marshall-Lian scheme itself, is applied. In particular, it has been possible to demonstrate that economic theory does not capture the entire structure, but only a part of it, a part included in the logical action. Marshall, by merely merging the latter with an undifferentiated category of assets, underestimated the complexity of the situation and left some serious problems unsolved. In contrast to the theories of individualistic positivism, from which this analysis began, there are perhaps two main theoretical results that have emerged from the study of Pareto's work. It can be said that his work conclusively proves, within the scheme of action, the fundamental importance of what have been defined here as the elements of value. One of the main limitations of positivist theories is that they tended to exclude this class of factors. By studying Pareto's thought it was possible to go much beyond the simple affirmation that these factors occupy an important place, to the point of indicating what exactly this place is, what specific relationships, at least on a structural level, exist between the elements of value and those included, on the one hand in the scientific criterion of rationality, on the other in the non-subjective categories of heredity and environment. Furthermore, Pareto's position definitively overcomes the individualistic limit of the positivist theories that we have considered. He explicitly states the sociological theorem in terms which certainly include the elements of value and, to the extent that they do, indicate as one of the elements which transcend individualistic atomism the possession by the members of society of common attitudes of common values and goals. In the context in which this theorem emerges in Pareto's thought, it is directly related to elements, the elements of value, which are unequivocally incompatible with the positivistic system. This theorem reaches explicit formulation in his work, in the concept of the end that society should pursue. All this has very remarkable empirical consequences and leads to a conception of the contemporary social situation, and of the nature and direction of the main processes of social change, which is in stark contrast to the ideas on this subject of Marshall and his utilitarian predecessors. These positions cannot be considered as simply a reflection of the characteristics of Pareto's temperament, the expression of his feelings, but are directly related to the logical structure of his theory as we have analyzed it. His work confirms the thesis that there is a close relationship between empirical problems and methodological considerations, even the most abstract ones. Finally, Pareto's thought, which also seems to have affinities with the positivist position, is instead oriented towards a voluntaristic theory of action. He was steered in the right direction in this respect by having begun the analysis of individual action in terms of the means-end schema, and this depended on his training in the field of economics. His version of the theory of action is a sociological interpretation, although not only a sociological one, insofar as the individual is considered as more or less integrated with the others in relation to a system of common values. But, thanks to his initial formulation, Pareto never came to conceive this social element as a metaphysical entity in a positivistic or idealistic sense. In this respect he avoided many of the problems that Durkheim had been unable to avoid. His work thus represents one of the most fruitful starting points for the type of sociological theory and related social sciences in which the study is concerned. Any progress in this must come not by rejecting Pareto, as many have deemed necessary, but by developing what he had begun in certain directions. Durkheim also started from the same critical position. But, unlike the other two, he criticized utilitarianism not in relation to economic theory but, in a more general and more empirical way, posing the problem of the interpretation of an individualistic social order. The social division of labor is closer to Marshall's problem of free enterprise than to his technical discussions of economic theory. However, Durkheim arrived at the same general conclusions as Marshall, namely that elements other than those of mere utility are involved in contractual relationships. It is the non-contractual element in the contract. In interpreting the implications of this concept, he focused his attention on a system of rules that regulate the activities and relationships of individuals. 759. His second important empirical monograph, Suicide, deals with an entirely different problem, the understanding of the factors determining suicide. However, it constitutes the continuation of his study of contemporary society and presents a direct theoretical continuity with the division of social labor. The first important result was the demonstration, on an empirical level, of the importance of what he called the social factors of suicide. In arriving at this demonstration he brought into his critical sphere a whole group of theories which had been ignored in the division of social labor, those which attempted to interpret social phenomena exclusively in terms of the external environment and biological heredity. The particular form that social factors assume suggests that the emphasis was once again placed on the function of norms. This is particularly so for the concept of anomie as formulated in the suicide. But the methodological implications of these empirical insights were not entirely clear. In particular, it seemed difficult to reconcile the subjective conception of the contract, of the crime, etc., with the objectivism of the concept of courants suicidines. At this point, especially in the rules of the sociological method but also in the theoretical parts of both the division of social labor and suicide, Durkheim developed a methodological position which he termed sociological positivism. His starting point was a critique of the utilitarian position and of the conception of the subjectivity and spontaneity of individual needs. In this respect, Durkheim accepted the empiricist utilitarian identification of the individual factor with the concrete desires of individuals. His starting point was clearly positivistic, as appears from the affirmation that social facts must be treated comme des choses from the point of view of both the actor and the observer. That is, social facts must be considered the mirror of an objective external reality, in contrast to the subjectivity of the utilitarian's needs, determined in opposition to the latter's spontaneity. This is the original meaning of the two famous criteria established by Durkheim for identifying social facts, exteriority and compulsion. He thus contrasted utilitarian teleology with the positivistic determinism of the traditional type. His position implied acceptance of the utilitarian dilemma and, naturally, given his critical approach to thought, he leaned towards the anti-utilitarian alternative. But it soon became apparent that, for a variety of empirical considerations, these criteria were too broad, especially from the subjective point of view. They did not exclude heredity or the cosmic environment. Hence the need, particularly highlighted in the critical parts of suicide and in its critique of the psychologism of the rules of the sociological method, to find criteria on the basis of which to differentiate social factors from non-social ones, in this sense individual, which were, from the point of view of the actor, external, coercive choses. This attempt is accomplished through 1. The synthesis argument, 2. The conception that society is a psychic reality, and 3. The attempt to further specify its nature in terms of the concepts of conscience collective and representations collectives. Durkheim arrived at the methodological formulation of the idea that there must be a social reality distinct from the other two types of reality through a process of elimination, within a rigidly positivistic conceptual framework. The three arguments mentioned above must be regarded as haphazard attempts to reach a satisfactory and acceptable formulation according to the scheme, without direct reference to empirical material and, consequently, without the force of a direct and positive empirical finding. At this stage Durkheim's empirically grounded insights, to the extent that they might affect this conceptual framework, were negative and critical. All these factors, plus the limitations of an insufficiently grounded empiricism, created a logical situation in which Durkheim was criticized that his social reality was a metaphysical entity with no empirical value. At best it was superfluous and at worst downright ambiguous. Given that most of the critics were themselves positivist empiricists, this criticism was so widespread that today the judgments that are formulated on Durkheim's work are seriously affected by it. The positive value of the results achieved by Durkheim is underestimated and, even worse, to most scholars the subsequent internal development of Durkheim's thought and its immense importance. Durkheim continues to be cited by the vast majority of sociologists as the leading exponent of the erroneous theory of the group mentality. This is undoubtedly one of the most significant examples of how preconceived conceptual frameworks can impede the dissemination of important ideas. In following Durkheim's evolution, the first important step is his elaboration of some of the main empirical observations contained in the division of social labor and suicide. From conceiving of coercion as a naturalistic cause, Durkheim gradually came to think of it as a system of norm-dependent sanctions. This position made it possible for him to keep the main lines of his previous conceptual scheme, since the actor was still considered capable of knowing the conditions of his action, but it also meant that these conditions were no longer conceived in a strictly positivistic way as completely independent of human mediation in general, but only of that of the single concrete actor. He arrived at the next step by continuing to analyze the action of a concrete individual and elaborating the implications of the concept of constraint as a sanction. The fundamental point consists in the intuition that the main source of constraint lies in moral authority as a system of norms. Sanctions thus become a secondary way of enforcing norms because they in turn depend on moral authority. This fact leads Durkheim to the conception of the social element as essentially consisting of a common system of norms of moral obligation, of institutions that regulate the actions of individuals in a community. It implies a strict distinction between the conceptions of individual interest and of moral obligation. It is here that Durkheim finds the analytic foundation for his distinction between the individual and the social. The critical attitude towards the utilitarian position is maintained, but what is opposed to it is something totally different. The methodological implications of this development of his thought are very important. Up to this point Durkheim had sought to insert, subjectively, the social factor as an element of the subjective scheme of rational action, fully analyzable in terms of the methodology of science. The purposes and other normative elements had previously been identified with the needs of the utilitarians, but now the whole social factor moves from the category of facts or conditions to the normative field. This represents a radical departure from both the alternatives presented by the utilitarian dilemma and Durkheim's empiricist tendency. In fact, ends and norms are no longer simply individual, but social. Furthermore, the social factor can no longer be considered a concrete entity, because one of its modes of expression manifests itself as a factor in the concrete ends and norms of individuals. Thus, in terms of the fundamental dichotomy analyzed in this study, the social factor becomes normative, more specifically a factor of value, and not a factor of heredity or environment. Durkheim's attempt to rehabilitate the positivist position on a sociological basis has unquestionably failed. His sociologism has proved fatal to positivism. In his explicitly positivist phase, Durkheim had already established the concept of a plurality of qualitatively distinct social types. It will be recalled that this was the basis of his definition of social normality, which he then expressed in terms of the social environment or social structure. This social structure is now essentially constituted by a common system of norms, which are not completely autonomous but, in turn, rest on a system of common ultimate values. In this way Durkheim, starting from the analysis of social facts, in particular of mass phenomena, arrives by a different route essentially at the same position that Pareto had reached through the analysis of individual action. It can therefore be concluded that these are two different ways of approaching the same fundamental problems. Both lead to the sociological theorem in the correct interpretation, i.e. in reference to an element of concrete social life and not to a concrete entity. Furthermore, both lead to essentially the same concept of one aspect of it as an element of value, a system of common ultimate values. In Pareto's work, due to certain particularities of his logical scheme, the distinctions between heredity and environment on the one hand, and elements of value in non-logical action on the other, emerged only indirectly by developing the implications of his thinking in a direction different from the one followed by himself. In Durkheim's thought, on the other hand, the distinction with respect to the elements of heredity and environment was clear from the beginning. His problem was rather to define the nature of the social element. The dividing line between the individual and social non-utilitarian elements was eventually identified with that between heredity and environment on the one hand and elements of value on the other. 760. Finally, in both Pareto's and Durkheim's schema there is room for the utilitarian elements of action. But the position reached by both entails an important modification in the way in which they were generally conceived. The importance attached to a common system of ultimate values does not allow the concrete ends of individual action to be identified with the casual needs of utilitarianism. The conception emerges that there are long, complex, and intersecting chains of means-end relationships, culminating in relatively integrated individual systems of ultimate ends, each of which is in turn, to a relative extent, integrated into a common system. This common system is connected to the intermediate auxiliary sector of the chain in various complex forms which can be formulated for our purposes mainly in these terms: 1. As constituting the ultimate goal of each chain, and 2. As constituting the origin of the moral authority of institutional norms. But the system of common values is in no case the basis of all the elements in the immediate concrete ends of the intermediate sector. 761. Other elements of various kinds are identified, many of which have a centrifugal tendency. we recognize the existence of a series of factors operating essentially like Pareto's interests, we therefore understand the need to control these interests. Finally, it can be concluded that the correct way of conceiving the sciences dealing with the elements of this intermediate sector is not to consider them, as has often been done, as sciences relating to the concrete sectors of social life or, much more subtle error, abstract sciences, which deal with concrete hypothetical societies, in which the only motivations for behavior are technological efficiency or the maximization of wealth or power. On the contrary, technology, economics and politics should be conceived as sciences which deal systematically with groups of elements which can be analytically separated from the total complex of action, prescinding, for systematic theoretical ends, from the immediate consideration of other ends, but not assuming that such other ends do not exist or are of little importance. Indeed, none of these structural elements can have concrete existence independently of the others. The conception of the kind of abstraction necessary in the social sciences, which we formulate, is not that of a series of hypothetical concrete systems, but rather of abstract analytical systems, each of which takes as given the fundamental structure of concrete systems of action comprising different elements from those concerning the particular science in question. Durkheim, having arrived at this conception of the place of the social element, as an element of common value in action, in its relations with the intrinsic means-end chain, went further. In his study of religion he opened up entirely new fields. In the distinction between sacred and profane he identified another form of expression, in a different set of relationships, essentially of the same elements formulated in the distinction between moral obligation and interest. The same attitude of respect, which excludes the calculation of utilitarian advantage, appears towards both the sacred object and the moral law. But, given that sacred objects are often concrete and material things, the problem of the origin of their sacredness presents particular difficulties. Durkheim, unlike the exponents of the previous schools, solves them by indicating how the relationship between sacred things and their origin is symbolic, not intrinsic. Thus Durkheim arrives at the proposition that sacred things are symbolic representations of society. This use of the symbolic relationship gave rise to two major lines of thought. It led to a conception of the nature of religious ideas which, on the basis of the analysis presented above, we can interpret as indicating that the system of common values is not simply, as was the case in Durkheim's earlier thinking, connected in reverse to action in intrinsic means-end chain, i.e. action in relation to the empirical aspect of reality. At the same time there is an organized way in which individuals associate themselves and their values with non-empirical aspects of reality. For the reasons already indicated, symbolism plays a particularly important part in this relationship. However, this relationship is not simply cognitive and passive, but implies active attitudes and actions. These actions take the form of ritual, which can thus be considered as an expression, in symbolic form, of ultimate values. In this way Durkheim adds a completely new normative category to the structure of action, giving it a systematic place in his thought, close to categories more akin to the positivist tradition. But the ritual is more than an expression, with the theory of the function of ritual, as capable of reinforcing solidarity and energy in action. Durkheim once again oriented his thought in the direction of a voluntaristic theory of action, involving a system of ultimate values, studying them in their complex relationships with the other elements of the action. The results of his theory of religion seem to point in this direction, especially for the importance attributed to worship in relation to religious ideas. This tendency of Durkheim's thought, as well as many other aspects of it, correspond, in its general lines, to Pareto thought. But Durkheim's methodological starting point and his process of development helped to place the emphasis on the structure of action systems, and in this way he was able to differentiate, more clearly than Pareto had done, some of the different structural elements that the latter brought together in its category non-logical action. Thus, first, Durkheim distinguished, much more precisely, albeit from a different point of view, between heredity and environment on the one hand and elements of value on the other. Furthermore, within the last category, Durkheim clarified the institutional characteristics of the function of values in action, and finally of the function of ritual, both religious and magical. In this respect, his discussion of the function of symbolism is very important. Although he too had dealt with ritual, Pareto did not manage to elaborate, with the clarity that is typical of Durkheim, the systematic relationship between this and the other structural elements of action. With Durkheim's treatment of institutions and ritual, the scheme of the main relationships between the social factor constituted by the ultimate common values and action can be considered complete, to the extent that the values themselves can be formulated in terms of the relationship means-ends. Other relationships exist, but their systematic analysis will be done later. These other aspects concern more the function of value attitudes in general than that of rationally formulated goals and norms. In this regard there is a lot of interesting material in Pareto, more so than in the work of Durkheim, since the former, placing the emphasis on the non-logical, managed to highlight those elements that absolutely could not be inserted for the actor in logical categories. But for the reasons already explained, Pareto neglected to fit these elements into a systematic scheme of the structure of action. Finally, Durkheim, in his sociological epistemology and in other elements of his thought, oriented himself, in the last phase of his life, in a different direction from that of the voluntaristic theory of action, that is, towards an idealistic sociology. Looking for an observable reality, which had the requisites of its social facts, he tended to consider the actor as a scientist, who studies society and adapts to it. This scheme was originally developed in a positivistic context. As the social factor gradually came to be conceived as an element of value, this scheme helped to make Durkheim think of it as a system of ideas, that is, of eternal objects, which the actor contemplates passively. This tendency culminated in his sociological epistemology, in which he identified the social factor with the a priori source of the categories. Thus the link that had characterized it as part of empirical reality was lost. 762. He found himself having to choose between a return to ancient empiricism and an idealistic position which, in connection with the doctrine of social types, would lead him to an impossible solipsistic skepticism. Durkheim's career was interrupted at a time when these two tendencies of his thought were faced with and in the midst of serious philosophical difficulties. We can only speculate about what would have happened had he lived longer. Finally, it is worth drawing attention to an important difference between Pareto and Durkheim. Durkheim, in the sector that currently interests us, that of religion and ritual, formulated theorems of great importance, but to interpret them and clarify their methodological framework it was necessary, both for Durkheim and for us, to develop a complex critical treatment of certain methodological problems and philosophical. Such problems could not have been stated in terms of Durkheim's initial conceptual framework. Some of his later formulations, however, need to be profoundly modified in order to avoid certain serious methodological criticisms which they offer the side. The situation is different for Pareto. From the point of view of the present study, the Pareto scheme appears incomplete, but there are no methodological or substantial obstacles to its extension in the direction that interests us. It is about taking Pareto's starting positions and developing them. Whatever Pareto's errors may be, and there is no reason to believe that they are not numerous, they are not of great importance for our analysis, and it was therefore not necessary to reject any part of his theories. The absence in Pareto's thought of any methodological dogmatism based on philosophical assumptions is in stark contrast to Durkheim's position in this regard. We have thus summarized the first part of our study. It seems legitimate to conclude that neither the radical positivistic position nor the utilitarian conception constitute a stable methodological basis for the theoretical sciences of action. Marshall came from the utilitarian tradition and unwittingly modified it to the point of making it unrecognizable. Pareto and Durkheim consciously and successfully attacked it. Both sometimes tended to react by orienting themselves in the direction of radical positivism, but the problems that this position entailed contributed to the emergence of the conception of a common system of ultimate values as a fundamental element in concrete social life. Durkheim went further and elaborated some important propositions about the relations of these to the other elements of action. It can be argued that this process constitutes an internal crisis of the positivist theory of action in the work of two men strongly predisposed in its favor. In this crisis, mere empirical evidence played a decisive role, together with theoretical and methodological considerations. It is a process analogous, in many respects, to the recent internal crisis that occurred in the conceptual framework of classical physics. There are two alternatives that emerge, an idealistic theory and a theory that brings together a certain number of analytical sciences under the voluntarist concept of action. The latter trend is predominant in Pareto's thinking and became evident in the later thinking of Durkheim, but in Durkheim's work it was in conflict with the other. At this point it is natural to turn to the cradle of idealist philosophy, Germany, and see the development of social thought in that country. In general, it can be said that while in the Latin and Anglo-Saxon countries the fundamental conflict took place between positivism and the voluntaristic theory of action, in Germany it instead took place between the latter and idealism. The main topic of the third part of this study will be some aspects of this problem. Third part: the derivation of a voluntaristic theory of action from the idealistic tradition. 13. The idealistic tradition. The methodological background. Like any other major tradition of thought, the idealistic tradition is complex and made up of many strands. Our exposition, as already in the case of the positivist tradition, does not pretend to present an exhaustive historical description. We will limit ourselves to selecting, with the method of the ideal type, some currents of particular importance for the problems of this study. 1. For the purposes of this study, it is not necessary to refer to the pre-Kant idealist tradition. Few thinkers have presented so many different sides to different interpreters. Here we propose only to draw attention to a few salient points. In Anglo-Saxon countries it is generally believed that Kant's main contribution consists in the solution of the dilemma presented by Hume's epistemological skepticism. This is an important point, and therefore we will consider it as an introduction to other topics, which are of more immediate interest here. The empirical knowledge whose validity has mainly interested the epistemological discussion of modern philosophy, at least until relatively recent times, is that of the physical world, expressed in the classical system of physical theory. Its validity was questioned by Hume and later re-established by Kant. Kant too showed a precise interest in the physical world. The clearest indication is perhaps found in his indication of space, which he understood without any doubt as the physical space of classical mechanics, as an indispensable a priori intuition, a logical prerequisite any kind of empirical knowledge. Phenomena, according to Kant, are things or happenings in space too. However, Kant's response to Hume implied the rejection of the simplistic empirical realism that had characterized the first physicists, the simple faith of which Professor Whitehead III speaks, which had been destroyed by the subsequent epistemological criticism culminating in Hume. Kant of course did not revert to this position, but re-established the validity of physical science by reducing physical bodies and events to the status of phenomena, depriving them of their most substantial metaphysical reality by making them relative to another order of being, the ideal. In this process of relativization, however, the system of classical physics remained intact and remained, for the phenomenal world, an empirically closed system. Man participated in this world, and not only as a knowing subject but also as an object, as a physical body. But man also participated in the world of ideas and freedom. Kantian thought is therefore characterized by a radical dualism, which reaches its critical point in relation to man, both physical body and spiritual being. Consequently, the Kantian scheme favors the reduction of all the phenomenal aspects of the individual, in particular the biological ones, to a materialistic basis, and gives rise to a clear separation between this and the spiritual life, a distinction which is still reflected in the rigidity of the separation between the natural sciences and the cultural or spiritual sciences, Geist, in Germany. For Kant, practical reason undoubtedly belongs to the noumenal world, not to the phenomenal one. This means that man as an active and finalized being, the actor, must not be studied by the sciences of the world of phenomena, nor by a generalizing analytical method. In this field man is not subject to a law in the physical sense, but he is free. A knowledge of his life and his actions can only be obtained with the speculative methods of philosophy, in particular with the process of intuition of total systems, Gestalten, which it is illegitimate to decompose through a process of atomistic analysis. In the post-Kantian development of idealism, this element was at the center of philosophical attention. In Hegel's time, the world of phenomena had not simply become relative to the ideal and to a large extent dependent on it, but was practically absorbed by it. Since what interested idealist philosophers in relation to man, i.e. his action and his culture, was radically excluded from the field of phenomena, the interest in man had no place in the model of the physical sciences, but it did not, he had certainly disappeared. If it was forbidden to analyze human acts, it was at least permissible to record them, to study their effects in their concrete integrity. One could also philosophize about these actions and events in terms of their importance to the whole of human development, for from this derives the tendency of idealism to assume essentially two forms with respect to the study of human action: concrete and detailed history on the one hand, the philosophy of history on the other, which have undoubtedly been the main lines of thought and social research in Germany from the days of idealistic philosophy. These two lines are not completely distinct and indeed have some fundamental characteristics in common. First, the common filiation from the idealistic position of the Kantian dilemma has led to a common opposition to positivist tendencies, to any tendency to reduce the facts of human life and destiny to physical or biological terms. This has found its clearest expression, as we have observed, in the rigid methodological distinction between natural sciences and disciplines that concern human behavior and culture. 5. Secondly, analytic theory in general has been associated with these questionable positivist positions, and hence the tendency to reject any general theory for the non-natural sciences. Perhaps the clearest expression of all this was the almost universal opposition in Germany throughout the 19th century to classical economics, Smithianismus, as it was called. The most real methodological foundation of this conflict is perhaps to be found in the empiricism common to both of these traditions of thought. As long as this exists, they are irreconcilable, if one tries in any way to refer them to the same concrete subject. The only way to avoid the conflict is to keep the fields of their application strictly distinct, as in the separation theorized in Germany between the natural and socio-cultural sciences. Although empiricism is common to both traditions, it is important to realize that there are differences. In the case of positivistic empiricism, it is mainly the reification of theoretical systems, to use Professor Cohen's term 6, or the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, to use Whitehead's term. The starting point is a general analytical scheme valid for a certain body of facts. It was considered that this meant, methodologically, that concrete reality is reflected in the conceptual scheme, in a way that is adequate for all scientific purposes. This has led, as an inevitable consequence, to determinism. A logically closed system of theory becomes, in such an interpretation, an empirically closed system. And this regardless of the content, both for the system of mechanics and for that of classical economics. The problem of determinism has been, and understandably in terms of the Kantian tradition, one of the essential points of conflict. To the idealists, the deterministic implication did not appear as the result of a methodologically inexact way of linking the general analytic scheme to concrete reality, inaccuracy that could be overcome by correcting the error of the improper reference to the concrete. On the contrary, the empiricist interpretation has been accepted without question. Hence, given that it was equally accepted as a fundamental fact that human action could not be determined in this mechanistic sense, it was concluded that no general analytic system was applicable in this field. Corollary of human freedom was the particular individuality of all human events, insofar as they are spiritual. Idealistic empiricism is therefore not a deterministic reification of analytic theory systems, but implies a rejection of any theory in favor of the concrete particularity and individuality of all things human. In this sense, historicism has been the predominant tendency of German social thought of idealistic derivation. Since the general analytical level of scientific understanding is excluded a priori, human affairs can only be understood in terms of the concrete individuality of the specific historical case, and it follows that the relevant elements of knowledge cannot be derived from a limited number of cases, but that each thing must be known by itself. History is the only way to the fullness of knowledge. We noted earlier that this trend has had two main formulations. The first corresponds to an interest in the concrete elements of historical processes, per se. It is constantly present in 19th-century German thought and perhaps finds its clearest enunciation in Ranke's famous postulate, that the task of the historian is to reproduce the past wie es eigentlich gewesen ist, that is, in all its concrete details. This is the main feature of most of the works produced by German historical culture in various fields and was one of the fundamental elements in one of the great intellectual strands of the 19th century. Moreover, it cannot be said that he founded a theoretical school in the social disciplines, it resulted rather in a denial of theory in general. 7. But this did not remain the only or even the predominant trend of idealistic social thought. Kant himself, despite his idealism, had some pronounced individualistic elements, particularly in the ethical aspects of his thinking. We can assume that this, and the emphasis on freedom in the Kantian, that is, relatively individualistic, sense, predisposed the Kantians to a particularistic conception of human action, which stresses the uniqueness of the single individual and the freedom from the determination according to the circumstances of his particular acts. While Fichte, in a certain phase of his thought, perhaps represented the culmination of this current of idealism, the much more influential Hegelian current followed a different direction. The element of objectivism in idealistic philosophy 8 was emphasized, as opposed to Kant's greater subjectivism. In reference to human affairs, this led to a theory of emanation. Instead of being treated alone and for itself, the individual human act or a complex of acts tended to be interpreted as a form of expression of a spirit. Geist shared this quality with a large number of other acts by the same and other individuals. Thus, according to Hegel, human history is the process of objectification of a single Weltgeist. The result of this tendency was to order activities in relation to comprehensive models of totality or collectives. Attention was focused not on individual events or acts, but on the Geist that constituted their unity. Even in this situation, the historical trend remained intact. The unified concept under which the individual empirical data were grouped was therefore not that of a general law or an analytic element, as in the positivist tradition, but rather a unique, particular Geist, a specific cultural totality clearly distinct from all others and incommensurable with them. The main characteristic of German social theory of idealistic derivation must be sought in this emphasis on historically unique cultural systems and in the tendency to treat all empirical data in relation to these systems. The sectors in which this trend has been elaborated are too numerous and complex to be adequately covered here. Perhaps the most important, in addition to historiography proper, is that of jurisprudence, in which the famous historical school initiated by Savigny applied the historical method to the analysis of legal systems, especially Roman law. Instead of treating it, as the Roman jurists themselves had done, in relation to a universal natural reason, they regarded it as a system expressing a certain Geist which could be formulated in terms of a limited number of principles. 9. But this system was radically different from other legal systems, for example from that of Germanic law. 10. An analogous movement took place in the German historical economic school. 11, particularly in its initial phase. Its representatives argued that classical economics did not constitute, as its exponents claimed, a set of universally applicable principles of economic life, but was rather the expression of a particular Geist, that of liberalism, individualism, mercantilism, Manchesterdom. It follows that its applicability is limited to the social circumstances in which the spirit in question predominates, and therefore the attempt to develop other alternative economic systems, for example the one relating to the Middle Ages. In the Hegelian form, the basis of this historicism was a rigidly monistic idealism which, in historical application, demanded a unified conception of human life and of history. The bridge between this final unity and the historical uniqueness of particular epochs and historical cultural traditions was provided by the dialectic, which made room for qualitative differences in the self-realization phases of the Weltgeist. Each phase was, in some respects, the antithesis of the previous one. However, this current too has gone through a phase that is in a certain sense positivist. It took the form of a skeptical attitude towards the great speculative constructions of the Hegelian type. However, as is generally the case, this criticism attacked only some elements, leaving others intact. In this particular case, the continuity of the structural principle between the various cultures was mainly criticized. But the system of thought that underlay it, the attempt to organize the data around the concept of a Geist and the unique system connected to it, were not touched. As a result, particular historical epochs or their spirits remained untethered, nebeneinander. The dogma of individual uniqueness is pushed to the point of breaking any theoretical continuity. Thus, in place of a theory of dialectical evolution on the Hegelian scheme, we have an absolute historical relativism. History becomes a succession of such unique and essentially unattached systems. On an empirical level, one of the first representatives of this relativistic position was Dilthey 12. Subsequently, the same tendency was further developed on an epistemological level by the current known as Wissen's Sociology 13. As we have already observed, this emphasis placed on the whole, the totality of a cultural system, has implied a rejection of the type of analytic theory proper to the positivist tradition. The predominantly empiricist character of both positions has helped to intensify this rejection, since it is indisputably true that these theories, that of classical economics for example, have failed to explain some concrete facts, and that one would get an important and valid correction of them considering the phenomena in question from the point of view of their cultural totality. 14. The prevailing approach in Germany, therefore, did not lack an empirical justification. At the same time, this rejection of general analytic concepts and the corresponding interest in organic totality forced German theorists to follow highly questionable methodological paths from the point of view of analytic theory. In truth, science could not limit itself to the isolated observation of individual facts and phenomena, of particular acts and events, as claimed by a current of German empiricism. At the same time, there was no general theory in terms of which one could organize the particular observations and evaluate their scientific importance. Hence the need to recognize the validity of a type of knowledge that has no place in science as it is generally conceived, a type of intuition of the characteristic structures of sets, which can neither be observed in the common operational sense, nor interpreted through the usual theoretical processes. 15. The methodological conflict was all the more irreconcilable the more positivist thinking appeared mechanistic and atomistic, characteristics that are indeed relevant throughout the development of its history. The traditional critique of the Enlightenment ideas of utilitarianism, positivism, and rationalism has been formulated precisely in these terms. One or the other version of the organic theory was opposed to these. From the 19th century to today, German culture in the social field has been predominantly organic. However, the dichotomy between mechanistic and atomistic, individualistic and organic is stated in excessively general and formal terms. It refers only to formal and general relationships between parts or unity with the whole. In the course of the development of German social thought, a more specific formulation gradually emerged. The divergences between German idealism and positivism are not exclusively methodological. In the formal sense mentioned above, there are also considerable differences in the indication of the substantive factors by which human action is explained. The original Kantian dualism made a clear distinction between the sphere of nature, of phenomena, of determinism, on the one hand, and that of freedom, of ideas, of Geist, on the other. The mainstream of German social thought is oriented towards the second sector. This means that organicism is not formulated in analogy to biological science, although this has sometimes appeared, but belongs in this sense to the ideal sphere. The essential reality, therefore, the determining factors of human life and action, were sought on this plane. However, there is a radical distinction between this order of reality and the one considered by positivistic thought, or given in the Kantian world of phenomena. The latter is a complex of elements functionally or causally connected to each other. This conception implies that the process takes place over time, since the basis of every concept of causal relationship is that of variation. Two entities are causally related if, and to the extent that, a change in one also causes a change in the other. Change in this sense implies a temporal process. An ideal reality instead implies a complex of elements connected to each other, which therefore constitute a system but this form of relationship has a different character from the causal one, it is a connection of meaning 16. Thus a scientific theory is a complex or system of propositions logically related to each other 17. Similarly, an artistic form constitutes a structure of elements, in the case of a symphony, for example, of combinations of sounds, connected to each other, not logically, but always in a meaningful way. That is, to use Professor Kohler's term 18, there exists a true mutual necessity, which becomes evident if a false note is played, just as one can, in a theory, identify a logical error. Undoubtedly, these meaningful relations of the elements of a system are not causal relations. Two observations can validate this statement. First, the relationship with time is fundamentally different. Logical relationships are out of time, like the shape of a work of art. By this we do not mean that such systems do not have an origin in time 19, nor does this mean that time is not important to the concrete form of symbolic expression, for example in music or poetry. It only means that the meaning system in itself is timeless. The relations between the elements of the system are not relations of a temporal process, but are of a radically different order 20. Secondly, the relationship with action is completely different. As we have shown, causal relationships are relevant to rational action as conditions and means. To the extent that causal relationships exist, they are relevant to rational action as conditions and means. To the extent that there are causal relationships between the elements of his situation, the actor is conditioned, in the sense that the achievement of an end in the given situation depends on his realization of these relationships. Meaningful relationships, on the other hand, condition action in a certain sense 21, but not in the same sense. Their function is normative, they express relationships between various elements and aspects of an ideal towards which action is oriented. For example, in developing a theory, nothing in the conditions of his situation prevents the student from making a logical error, what prevents him from doing so is rather the effort to conform his action to the rigor of logic. Similarly, a pianist in performing a musical theme can, objectively, play a false note, but he avoids doing so because this would be contrary to the normative necessity of the musical form. We have already mentioned, in the course of the present analysis, that there are at least two significant ways in which the ideal elements relate to the spatial and temporal aspects of experience. The normative elements can be linked to action and thought, first, in an intrinsic context and, secondly, as a term of a symbolic relationship. The first type of relationship is the most typical of positivistic systems, since scientific methodology constitutes a norm of this type for thought processes, and to the extent that the action is rational, in the sense indicated in this study, the same elements are normative not only for thought but also for action. Or rather, thought, considered as a process to arrive at knowledge, is a case included in a vaster category of actions oriented according to logical norms. In this context, the significant elements of action assume, in terms of a voluntaristic theory of action, a causal relevance, since action processes can be conceivable to be to some extent independent of their conditions only in terms of orientation towards such norms. The second type of relationship, the symbolic one, assumed particular importance in Durkheim's treatment of religion. Ultimately, any relationship between the particular symbol and its meaning breaks down, and undoubtedly the relationship is different from that between non-normative elements of a situation and a norm. Spatio-temporal phenomena of any kind are open to interpretation, not in terms of their intrinsic properties and causal relationships, but as symbolic expressions of meanings or systems of meanings. Insofar as phenomena are interpreted in this context, A causal explanation of the type of the natural sciences is completely dispensed with. The relationship between a particular symbol and its meaning in the causal sense is always arbitrary, it can only be understood when the language is known. The only intrinsic element common to symbols and their meanings is that of order, and this cannot be grasped with the isolated study of particular symbols, but only in terms of their mutual relations in systems 22. This fact undoubtedly constitutes one of the fundamental reasons for the character of organicity that we have detected in German social thought and explains the refusal of any attempt to break up the concrete whole analytically. Both forms of relationship of the ideal or provided with meaning with space-time have a prominent place in idealistic social thought. The symbolic relationship appears, however, to be of greater importance. This distinction between causal relations and relations provided with meaning has found expression in methodological terms. To differentiate it from the analytical method of the natural sciences, the method of the culture sciences has been called Verstehen. The most important significance of this difficult concept, the elaboration of which must perhaps be attributed to Dilthey more than to anyone else, is his reference to the understanding of symbolic relationships. An entity is verstanden when it is given a place in a system of relationships provided with meaning, through which it precisely acquires meaning, Sinn. If it is itself an ideal entity, for example a proposition, this happens directly. If it is not, if it is an object or a space-time event, Verstehen's method implies a further step. This entity must be attributed, through a process of symbolic interpretation, a meaning which makes it coherent with this ideal system. As we shall see, these considerations do not exhaust Verstehen's concept, particularly in the sense in which it is used by Weber. Another fundamental aspect is his reference to subjective phenomena. Insofar as meanings can be said to have an empirical spatio-temporal existence, this occurs in the mind 23. Unquestionably there is a very close relationship between the understanding of meaningful relationships as such on the one hand, and the study of the subjective aspect of action on the other. Here we only mention the relationship, we will deal with it extensively in reference to Weber. If our interpretation of the mainstream of idealistic social thought is correct, it is not surprising that this thought constantly contrasts with positivist positions. In opposition to mechanism, individualism, atomism, it postulates organicism, the subordination of the unity, including the human individual, to the whole. Against the tendency to consider certain particular cases as examples of a general law or principle, it accentuates the irreducible qualitative individuality of phenomena, up to positions of historical relativism. But underlying these differences is an even more serious conflict. Positivistic thinking has always directed its efforts towards identifying intrinsic causal relationships in phenomena, idealistic thinking instead from the identification of connections of meaning, Sinnzusammenhang. This difference is joined by that of a methodological nature, on the one hand the causal theoretical explanation, on the other the interpretation of meaning, Sinndeutung, which sees in the concrete facts of its field of study symbols, the meanings of which must be interpreted. The order and the system of social phenomena is an order endowed with meaning 24 and not causal. The contrast seems inevitable. The positivist has always sought to reduce meaningful systems to a causal basis, making his causal analysis extend to all intellectually comprehensible relationships. The idealist, on the other hand, with equal insistence has sought to insert causal relations into meaningful systems. The tendency in both cases was to extend methodological principles to all knowable things, at least in relation to human beings. At the beginning of this study we tried to highlight some fundamental difficulties of a rigorously positivist interpretation of the theory of action and to show to what extent the positivist theory of action had itself fallen into these difficulties, to the point of overcoming the positivist limits and to develop, at least in part, in an idealistic direction. The object of the analysis that follows will be the reverse process, that is, to show some of the difficulties inherent in a rigorously idealistic position and to see how positivistic elements have entered the idealistic tradition. However, it is not enough to say that both the idealistic and the positivist positions have a valid basis and that there is a field in which the validity of each should be recognized. Rather, it is necessary to overcome this eclecticism and try, at least in broad terms, to describe the specific ways of correlation between the two. In this respect, the voluntaristic theory of action assumes particular importance. It bridges the seemingly irreconcilable differences of the two traditions, making it possible in a certain sense to get the best of both. 25. The category systems of meaning or connections of meaning is not homogeneous but obviously includes a number of different types. In this study we do not intend to arrive at an exhaustive classification. Some distinctions, however, naturally emerge from the general theoretical framework of the discussion, which we will formulate more precisely later. But let us note one thing: a complex of meanings has been of fundamental importance in the positivist tradition, namely scientific theory. An important result of the previous analysis of Pareto's work is the development of a clear distinction between this and another type, which is also very significant for action, namely the ideas of value. Not surprisingly, to the extent that the idealistic tradition has been interested in action, attention has turned towards the latter. If the Volksgeist or another Geist has been regarded by various schools as the central determinant of a concrete system of action or relationship to be analyzed, its content will turn out to consist of normative value ideas, a set of concepts concerning what the human actions and relationships should be. Furthermore, our discussion of concrete historical cases will show the affinity of these value systems with other systems of meaning, such as religious and metaphysical ideas and artistic styles, all of which differ sharply from scientific theories. In the discussion of Durkheim we have already commented on the importance of this fundamental distinction. Scientific theories constitute the closest link between causal elements and those endowed with a sense of reality, because, while theories as such are systems of meanings, the symbolic references involved concern systems of intrinsic causal relationships. This is not true in the same sense for other types of meaningful systems. They can in fact be placed in a range that goes from purely scientific theories at one extreme, to those that are pure forms of expression at the other, in which the intrinsic elements are of only symbolic importance. Certain types of art form are the clearest example of the second category. The problem of capitalism. Up to this point we have discussed the idealist position as a logical scheme, making only occasional references to particular developments of such thinking in specific fields. Before closing this chapter we will examine the main stages in the development of a particular historical theoretical problem, capitalism, in order to describe how the logical distinctions outlined above appear in a particular subject, and also why this argument constitutes the empirical core of Weber's work, which we will study in the next two chapters. The tendency to consider the modern economic order as a historically unique system of relations expressing a particular Geist was already clearly outlined in the previous historical schools of economics. As we have mentioned, classical economics was considered an expression of this Geist and therefore applicable only to a particular set of relationships, those of an individualistic order. By far the most important thinker who elaborated a theory of the modern economic order on historical grounds is Marx. 26, and the Marxian system formed the center of German cultural discussions about capitalism. Marx is generally not considered to belong to the historical school of economics. In the aspects that interest this study, his thought derives directly from Hegel. However profound the differences between Hegelian idealism and Marxian materialism may be, Marx was influenced in certain essential respects by Hegel. Like Hegel, he elaborated a philosophy of history in which human development is conceived as a single process towards a certain goal, although both the goal and the character of the process differ from the Hegelian position. Also like Hegel, and unlike the evolutionary positivists, he conceived of the process not as a continuous process on a single line, in which each phase constitutes in some respects a quantitative progress with respect to the previous phase, but as a dialectical process. That is, while there is continuity in the process as a whole, each phase forms a system quite distinct from the others in the principle of its organization and in direct opposition to the one that precedes it. While in a continuous process the delimitation of the phases is arbitrary, this is not the case in a dialectical process. As we have noted, 27 Marx made use of the basic framework of classical economic theory, but characteristically transformed it from an analytical theory of the economic aspect of social phenomena in general into a historical theory of the functioning and development of a particular economic system, the capitalist system. It is not clear what economic theory would be required by other systems, such as feudal or socialist, but it is quite clear that the capitalist system is distinctly distinct, not merely as a different phase, but in principle, from the period that preceded it and from that which presumably will follow it in the dialectical process. Classical economic theory was formulated on an empiricist basis, which Marx did not contest. It therefore implied elements of social organization, what some modern writers would define as institutional elements. But Marx distinguished himself from the main classical theorists in the choice of the elements to be considered decisive. The main interest of those concerned phenomena of division of labor and exchange between isolated individuals, each of which produces a commodity for the consumer market. At least that was the main institutional starting point. Marx maintained the concept of a plurality of competing production units, but his approach, although influenced by Malthus and Ricardo, was new due to the interest in theoretical consequences, and his attention was focused on the internal structure of the production unit. What interested Marx most was the division of society into classes of employers and workers, according to Malthus' definition. Thus there was an internal conflict of interest within the basic unit of the system, the capitalist firm, the class conflict, implying a power relationship between the classes. It was its class structure, based in turn on the organization of the unit of production, which characterized Marx's capitalist system, and it was this element which he generalized, beyond the capitalist system, which formed the systematic unifying principle of all the process of evolution. Each social system is characterized by its specific class structure, which class structure is based on the conditions of production. Every system is dominated by one class and at the same time creates in its development another class, which in its turn destroys the other. Thus, on the other hand, it is class conflict which constitutes the dynamic element of the process of evolution and forms the contradiction between any system and the preceding or succeeding system, as the case may be. This element, a form of the element of power discussed above, gives Marxian theory its dynamic character, as opposed to the balancing tendency of orthodox economic theory. We can now set about discussing what can be understood by materialism in the Marxist sense. Experience shows that it is always useful to try to understand a scholar on the basis of his polemical opposition to the thought of his time. Marx's polemic was mainly directed against two tendencies, Hegel's idealism and utopian socialism. First of all, it seems appropriate to clarify a frequent misunderstanding. Marx did not use the word materialism in the usual positivist sense, i.e., reducing social phenomena, causally, to elements of the non-human environment, such as natural resources, or biological heredity, or some combination of these. Such an interpretation is certainly to be excluded. Natural resources are of fundamental importance in Marxian theory, but their importance derives from the relationship existing between these elements and a particular form of social organization. However, they fail to explain the social organization itself, since these factors have not changed in the process of development of the capitalist system. In capitalism there is a fundamental element, regardless of the biological needs of men, their other biological characteristics and their environment external. Marxism is a social doctrine. Marx made the famous statement that Hegel's thinking stood on its head and that he, Marx, had put it back in its right place. That is, the dynamic forces of history must not be sought in the immanent self-development of a Geist in the Hegelian sense, but in a different sphere, that of the interests of men. Materialism here is to be interpreted as opposed to idealism in the Hegelian sense. As such it is a residual category and should not be confused with the common understanding of scientific materialism. The other word that is frequently referred to in Marx's thought, determinism, acquires its meaning in contrast to utopian socialism. The utopians, including for example Owen and Fourier, belong to a branch of the movement of thought defined above 28 as radical rationalistic positivism. Faced with the irrationality found in the social conditions of their time, they believed in the power of reason to show men the real conditions of their happiness, regardless of the particular situation in which a given individual found himself. All that was needed to change a social system was therefore to appeal to the reason of individuals, especially those who are in positions of responsibility, to show them the irrationality of the present order and the reasonableness of the proposed alternatives. To this Marx opposed his conception of interests. In Marx's thought there is no indication of a radical anti-intellectualism of a positivist character. Indeed, if he had taken this position, he could not have accepted classical economic theory. According to Marx, men act rationally, even if in a limited sense, a position that makes one think of Hobbes rather than Locke or Condorcet. But they act rationally within a given concrete situation, and in such a situation the rational norm itself requires certain courses of action and precludes others. Men, precisely because they act rationally, follow their interests as defined by the situation in which they find themselves. Reference in positive terms to the division of labor was part of the conceptual framework of classical economics. In comparison with the natural state, this was a more efficient way of securing the means for the satisfaction of needs. The mechanism of competition was seen rather in this light than as a control mechanism, and even when it was conceived as a control mechanism it was essentially a control of possible abuses. Marx, with his doctrine of interests, transformed not only competition but the whole structure of the economic order into a great control mechanism, a coercive system. This is the essential meaning of the Marxian conception of economic determinism. We are not dealing with psychological anti-rationalism, but with the global consequences of a large number of rational acts. On the one hand, the system itself is the result of the infinity of individual acts, but on the other, it creates a specific situation for each individual who acts, which obliges him to operate in certain ways if he does not want to act against his interest. Thus for Marx exploitation was not to be attributed either to the unreasonableness or to the mere selfishness of the individual employer, but the employer was placed in a situation in which he had to act as he did, otherwise he would be eliminated in the competitive struggle. In this way, while the liberal theory concentrated particularly on the greater efficiency of an individualistic order, Marx underlined its coercive aspect and characterized the structure of the system in this sense. Once individuals are placed in the situations, which are given, their actions are determined so as to perpetuate the system, or rather to set it on a course of evolution, ending in self-destruction. The characteristic forms of coercion found in the capitalist system are not universal, but limited to the particular conditions of that system, to a specific combination of modes of production. In the feudal era the exploitation of the proletariat in capitalist enterprise was not the dominant feature of society, and with the advent of socialism it will cease to be so. The essential problem of Marxism, therefore, is, what are the factors that determine this specific situation in which capitalist determinism is realized? This once again brings up the problem of materialism. The materialist conception, in the Marxian sense of the term, means that every system, the capitalist one for example, is a development from analogous conditions existing in the previous system. From this point of view, history constitutes an unbroken chain of such deterministic systems. However incomparable the systems are with each other and however important the class conflict is as a driving force in the dialectical process, the causal link is unbroken and each system, through the process of its own imminent crisis, inevitably determines his successor in the series. Naturally, this conception implies an initial historical element, in the sense of a set of original conditions of production, from which subsequent situations develop. It must be kept in mind that determinism is not situated on the individual psychological level, but on the social one. It is the situation that determines a given course of action. In a different situation everything would be different. Many critics of Marx's thought they were discovering an incurable contradiction between the determinism of his historical materialism and the exaltation of an active revolutionary policy. And this would be correct if his materialism were of the positivist type, but instead it is to be conceived as the result of innumerable rational acts, in which each act presupposes a given situation. What differentiates Marx from the classical economists is this: first, he shifted attention from the rational process to the situation that determines its course; secondly, thanks to the dynamic element provided by the concept of class conflict 30, he understood what had escaped the classical economists, and that is that the fundamental character of these situations is subject to a process of historical modification. In this way he introduced an element of relativism historic of primary importance. But his conception of social causality remained essentially that of the classical economists. It was, in the terminology of the previous discussion, essentially utilitarian, complemented by the historical element. In common with the classical economists, it attaches fundamental importance to the means and conditions of action, and thus accepts the corresponding implicit postulate of the randomness of ultimate ends. Marx resumed the main economic elements of the classical theory, including the concept of a self-regulating competitive system, but in his thought the prevailing interest is directed to a particular form of social organization. In the dynamic part of his theory, therefore, he made use of marginal elements with respect to the scheme of the classical theory. It is interesting to observe what these elements are. One is industrial technology, the development of which must be considered a continuous linear process. The orthodox economists had obviously not neglected this element, but had considered its consequences only in terms of productivity, while for Marx the main meaning of him is to be found in his relationship with the social organization, right from the structure of the production unit. This, therefore, is a dynamic factor of a linear nature. The other is, of course, the class struggle. It is this which, in its particular combination with the technological and economic elements, characterizes a given economic system and constitutes its element of discontinuity. Since the class structure of each system is different, the different systems cannot be compared. This represents a type of power element, as considered above 31, a power relationship on the basis of a given situation. Marxian economic determinism is therefore not only a matter of economic causation in the specific sense indicated in the previous discussion, but belongs to the whole intermediate sector of the intrinsic means-ends chain. It is a combination of technological, economic, and political determinism. It is materialistic only insofar as it is opposed to idealism in the Hegelian sense. It bears no relation to materialism in the ordinary positivistic sense. 32. There is still one element to consider in Marx's thought, its revolutionary aspect. The proletariat is characterized, in the first place, by a particular interest in the capitalist order. But there is a fundamental difference between the case in which this interest is latent, expressed only in attitudes to immediate situations, and the case of class consciousness. Another factor intervenes at the level of class consciousness, the organized action of the proletariat to overthrow the existing order and introduce socialism, and this undoubtedly recalls the concept of common value with which we have dealt extensively here. How is it that it has no function in Marx's general conception of history and instead appears only at this point? Do not forget that Marx was an evolutionist. It is therefore admissible that he considers a given phenomenon as emerging at a specific point in the process. His conception of human nature did not logically preclude the possibility of this sprung in die Freiheit. Furthermore, Marx shared to a large extent the rationalist anarchist philosophy of the utopian socialists whom he had criticized, but unlike them he considered in realistic terms the process by which it is possible to achieve the prefixed goal. The appeal to reason can only be effective if it corresponds to an interest. Only in this phase of the evolutionary process does a basis of interest in this sense come about. But there is one goal and only one. Marx is in a certain sense a relativist on the sociological level, but certainly not on the ethical level. His moral absolutism led him to direct his entire system of thought, in its pragmatic aspect, on the conditions for the realization of his ideal. On a logical level it represents the exact counterpart of the Hegelian system, with a different content. 33. Sombart. Marxist theory, in the more general themes that we have dealt with here 34, constituted in Germany the basis of discussion for all the doctrines on capitalism. In closing this chapter we want to briefly mention an important contribution to this discussion, the theory of Werner Sombart, who in a certain sense assimilated the main elements of Marxian thought into the framework of orthodox historical idealistic thought. In the next chapter we will discuss Weber's work in more detail, in relation to the same problems. The theme of all of Sombart's work is the study of a single, historically unique economic system, modern capitalism 35. Study that Sombart does not conduct from a historiographical point of view, but above all from an economic theory point of view. He asserts that there is no general economic theory, applicable to the facts of any time and place, but only the theory of an indefinite plurality of economic systems, each one separate from the other. He himself gives us the theory of a particular economic system, capitalism, in all its ramifications. To put it in better relief, he briefly analyzes two pre-capitalist systems, the system of the autarkic economy and the artisanal system. For Sombart, the economic system is not a historical phenomenon which he limits himself to describing, but an ideal 36 type which he uses to interpret the concrete historical process. The discontinuity of economic systems results, according to Sombart, only in the treatment of ideal types. The concrete process is continuous and consists of a gradual passage of systems one into the other. But although Sombart underlined the abstract nature of his concepts, the fact remains that their reference is individualizing and historical and not analytical and generalizing 37. The capitalist economic system, as a type, is useful not in general, but in the analysis of the facts of a specific historical period. In this respect Sombart has drawn conclusions in a manner consistent with the historical idealistic tradition. Sombart's theory of causality constitutes a direct polemical response to Marx's historical materialism. There are, he says, three aspects of an economic system to consider: a form of organization, a spirit, Geist, and a technique. He adopts Marx's description of the system, i.e. his ideal type, but differs profoundly in his interpretation of the relationships between the elements, giving absolute priority to the spirit which, he says, created the form of organization. It is worth briefly clarifying the particular concepts to better illustrate the general theoretical problem. In terms of organization, the system is characterized on the one hand by the unit that constitutes it, the capitalist firm, and on the other by the type of relationship existing between these units. The firm is internally organized on the basis of division into two main classes, the owner-managers on one side, and the wage earners on the other. Their reciprocal relationships are typical of competitive market relationships. The total complex of enterprises forms a closed, self-sufficient system. The immediate aim of every enterprise is, above all, profit, whatever the motivations of the individuals who are part of it may be, because the competitive process concentrates all capitalist activities on profit and makes it the measure of success and the condition for survival. Thus Sombart agrees with Marx on the coercive character of the system. The characteristics of competition and the spirit of acquisition are not to be attributed to personal motivations of individuals, but to the inexorable conditions of the situation in which individuals themselves are placed. 38. He acknowledges that this has not always been the case in all economic systems. It was not, for example, in the craft system. But this character of coercion is typical of the fully developed system, in which the Geist is objectified or institutionalized. Sombart differs radically from Marx in his interpretation of how this process took place. Instead of considering this form of organization as the result of previous analogous forms, it appears as the creation of a Geist. The main characters of this Geist are acquisition, competition, and rationality. For Sombart this spirit has two aspects: the spirit of initiative and the bourgeois spirit. 39. The spirit of initiative is connected with the first two principles indicated above. They are by no means limited to the economic sphere, but this spirit represents a phase of the great movement of the Renaissance. Its distinct characteristics are individualism, initiative, energy, and the struggle for power. it is the same spirit that led to the modern state, to science, and to great discoveries. However, economic enterprise is a field particularly favorable to this spirit, because acquisition-type activities, once the traditional ties have been dissolved, find no limit to their development, and on the other hand they are by their very nature competitive. Only in this sector did the Renaissance spirit materialize in such a homogeneous and functioning institutional system. Another interesting element that distinguishes Sombart from Marx is the way in which the former develops his thesis of the discontinuity of the system up to the field of technology. The technology of developed capitalism is not, he argues, simply more advanced than that of the pre-capitalist period, it rests on radically different principles. While the latter was traditionalist, it is rational, while the other was empirical, it is scientific. Craftsmanship was based on empirical norms, i.e. norms based on particular experiences, traditionally transmitted without reference to general principles. Capitalist technique, on the other hand, consists in the application of theoretical scientific knowledge to particular problems, without reference to tradition. Finally, the class struggle is much less important in Sombart's thought than in Marx, and this not because Sombart does not recognize its premises in the structure of the capitalist enterprise, on the contrary, he explicitly reaffirms this point, but because his conception of the process of development of capitalism is different. For Marx it was essentially the progressive emergence of the contradictions inherent in the material basis, for Sombart instead it represents the progressive objectification of the Geist, that is the gradual transformation of subjective attitudes into an institutionalized coercive system. This is the process that represents the central theme of Sombart's work, which is not oriented forward, towards post-capitalist eras, but is rather focused on the system itself, and from an ethical point of view he refers, if anything, to the past. This brief exposition of Sombart's theory of capitalism should help highlight some points. In the concrete argument, and in most of the descriptive elements of the system, the origin of the theory is to be found in Marx. But if Sombart approaches Marx in emphasizing the historical character of the capitalist system, he goes further, eliminating all elements except the historical one and returning the latter from Marxian historical materialism to the main strand of German historical idealistic thought. And this is mainly achieved through the function that Sombart attributes to the spirit of capitalism. The creative function is attributed only to this entity. The concrete activities of men in the system are expressions of this Geist and not, as in orthodox economic theory, means for the satisfaction of needs. Furthermore, the Geist is not considered as one element of a complex interaction process with many others, it operates on its own. Indeed, Sombart is still, in a sense, an empiricist. His theory is undoubtedly not a direct description of the total concrete phenomenon of capitalism, it is an ideal type. But it is not analytic in the sense assumed by us in the previous discussion, it states the essence of concrete facts. Apart from the fact that more than one system can be identified in the same situation, what is omitted is contingent in the sense of not being significant to any social science. It is an economic theory but not, like Pareto's, abstract in the sense that it requires the contribution of other theories which deal with other elements of the same concrete phenomena. This is why Sombart must, by logical necessity, include in his system even an apparently foreign element such as technology. In the theoretical opposition between Marx and Sombart lies the enunciation of a fundamental problem for this study. To the extent that a theory of factors can be found in Marx's materialism, the dominant elements in the utilitarian tradition are essentially present. Sombart's criticism is aimed at Marx's inability to explain the facts of the objective coercive system, which constitutes his empirical starting point. The foregoing analysis of the internal difficulties of the utilitarian tradition comes to support Sombart's critique. Furthermore, Sombart's Geist is unquestionably an element of common value, but the methodological framework within which he deals with this element is imperialist, as are all empiricisms, since it makes the total concrete phenomenon of capitalism, as an object of the social sciences, a manifestation of this Geist. Utilitarian factors are thus completely eliminated, and hence Sombert's absolute and perfectly logical rejection of orthodox economic history. Weber, for his part, remained tied both to the idealist tradition of thought and to the particular empirical problems of Marx and Sombart. However, he transcended the Marx-Sombart dilemma in a way that conforms to the general framework of analysis developed by this study. We will therefore move on to an in-depth analysis of his thought. For the purposes of this study, the two most important analyses of a general nature are contained in H. Freyer, Soziologie als Wirklichkeitswissenschaft, Logische Grundlegung des Systems der Soziologie, Tübner, Leipzig 1930, and Etro Elsk, der Historismus und seine Probleme, in Gesammeltschriften, Moore, Tübingen 1922, trans. It. Historicism and its Problems, Guide, Naples 1985-1993. We may also mention the recent work by F. Meinecke, Die Entstehung des Historismus, Oldenburg, München 1936, translated. The Origins of Historicism, Sansoni, Florence 1953, although it appeared too late for us to take account of it in the present chapter. There are two problems with this Kantian position. One is whether there are concrete entities in human experience of the empirical world that do not exist in space and have no spatial dimension. Kant's negative attitude towards this problem is probably acceptable. In any case, it does not create any difficulty in the present context. Here is the second problem that is important, that is, whether the theoretical systems analytically applicable to the empirical world, to phenomena in the Kantian sense, must always be expressed in terms of a spatial schema of reference. Since the conception of analytic abstraction assumed here was not known at the time of Kant, his position that all phenomena are observed in space tends to be accompanied by the idea that theories analyzing such phenomena must involve spatial categories. This last trend gives rise to the dichotomy we are discussing. 14 Max Weber I, Religion and Modern Capitalism. A. Protestantism and Capitalism. The particular circumstances in which Weber's work on the relationship between Protestantism and capitalism came to the attention of the Anglo-Saxon cultural world have facilitated the spread of a misunderstanding, associating Weber with what has been considered a strong and radical thesis on the historiographical level. It has come to be thought that he was the type of scholar who follows an idea to its extreme developments, being interested only in the general scheme and neglecting the systematic and in-depth study of the facts. Weber has often been considered a philosopher and a theoretician in the negative sense of the term, as one who equates facts to theory and not the other way around. No doubt Weber gave his ideas about him a very precise formulation, particularly in cases that presented polemical aspects, but he did not limit himself to this. Anyone who analyzes his sociological work in its entirety cannot fail to be struck by the enormous mass of historical material that Weber was able to use with absolute mastery. Indeed, this material is so vast, and much of it so specialized in the various fields from which it is drawn, that a factual examination of all of Weber's work would probably be beyond the reach of a single scholar. Weber was, something extremely rare in the modern era, an encyclopedic mind. 40. It is rather Durkheim who presents those characteristics that are usually attributed to Weber. 41. Our discussion of his work has shown that he always dealt theoretically with relatively simple schemes and well-defined alternatives. This is not meant to be a criticism, but a high praise. Durkheim is an almost perfect example of a purely theoretical mind. By this we do not mean, of course, that he misused the facts or that he lacked empirical sharpness. Our own analysis proves the opposite. But his main interest was of a theoretical nature. As with many great theorists, his subsequent interest in facts was intensive rather than extensive, of the kind we have termed a crucial experiment. Weber is a very different kind of thinker. In him the theoretical component, while important, is combined with a very strong interest in details and in the collection of vast material. Only at certain crucial points do the outlines of a theoretical system clearly emerge above the mass of details, and they must be emphasized by following its argument step by step from a clearly defined starting point. This is what we will try to do, but it will be necessary to keep the theoretical part of his work distinct from the historical aspect. The element of abstraction, indeed of construction, which this process entails is also inevitable because Weber's work, like that of Durkheim, remained incomplete. It is not a complete system, logically perfect and closed, but a great pioneering work. As in the case of Pareto and Durkheim, his interest lies largely in this. The historical aspect of Weber's work can be explained by considering his intellectual training as well as his personal inclinations. His formal preparation falls within the field of jurisprudence under the aegis of the historical school, in particular of Goldschmidt and Mommsen. Probably at the beginning his interest in economics was dictated by the dissatisfaction produced in him by the formalism of the Neo-Kantian Rijksphilosophy 42. Studying the history of law he discovered the importance of economic and other non-formal factors in the development of legal systems. Furthermore, its turning from jurisprudence to economics occurred at the moment of the affirmation in this field, in Germany, of the historical school, especially with the particularist empiricism of Schmaler. In Heidelberg he succeeded Nies, an eminent economic historian. Thus his cultural formation and interest is to be found in the empirical tradition of German historical thought. From this, more than from any other source, he drew his rigid criteria of objectivity in historical research. But, as we have seen, it is difficult to ignore any theoretical formulation, and the most eminent members of the historical schools have always gone beyond the simple observation and recording of facts, arriving at organizing the facts themselves into concepts. In the historical tradition this occurs in terms of the total system proper to a given cultural epoch, as for example in Mommsen's Römisches Staatsrecht. Weber had too acute a theoretical sensibility to concentrate exclusively on historical research, but his theorizing was based on historical tradition, although he later surpassed it. As we have noted, his early studies in the field of legal history concentrated on the material factors involved in the development of law, material in the Marxian sense. His doctoral thesis already showed an interest in economics, as can be seen from the title, Zur Geschichte der Handelsgesellschaften im Mittelalter 43. Perhaps the highest point of this first phase of his work is the essay Agrarverhältnisse im Altertum 44, in which the emphasis was placed on material factors, but more on those of military organization than economic in the strict sense. Already in this period his work shows a strong tendency towards historical relativism, for example in his attack on Eduard Meyer's use of modern economic categories, such as factory, to illustrate the conditions of the ancient world 45. However, the first period was characterized overall by disorganized and disconnected historical studies with a marked materialistic tendency. A change in this orientation occurred quite dramatically after a nervous breakdown which forced Weber to interrupt all scientific work for about 4 years, and university teaching until almost the end of his life. This new orientation 46 led to the researches that will form the object of this discussion. It developed in 3 main directions. First, the interest on an empirical level for a particular historical social phenomenon, modern capitalism. Second, a new anti-Marxian interpretation of it and its genesis, which ultimately resulted in an analytical sociological theory. Third, the methodological foundation of this theory, which developed in parallel with it. All 3 aspects will be thoroughly analyzed. The first, which concerns the problem of capitalism in descriptive and explanatory terms, will be dealt with in the present and in the next chapter, the methodological basis of the studies on capitalism in the 16th chapter, and finally in the 17th chapter we will deal with the broader theoretical system implied and emerging from the previous 2 points. The main characteristics of capitalism. It was natural that, under the influence of historical tradition, the arrangement of the results of in-depth historical studies of various eras should take the form of a description of concrete systems of social structures and relationships. Thus Weber's empirical interest, developing from his penchant for economic studies, concentrated on the phenomena of the modern economic order, considered as a socio-economic system 47. Like Marx and Sombart, he insisted on its uniqueness in history, that is, that nothing like it had appeared in any other time or place. Undoubtedly the starting point of Weber's descriptive discussion is the work of Marx. Marx's writings and the discussions of capitalism and socialism that developed around them made a deep impression in Germany in Weber's formative period, but it was Marx as a historian and not the Marx who was more intimately related to classical economic theory. And Weber found himself in agreement with Marx on many of the descriptive categories applied to the capitalist system. Thus he certainly considered the capitalist enterprise as its basic unit, which, regardless of the possible technological and organizational differences, was mainly oriented towards the achievement of a profit, the exploitation of acquisition opportunities in a system of market relations. This fact alone justifies the definition of the whole system as acquisitive, since the competitive element inherent in a market system makes profit not only the immediate aim but also the measure of success and, ultimately, of the possibility of a business to survive. Thus, in the system, profit must be an end, indeed the end that guides all action within the system of capitalist relations, regardless of individual motivations. The system, therefore, is not simply acquisitive, it is coercive and objective in the same sense as Marx and Sombart. There are many implications that derive from this general and formal concept of capitalism as a system of companies for profit, linked to each other by market relations. Such enterprises, or even systems of enterprises, are by no means a peculiarity of modern Western society. Weber, on the contrary, does not hesitate to speak of capitalism as existing in many places and in many eras and, depending on the origin of profit, also of different types of capitalism. From this point of view, the difference between the modern West and other societies is only one of degree, albeit an extremely significant one. And it is probably only in this sense that Weber argued that something similar existed elsewhere in the capitalist organization of society as a whole. 48, which is necessary for the system's compulsive acquisitiveness to appear in all its consequences. But there is more. First, Weber distinguishes between capitalist acquisitiveness in general and that which is simply an expression of greed or a psychological instinct for acquisition. The latter is not at all characteristic of modern society or even of highly developed societies of any type of capitalism. What characterizes capitalist acquisitiveness is rather its rationality. 49. It is the acquisition, the aspiration to profit in a continuous rational capitalist enterprise. 50. This may involve a high degree of discipline and control of the acquisitive impulse. Furthermore, modern capitalism has some specific characteristics that distinguish it from that of other periods. Weber excludes the capitalist adventurers, men who, however continuous and rational their activity, conduct it on a speculative and adventurous basis without any ethical control. These have existed at all times and everywhere, whenever the opportunity has arisen. What characterizes the modern West is rather what Weber calls rational bourgeois capitalism. Weber, like Marx, starts from the concept of an organized unit of production, the firm, rather than from the isolated individual of the early economists. But in his interpretation of the main elements of this unity he departs from the Marxian position. He agrees with Marx that only modern Western capitalism is based on a, formally, free wage earning class which does not own the means of production. 51. The existence and situation of this class, the proletariat, determines the characteristics of the modern socialist movement and expresses a class conflict unlike that of any other period. But while there are these commonalities, the focus of the two economists is different. For Marx it consists in the conflict of interest between the two classes, for Weber in the specific type of social organization. 53. The fundamental characteristic of rational bourgeois capitalism is the rational organization of free labor. This is, in turn, an example of a more general and extremely important type of social organization which Weber defines by using the term bureaucracy in a particular sense. Bureaucracy, in Weber's sense, is a complex phenomenon. 54. It implies an organization directed towards a goal which, from the point of view of the participants, is impersonal, based on a type of division of labor which implies specialization in terms of clearly differentiated functions, divided according to technical criteria, with a corresponding division of authority, organized hierarchically and reporting to a central body and with specialized technical qualifications on the part of the participants. The role of each participant is conceived as an office, in which he acts by virtue of the authority proper to the office and not by his personal influence. This implies, in many respects, a clear distinction between deeds and relationships in a personal or official capacity, more generally, a separation between office headquarters and private homes, between business capital and personal assets, above all between authorities in official situations and influence personnel outside the official sphere. The office is conceived as a profession or vocation, Berov, 55, which involves a certain impersonal dedication to the tasks that derive from the nature of an individual's activity. The typical form of remuneration is the salary, which is considered not so much as a reward, or as the equivalent of a sacrifice, but rather a guarantee of a standard of living appropriate to the social position of the official according to his rank. Above all, bureaucracy implies discipline. A bureaucracy is, as Weber says, a mechanism founded on discipline. 56. It is the fitting of individual actions into a complex pattern, in such a way that the character of each and its relations with the rest can be controlled in the interest of the end to which everything is dedicated. Discipline ensures that the individual does the right thing at the right time and place. Bureaucracy is the most efficient method for organizing large numbers of people for the execution of complex administrative functions, so much so that the diffusion of this organizational system can be attributed essentially to its superior efficiency. 57. But at the same time it is conditioned by the existence of particular social conditions. 58, the absence of which can constitute a very serious obstacle to its development. The phenomenon of bureaucracy, even in the form of large bureaucratic systems, is not unique to modern capitalism. Weber mentions 59 historical situations: New Kingdom Egypt, the late Roman Empire, the Chinese Empire. 60, the Roman Catholic Church, the modern European state and modern big capitalist enterprise. Of these, the last two represent, technically speaking, the most highly developed cases, above all due to the specialization of training and the autonomy of the remuneration system, salary in cash, from any non-bureaucratic influence. A remarkable fact about the modern capitalist bureaucracy is its relative independence from the state bureaucracy. This type of organization has not been imposed on big business by the state, nor has it developed in imitation of the state bureaucracy. The latter has characteristics common to military organization, since the modern army has a pronounced bureaucratic character, unlike, for example, the armies of the feudal era. But it is important that two of the most characteristically capitalist countries, including the one of more ancient origin, namely England and the United States, are precisely those, of all the great modern powers, in which the army has a minor on the social structure, compared to the main European states of the continent. These facts prove that the capitalist bureaucracy has an independent development. Of course, it is true that there is a relatively advanced state structure corresponding to all the capitalist bureaucratic systems that have historically been implemented, and this seems indeed to be a necessary condition for guaranteeing internal peace, order, mobility, and other factors. But these elements can be found whenever, in modern times, forms of capitalism, even if not of a bureaucratic nature, develop. A certain degree of division of labor and specialization of functions is possible on an individualistic basis, even outside highly organized production units. This applies to the artisan phase of the industry. Furthermore, the same objective needs of efficiency have constituted an important factor in the more rigorous organization of the production unit, which has meant, in general, an approach to bureaucratic forms. But we are not interested here in explaining the phenomenon of capitalist bureaucracy, rather we want to point out that within the more general category of capitalism, the subtype in which Weber is most interested is rational bourgeois capitalism, and the main characteristic of the latter it is the bureaucratic organization in function of profit, in a system of market relations. And it is this developed and quantitatively widespread characteristic that Weber considers distinctive of the modern Western economic order, it is the nucleus around which other elements are grouped, which derive their importance from the relationship in which they find themselves with it. We do not mean, of course, that Weber denies the existence or even the importance of many other features of this arrangement. Technology is undoubtedly closely related to bureaucratic organization and largely determines the division of functions. The company is oriented towards a market which, in the absence of control, is competitive. The function of the price mechanism is therefore undoubtedly present in Weber's concept of capitalism. The development of means that facilitate exchange, such as money, credit, banks, organized speculation, and finance also play a part in this concept, although not particularly highlighted. Nor, on the other hand, is the importance of class relations underestimated. What characterizes Weber's treatment is rather an interest in phenomena that had been left on the sidelines and therefore considered of little theoretical importance. Bureaucracy in Weber has in a certain sense the same function as class struggle in Marx and competition in Sombart. All this leads to a very important concrete result. In contrast to Marx and most liberal theories, Weber downplays the differences between capitalism and socialism, rather emphasizing their continuity. Not only would socialist organization leave the basic fact of bureaucracy unchanged, but it would accentuate its importance. This significant difference in perspective is a consequence of Weber's attempt to evaluate modern legal order in terms of a very broad comparative framework. In concluding this preliminary discussion, we note that Weber's thought has so far been treated only on a descriptive level. The sheer difference between his descriptive terms and those used by Marshall regarding free enterprise, or even by Marx or Sombart, indicates that describing is not simply letting the facts speak for themselves. It implies an element of selection and accentuation among facts equivalent to a judgment on their theoretical relevance. But, nevertheless, both capitalism and bureaucracy are, according to Weber, concrete phenomena. They are stated in the form of ideal types, which implies a certain process of abstraction, but despite being ideal they are no less concrete within the frame of reference 61. The main point to note is that there are bureaucratic organizations, even if they do not correspond perfectly to the ideal type, and that they are typical of capitalism. However, we must bear in mind a possible misunderstanding. One must not think that the distinction between the capitalism of the rational bourgeois and the adventurer refers to economic systems as a whole, but only to elements of these systems. Nor is it a distinction between classes of concrete firms, but rather of types of action and relationship within the firm. A stockbroker, for example, who is engaged in the wildest speculation on behalf of his clients, may have a rational bureaucratic organization of employees. Rationality, which is according to Weber such a prominent factor in bureaucracy, essentially refers to the internal workings of the firm rather than to its market relations, although it may extend to the latter field. In this descriptive phase of his treatment of capitalism, Weber, apart from a difference of accent, is relatively close to Marx. His emphasis on the coercive aspect of the system implies an analogy of positions that transcends mere description, implies a thesis concerning the determination of individual action within the system, namely that the course of action is primarily determined by the character of the situation in which the individual is placed or, according to Marxian terminology, by the ways of production. Weber explicitly acknowledges this implication 62. The system, once fully developed, maintains itself by virtue of its coercive power over individuals. However, Weber does not say whether it moves towards self-destruction according to laws characteristic of its own development, as Marx maintained. Here the parallelism between the two positions ends. If in a certain sense a materialistic conception is adequate for the description of the capitalist system in the final phase of its development, according to Weber, it is not enough to explain its genesis. Totally different elements come into play here. At the beginning of this new phase of his thought, Weber arrived at the conception that an indispensable element, although certainly not the only one, for the explanation of the system is given by a system of attitudes and ultimate values, in turn based on and in part dependent on a metaphysical system of ideas. This constitutes a clear questioning of the Marxian type of explanation. In the remaining part of this chapter and, more indirectly, in the next one, we will try to analyze the arguments that Weber adduces in support of this thesis. But first it may be useful to briefly indicate the main stages in the development of his thought, following a line of logical rather than temporal continuity, although here the two correspond to a large extent. Weber does not wish to deny the importance of what Marx called the material factors of social change. For his purposes it is therefore not necessary to exclude them, but only to reject the affirmation that they are the only valid ones, and in various points of his work we find critical notations in this regard. His main line of argument, however, is not critical but positively inductive. The main stages can be indicated as follows. 1. After describing the phenomenon of modern capitalism, Weber points out that it is connected, on an empirical level, to a series of values, in Pareto's terms, a psychic state, which can be approached through the study of linguistic expressions. Weber attempts to formulate this element systematically, albeit in descriptive terms, as the spirit, Geist, of capitalism. It is identified with a complex of mental attitudes directed towards economic activities as such. 2. A more in-depth indication, in relation to these particular attitudes, is provided by statistical data concerning the relationship between religious adherence and distribution of occupations in some areas of Germany, according to which Protestants outnumbered Catholics in property and in the management of capitalist enterprises and in those fields of high culture oriented towards science, technology, and commerce, as opposed to the humanistic sectors. These facts were observed in too small a sample to be considered conclusive, but nonetheless provide guidelines for further investigation. Weber took them as such. His subsequent research, however, developed in another direction. Further analyses conducted on this problem confirmed his hypotheses 63. 3. This result is developed by establishing a close relationship, a congruence on the significant level between the mental attitude under consideration, the spirit of capitalism, and the ethics of the ascetic Protestant sects, and correspondingly a lack of connection with Catholic ethics and that of Lutheran Protestantism. This involves demonstrating the correspondence or mutual congruence of two complex value systems. Due to this complexity, the number of elements distinguishable in a specific relationship to each other is so great that, in terms of probability, it is practically excluded that the congruence occurs by chance, and consequently it becomes very probable that a close functional relationship exists. This does not explain causal priority, but the temporal relationship is indicative of a preponderant causal function of the system of religious attitudes, since it existed before the development of both the spirit of capitalism and concrete socio-economic organization. Consequently, even on these grounds alone, there are valid reasons for attributing an important, though not absolute, causal function to the ethical values of Protestantism. 4. Weber does not limit himself to establishing this congruence in general terms. He also demonstrates, by specifically analyzing some Protestant texts, that there is a gradual process of transition from a religious position, which while showing important similarities with the spirit of capitalism would certainly not have sanctioned it, to a position which gave acquiring activities a direct and unlimited ethical justification, to the extent that the latter were just. Not only is this transition process outlined, but an acceptable motivation is provided for it through the analysis of the relationship of Protestant theological ideas with the religious interests of believers. In the absence of a direct demonstration of the derivability of these religious attitudes and ideas from material factors, the hypothesis that they constitute a fundamental independent element in the process of modern economic development is supported. That is, the nature of the business system is actually what one would expect based on Weber's hypothesis that it would be profoundly influenced by the Protestant ethic. This is the point at which Weber stops in his essay The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism. 5. But Weber goes further. He carries out a series of comparative studies, all having at the center the problem: why does modern rational bourgeois capitalism seem to be a dominant phenomenon only in the modern West? What are the differentiating factors that explain why it does not appear in other cultural traditions? The comparative study is written mainly in terms of the Marxian dichotomy between material and ideal factors. The general conclusion is constituted by the thesis that in the important phases of the development of these cultures the material conditions in China, India, Judea could be compared, from the point of view of their capitalist bureaucratic potential, to those of medieval and modern Europe, while in every culture the economic ethics of the dominant religious tradition was in stark opposition to such a development. Instead, in Protestantism, to a lesser extent in Christian culture, economic ethics were essentially favorable. This conclusion confirms the functional relationship between Protestantism and capitalism. It also reduces the probability that the spirit of capitalism is simply a reflection of material conditions, in other words, is a dependent variable, and increases the probability that an important differentiator lies on the plane of values. This is a perfectly acceptable scientific way, provided of course the factual justifications put forward are valid. However, we must postpone a more careful consideration of the methodological problem to the 16th chapter. Our task now is to trace the basic outline of Weber's empirical treatment. The spirit of capitalism. What Weber calls the spirit of capitalism is a complex of attitudes towards the acquisition of money and related activities. Of course, these are positive attitudes towards such acquisition activities, but not in any and every form, since it is characterized in a rather specific way. First, the capitalist attitude is distinct from all attitudes that regard acquisition as a necessary evil, justified only as an indispensable means to something else. There is a wide range of such attitudes, from total reprobation in which acquisition is admitted only in relation to essential necessities, to what we may call a relatively developed worldly spirit which, being conducive to the enjoyment and satisfaction of appetites, cannot fail to approve of the means necessary to these ends. This acceptance of worldly activities in limited terms has been variously motivated, sometimes, as in the case of medieval Catholicism, on the basis of otherworldly religious interests, in other cases, as for example in the ethics of classical Greece, by a humanistic theory of harmony general. In contrast to these positions, the spirit of capitalism regards these activities not as a means or a necessary evil, but as an end which is itself an ethical value. Earning money is an ethical duty in itself. 64. Secondly, this ethical sanction is not applied to the acquisition only within certain quantitative limits. Until enough has been earned, there is no standard of satiety, but rather the pursuit of gain knows no bounds. This characteristic clearly differentiates the spirit of capitalism from the attitude of traditionalism, which Weber considers, in some respects, antithetical. He denies that the history of mankind is characterized by an unlimited expansion of concrete needs. Rather, the normal situation is that rational acquiring activities are regulated according to a traditionally fixed standard of living. The economic principle normally consists in satisfying these traditional needs with the least possible effort. For example, the normal relationship to an increase in piecework is not a desire to earn more by working more, but rather to make the same gain by working less. 65. This type of traditional attitude has been overcome to some extent only in capitalist societies. The result is that acquisition is thus freed from any limit and becomes an endless process. This attitude towards acquisition is rationalized in the form that interests Weber, i.e. in the sense of being considered as an ethical duty. Another way in which the spirit of capitalism is antithetical to traditionalism is in its relation to the processes of acquisitive activity. Instead of accepting traditional ways of doing things, the capitalist attitude leads to systematically organizing the process in terms of the overall activity. Only the ultimate goal, the maximization of money, is sacred. Particular means are not, but are chosen from time to time in accordance with the needs of each particular situation. 66. This twofold opposition to traditionalism gives the spirit of capitalism, insofar as it can be attributed a causal function, a highly dynamic character which, for Weber's purposes, is very important. This attitude toward acquisition is related to a particular attitude toward work, whether its immediate end is acquisitive or not. Work is also not considered a necessary evil, due to its origin, traditionally attributed to the curse of Adam, or for any other reason. It is done with the same sense of positive moral duty and regarded as an area in which man realizes his highest ethical ends. The capitalist attitude to work is what Veblen calls the spirit of workmanship. One of its characteristics is the opposition, on an ethical level, to a premature departure from active work. A man who does not produce while he has health and strength, whether or not he can afford it financially, is in some sense failing his ethical responsibilities. Finally, the spirit of capitalism, while aimed at unlimited acquisition and emancipation from traditionalism both in the goals and in the process of human activity, does not imply emancipation from discipline and control. Conversely, purchasing activities are subject to very strict discipline and control. Here the distinction is formulated between the spirit of capitalism and the spirit of the adventurers, unscrupulous gain, not held back by any internal norm. 67. In contrast to the latter, the spirit of capitalism is realized in a continuous, rational, and systematic honest activity in the service of economic acquisition. An activity of this kind is necessarily subject to severe discipline, which is incompatible with unruly initiative and impulse. The relationship of this attitude to bureaucracy is clear. Bureaucratic organization requires disinterested and impersonal devotion to a specialized task and a readiness to adapt to the rational requirements of a complex pattern of specialized and coordinated activities, without any regard for tradition. It also implies a rigid submission to discipline. The spirit of capitalism is, according to Weber, a special case of the professional spirit, Berufsgeist, which is the specific attitude necessary for the efficient functioning of the bureaucracy. It is the special case in which the impersonal task, to which disinterested ethical commitment is directed, includes as a fundamental element the unlimited acquisition of money. 68. Throughout this discussion, Weber insists on the uniqueness of these attitudes. They are so familiar to us that we tend to consider them as simply natural, but in reality this is not the case. Throughout his discussion Weber argues that the capitalist attitude is exceptional. Purchasing has been accepted by most ethical and religious doctrines exclusively as a means to a certain end or as a necessary evil, never as an end in itself. The rule, in practice as in theory, has been traditionalism, characterized to a more or less accentuated degree by an amoral and undisciplined greed for gain, the basis of the capitalism of adventurers. The theoretical significance of this thesis of historical uniqueness lies in making the origin of the spirit of capitalism problematic. If this spirit were present in the majority of cases and places, it could be explained simply in terms of human nature. All of Weber's treatment is directly at odds with such an interpretation. Calvinism and the spirit of capitalism. Having established a series of descriptive categories by which to distinguish the spirit of capitalism from other analogous attitudes, Weber finally finds himself having to face the theoretical problem of its origin. 69. He admits that a fully developed capitalist system is able to promote these attitudes in those who live in it by a process of selection and direct influence. What Weber finds problematic is that it establishes itself in quite different conditions, unless there is a widespread mental attitude indirectly favorable to capitalism. In relation to this problem he formulates two considerations. 1. If, given the conditions, the selection criteria, selection theory can explain the fact that particular individuals reach a given position, it cannot however explain the genesis of the criteria themselves. 70. 2. A form of organization is not sufficient, by itself, to create attitudes. A certain form of capitalist organization can be administered in a completely traditionalist spirit. 71. Only if a capitalist spirit joins it can we speak of a completely capitalist situation. 72. But these critical considerations only serve to introduce the positive proof that Weber provides, that spirit is a fundamental causal factor in the genesis of the concrete capitalist order and not merely a reflection of its material elements. The first step towards this verification consists in establishing a correspondence between this complex of attitudes and attitudes based on ideas which were already widespread before the great development of rational bourgeois capitalism took place. Weber identifies a complex of ideas of this type in the religious ethics of what he calls the Protestant ascetic sects. The starting point is the analysis of the attitudes of the various Christian religions towards worldly activities, in particular activities mainly oriented towards economic acquisition. Catholic ethics, at least from the Middle Ages onwards, were not absolutely hostile to earthly things. Its dualism was not as radical as that of early Christianity. Christian society, at least to some extent, was blessed with a religious sanction. It was a residential publica Christiana 73. There are, however, two fundamental reasons why this relative sanction did not serve as a valid stimulus for developing the spirit of capitalism. First, in the Middle Ages professions were considered in relation to their religious value, in terms of a hierarchy whose culmination was the religious life lived in the monastery. Acquisitive activities occupied a place not far from last, and just to the extent that they became more precisely capitalist they appeared more suspect. This tended to place capitalist activities in an amoral, adventurous sphere 74. Furthermore, and this clearly explains this mistrust, the attitude of religion in the medieval period towards earthly activities was of a traditional kind. The organic social ideal of the Middle Ages conceived of society as a hierarchy of classes, each in its place established by God, each with a function for the whole of society. The duty of each individual is to live up to his position and to fulfill his traditional duties. In such a conception, any departure from tradition was viewed with distrust. Furthermore, capitalist activities contrasted with the kind of strictly personal social relationships that religion regarded as positive. Finally, the universal evaluation of charity operated in this same direction, a clearly antagonistic attitude to the formal fairness of the contractual relationship, within which capitalism develops 75. In one sector, however, Catholic ethics approached the modern concept of profession, that is, the place assigned to work in the monastic discipline. In opposition to mortification, contemplation and ritual devotions, the Western monastic organization has always attributed an important place to rational work as an ascetic exercise, in this distinguishing itself from the monastic organization of the Eastern type. This attitude towards work, while not aimed at acquisition, in any case, not for the benefit of the individual monk, actually corresponded to the bureaucratic development. But the very fact that it was a monastic phenomenon and that the monk's way of life was clearly distinct from the lay one prevented it from becoming more general. One of the key achievements of the Reformation was the elimination of monastic life in the Protestant world. On the other hand, greater rigor was required of the lay Christian in his daily life. However, the extent to which this occurred and the practical consequences varied greatly in different Protestant sects. For Weberian analysis, the significant distinction is that between Lutheranism on the one hand and what he defines as the Protestant ascetic sects on the other. Lutheran ethics failed to overcome traditionalism 76, and this essentially due to the presence, on the one hand, of Luther's doctrine of salvation through faith alone, which made any positive attitude towards earthly activities suspicious, as it introduced the principle of salvation through works, and on the other the conception of divine providence which sanctioned the traditional order of earthly things. The result was the commandment to remain in the profession and in the position in which each one finds himself, faithfully fulfilling the traditional duties associated with them. By this, of course, we do not mean that Lutheran doctrine does not differ markedly from the Catholic position, giving rise to attitudes towards earthly activities more favorable to the development of the capitalist bureaucracy. In particular, it eliminated the privileged status of the monk and gave a positive evaluation of all legitimate earthly occupations, placing them practically all on the same level. This may be considered the common foundation of all Protestant attitudes, but the traditionalist tendency 77 of Lutheran ethics prevented it from developing further in a direction favorable to the formation of the bureaucratic capitalist system. Weber applied his theory, mainly though not exclusively, to Calvinism and, for the sake of brevity, we will limit ourselves to this part of his analysis 78. The discussion of the relationship of Calvinism with the spirit of capitalism will clarify in which sense the position of Lutheranism is different. It is also appropriate to indicate from the outset the general relationships in which Weber tried to place the three entities, the spirit of capitalism, the concept of Beruf within a given religious movement, and the fundamental religious ideas and attitudes of that movement. We have already talked about the spirit of capitalism. The concept of Beruf is a manifestation, in a particular context, of the attitudes of a given religious movement towards the participation of its adherents in worldly activities. The spirit of capitalism, as Weber makes clear, implies a particular kind of attitudes towards a certain category of such activities, those connected with economic acquisition. This is for Weber the main point of articulation between the spirit of capitalism and the system of religious ideas in which he is interested. However, it would be wrong to believe that Weber's hypothesis of a causal relationship between the spirit of capitalism and the ethics of ascetic Protestantism is based simply on Beruf's concept, especially if one intends by the latter to refer to explicit statements by members of such movements on the attitude deemed desirable towards worldly activities. Such statements are valid only as one of the elements of proof, but Weber also sees the concept of Beruf as a specific manifestation of a set of attitudes, of which the structure of the system of religious ideas is a central element. Thus Weber explains his position in more general terms. 79, it is the interests and not the ideas which, together with the conditions of the situation in which men are placed, determine their behavior. Among these interests are those connected to the religious condition of the individual, in Protestant terms, the state of grace. Religious ideas assume relevance because, in particular ways, they channel these interests and therefore also the activities required for their realization. In accordance with different individuals' conception of the universe, interests related to grace and salvation can be pursued in very different ways. Weber's interest in religious ideas is based on this fact. He studies the practical attitudes that men assume towards their daily activities, and tries to see these attitudes in the perspective of the religious ideas with which they are connected. But Weber's argument is not based on verbal prescriptions concerning certain types of behavior made by the leaders of the religious movements to which men belong. Rather, it is the structure of the total system of religious ideas in its relation to the religious interests of individuals that matters. Both the indications of religious leaders and the practical attitudes of the masses must be interpreted in relation to the system. It is not absolutely necessary for Weber to assume that it is the personal or institutional authority of these leaders which is the decisive factor. 81. However, these considerations have often been overlooked by critics of Weber's thought. Another very important point must be connected to this. Weber's interest is not limited to the logical consequences of the initial system of religious ideas, or to religious leaders' formulations of what practical behavior, based on them, would be desirable. Rather, he was interested in the total consequences of the religious system. This implies two important points. First, the relevant consequences are, as he puts it, psychological rather than purely logical. Logical consequences are undoubtedly operative, but not by themselves. They must be considered together with all the interests at stake which, faced with the need to choose between two equally possible logical alternatives, can direct action in the direction of one, or even inhibit the full development of logical consequences in certain other directions. Furthermore, the influence of a system of religious ideas on practical attitudes must be seen as a process over time, not as a static logical deduction. In the course of this process, the system of ideas can in turn undergo modifications. As we will point out, the Protestant attitude towards economic acquisition underwent a continuous process of modification, and only in the later phases did all the important consequences emerge. Weber insists that the reformers did not have the spirit of capitalism. 82, their interest was exclusively religious, and they would certainly have rejected the attitudes assumed by their successors. But this does not exclude that these later attitudes derived, to a significant extent, from the religious ideas of the reformers. Let us now move on to the analysis of the Calvinist system. 83 and its relations with economic activities. For our purposes we can say that Calvinist theology consists of a body of 5 logically independent, yet empirically interdependent, propositions. They are independent in that they do not directly imply one another, each of them could be part of other theological systems. But they are logically compatible with each other, limiting the interferences that can be drawn from any one of them to the extent that one adheres to the others, and taken together they cover all the major metaphysical problems of a theology, that is, they constitute a significant system. The propositions, presented in schematic form, are the following: 1. There is one God, transcendent, creator and Lord of the world, whose attributes and motives of action transcend, apart from revelation, the limits of human understanding. 2. This God predestined all souls, for reasons utterly beyond human understanding, to eternal salvation or to sin and eternal death. This decision has always existed and is valid for eternity, and human will and faith cannot have any influence on it. 3. God, for his inscrutable reasons, created the world and placed man in it only to increase his glory. 4. To this end he has decreed that man, regardless of whether he is predestined to salvation or damnation, should work to establish the kingdom of God on earth, and in doing so be subject to revealed laws. 5. The things of this world, human nature and the flesh, are, if left to themselves, irretrievably lost in sin and death, from which there is no salvation except through divine grace. All these elements play an important part in all strands of Christian thought and history. Only a specific combination of them and a rigorous consistency in drawing theological consequences from them are specifically Calvinist. This theological system provides one of the few logically consistent solutions to the problem of evil in history. 84, claiming that it transcends limited human intelligence and consequently belongs to the inscrutable will of God. These elements need not necessarily combine in this way. Logically, a transcendent God could have placed grace in relation to good works. Rather than resorting to predestination, he could have let sinners follow the path of perdition on this earth, rather than subject them to his law. He could have created the world for man's happiness rather than for his glory. But given this system, what are its implications for concrete conduct? First, the absolute transcendence of God and the abyss existing between the flesh and divine things excludes the mystical attitude of union with the divine spirit, absorption in it. This is reinforced by the conception of submission to the law. 85 for the glory of God, and by the corresponding interpretation of predestination in relation to the things of this world, that is, which assigns to the elect the task of building and maintaining the kingdom of God on earth according to the divine will. The main relationship of God with man becomes that of the will, and man is above all an instrument, obedient or recalcitrant as the case may be, of the divine will. According to Weber, the result is an orientation of religious energies towards active, ascetic rather than passive, i.e. mystical positions. 86. One cannot approach God in any way, he can only be served. Service that cannot be achieved in indulgence for the things of the flesh, or in adapting to his needs. On the contrary, it must consist in controlling the flesh, in subjecting it to a discipline for the glory of God. This is what Weber means by asceticism. Very important is a further consequence of the transcendence of God and of the dualism that derives from it. Since the finite world is God's creation and a manifestation of his will, the best way to know him is to study his works. Just as he desires to subject man to a law, so in a different but analogous sense order is the characteristic of his non-human works. His decisions have value for eternity, he does not alter them and does not interfere with the order of nature. At the same time, nature is nature and God is God. The sanctification of natural things is idolatry. This belief in divine order has two corollaries: the belief in order in nature, which is undoubtedly a very important element in the development of modern science. 87, and an explicit opposition to ritual forms as they imply superstition and idolatry. God's transcendence is absolute, and he cannot be present in concrete sacred things or acts. Only in the specific ways revealed by him does he intervene in the order of this world, mainly through the action of his saints. Thus ascetic activity in the service of God's will is diverted from ritual forms of expression towards forms of active control over the intrinsic relationships of the world. Thus the Calvinist tends to see himself as an instrument of God's will, called to act in accordance with it in the great task of increasing God's glory by living according to His law and helping to establish His kingdom on earth. An enterprise that cannot be achieved only through religious observance, but rather through an ethical control over the world in the service of an ideal. Thus an orientation towards practical worldly activities was already taking place which, of course, was reinforced by the Protestants' rejection of the monastic life, with the consequent submission of all to the same law and the same ethical principles, and the need to do the will to God in the ordinary occupations of daily life without withdrawing from them in the monastery 88. Furthermore, according to the strict tenets of the doctrine of predestination, the elect were not recognizable by any outward sign, thus the threat of damnation was no reason for failing to live according to the higher principles, since no one knows his destiny and furthermore God requires everyone to submit to His law. This problem of knowing one's state of grace brings with it more specific consequences on the behavioral level. As has been said, election cannot be recognized by external signs, but even more important are the consequences of the dogma that the acts of the individual have no influence on his state of grace, since the latter is established from eternity. Therefore, precisely to the extent that the religious problem is lived seriously and the interest in salvation is profound, the individual finds himself in a terrible position. His deeds cannot affect his eternal destiny, and therefore all his religious interest in him consists in knowing whether he is safe or damned. It is here that according to Weber the psychological consequences appear, as distinct from the merely logical ones. If the interest in salvation is alive, he argues that for the majority of men the resulting pressure is too heavy. Under such pressure this principle collapsed. It gradually came to be argued 89 that good works, if they cannot influence salvation, can however be interpreted as signs of grace. A good tree could not bear bad fruit. Thus, gradually, the chosen one came to be identified with the righteous, with the one who does the will of God, and the damned with the sinner, that is, with the one who does not obey God's will. We want to note here some other important consequences of the doctrine of predestination in the Calvinistic context. As we have said elsewhere 90, a certain individualistic character has been fundamental in the Christian world from the beginning, and was strongly strengthened by the Reformation. Calvinism represents the extreme development, in a particular direction, of this individualistic element. First, the radical opposition to any form of ritual removed the individual, more drastically than in the case of Lutheranism, from the protective influence of the Church and the clergy, particularly evident in the sacrament of confession. For the principle of predestination there was no help for the individual, no earthly intermediary could influence the state of his soul. At the same time the only fundamental interest for him, deprived of the comfort of any intermediary, was his eternal destiny and the only important relationship that with his God. But this relationship with God in the secret recesses of his heart had to be separate from relationship with any human being. Moreover, in this situation other human beings were not only useless to him, but could be positively dangerous because, although his outward conduct might appear virtuous, any other human being, even the closest relative or closest friend, could be one of the damned. The result, as Weber expresses it, is an extreme inner loneliness of the individual 91 which placed him before his responsibilities in all things and implied a devaluation, not to mention a distrust, towards everyone, even the most intimate humans. God always came first. Furthermore, inner solitude, together with other aspects of the doctrine of predestination, had important consequences for the rationalization of behavior. Behavior, to be acceptable to God, had to conform strictly to His will, and could not be the result of human motivations or interests. But, since individual good works cannot affect grace, behavior can only be judged as a coherent whole system, as an expression of the kind of man one is, not as a plurality of disjointed acts. The Catholic can be absolved of his sins and receive recognition for each good deed. For the Calvinist no liberation of this kind is possible and consequently there develops a much greater tendency towards the rational systematization of conduct. We can now summarize some of the more specific practical consequences of these principles: inner solitude, mistrust of all things human and earthly, rejection of idolatry. 92 Turned Calvinist commitment to the service of impersonal ends. They also led him to an ascetic position of distrust of the rich and powerful of this world, and sometimes made the Calvinist movement dangerous for established authority, when the latter demanded a personal homage verging on idolatry. The general tendency was to mind one's own business and to keep away from the struggle for earthly power, except when it was a question of directly fighting the battles of God, as in the case of Cromwell's army. The Calvinist turned rather to those activities in which he could work, soberly and rationally, in a way acceptable to God. The independent, solid, honest enterprise was a particularly suitable field. Calvinist ethics, or any other of the positions derived from it, never assumed the value of making money for itself, or as a means of satisfying the passions, which was indeed one of the gravest sins. What he approved of was systematic rational work, in a useful profession that could be deemed acceptable to God. Money was, at first, regarded as a byproduct of such activity, and not entirely without its dangers. 93, it was therefore an attitude of an ascetic type. But even this turned out to be positive for the development of the capitalist spirit, since, if on the one hand work in economic activities helped to increase earnings, on the other hand the fear of indulging the passions prevented it from being completely spent for consumption. It was, as Weber 94 says, a case of ascetic compulsion to save. The acquisition of goods was not only promoted, but was freed from the obstacles of traditionalist ethics. 95. After all, traditions were the work of man, and to respect them when they got in the way of God's work was idolatry. Furthermore, it is clear that the changed attitude towards work, which we have noted in relation to the spirit of capitalism, has an adequate motivation here. The necessity of work is no longer Adam's curse, a punishment for original sin, and it is not even just an ascetic tool in the sense of being a means to fight the temptations of the flesh. All of these are negative motivations. Puritan ethics added a positive one of fundamental importance. Work in a profession, with no other worldly purpose than to do a good job according to the specific circumstances in which it takes place, is a positive commandment from God, the first duty of anyone who wants to do His will. It is a God-given opportunity to participate in the great task for which He has placed man in this vale of tears, the building of the kingdom of God on earth. For the true believer this task is not a heavy necessity to which he must submit, it is the highest realization of his profound religious interests. However, the character of absolute asceticism of this position was gradually modified through the psychological process we mentioned above, from the admission that good behavior is a legitimate sign of grace. Since a good tree cannot produce bad fruit, the step is not very far up to the idea that the success of an earthly profession can also be considered as a sign of grace, if it is a success achieved honestly and without offending the law. Why should not God bless His beloved ones in this world as in the next? 96. In its economic context, this doctrine provided an excellent justification for the successful man, forming the basis of a sense of satisfaction and a good conscience. Finally, in another sense, the doctrine of predestination provided a justification for successful men. There was no need to worry about the fate of the underprivileged, since their lot could be interpreted as a sign of God's disapproval of their conduct, so particularly if their misfortunes could in any way be attributed to laziness. 97 and idleness. Puritanism made no room for Catholic attitudes analogous to charity and organized those forms of charity which it admitted as a strict discipline on rational grounds. Without any doubt in his analysis of the Protestant ethic, Weber succeeded in identifying a system of ideas of value appropriate to the spirit of capitalism, in the terms in which he himself had formulated this concept. All the characteristics of this spirit find their counterpart in the Protestant attitude, above all the irrational element in which the particular capitalist rationalism 98 is centered, so incomprehensible from any hedonistic point of view, has found a meaning. What other explanation had succeeded? 99. The effect of the juxtaposition of the two systems of attitudes is to highlight the ascetic aspect of capitalism even more than in the original formulation. Indeed, the importance of Weber's theory lies to a considerable extent in having emphasized this element on an empirical level. Some critics go so far as to affirm 100 that it is precisely an invention of Weber, an opinion that does not seem acceptable to us. However, we can draw attention to the fact that Weber is certainly not the only one among contemporary scholars to have observed the concrete importance of this element, although others propose different interpretations. We have already said 101 that the activities referred to by Marshall are very close to this concept. The importance given by Marshall to activities can be attributed to the belief that an ethical element clearly distinct from the hedonistic satisfaction of needs is essential to the development of private enterprise. Durkheim too, albeit in a different sense, considered ethical discipline essential to the functioning of an individualistic economic order. Besides these, we can mention two other scholars. Professor Carver attaches great importance to what he calls the workbench philosophy, the dedication to work itself, including the business 102. For him, pure economic individualism, in Robertson's sense, certainly implies the philosophy of the trough, which he flatly opposed. And in Veblen, who on the one hand devalued the hedonistic element and on the other raised to a position of central importance what he called the instinct of workmanship 103, there is at least implicit a recognition of the same basic facts. The importance of technology evidently implies something more than the technological element discussed in the previous analysis 104, it also implies a specific attitude towards one's task, an attitude of workmanship to use Veblen's term. Isn't it a consideration of the task as a vocation, Beruf, in the Weberian sense? These four cases appear all the more significant as they come from different cultural traditions that have no direct relationship either with each other or with Weberian thought. Is this concordance of positions to be considered simply fortuitous? Having established a congruent relationship between the Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism does not in itself constitute proof that the religious system is an important factor in the genesis of the capitalist attitude and through it of the concrete phenomenon of rational bourgeois capitalism, nor does it indicate what the importance of that factor may be. All the more so since Weber himself not only accepts but insists on the importance of other entirely different factors, for example, of modern science, of a rationalized legal system, of a rational administration in the state. None of these factors, he argues, were brought about by ascetic Protestantism, though their development may have been aided by it. Weber attempted to demonstrate the causal relationship between Protestantism and capitalism in several ways. After a brief examination of the others, however, we shall turn our attention to one of these, the comparative sociology of religion, both because methodologically it is the most important and because, despite the fact that Weber himself underlined its importance, has been almost completely ignored by English scholars of Weber's Theory 105. As we have already said, the statistical material relating to the correlation between religious affiliation and position in the social structure is very limited. What we have confirms Weber's hypothesis on the whole. However, he did not make use of the results of his personal research 106, and limited himself to using this material more to orient himself towards significant problems than as evidence. Secondly, the temporal relationship between the Protestant ethic on the one hand and the spirit of capitalism on the other suggests a causal relationship. The Protestant ethic generally preceded the spirit of capitalism in the same areas and in the same social classes. Indeed, to the extent that the causal factors invoked are ideas, this conclusion seems inevitable. But a materialist interpretation can be contrasted, based on the fact that the capitalist spirit and the Protestant ethic could both be the result of the same complex of material conditions at different stages of their development. It is also possible, though extremely unlikely, that the congruence is simply fortuitous. But in one of these three test methods, the most important, Weber goes beyond demonstrating the congruence between the two sets of attitudes. He builds a bridge between them by reconstructing through the works of the initiators of the Puritan movement the internal development of the Protestant ethic. In the beginning, the Protestant ethic was almost exclusively concerned with religious problems and had a wholly otherworldly character. In Calvino's Geneva, a theocratic state with a socialist character was created with a very rigid religious discipline. From this point, partly no doubt due to external conditions, for example, the fact that Calvinists constituted a minority, the development took place in an individualistic direction. Instead of attempting to introduce immediately and if necessary by force 107 the kingdom of God on earth, the emphasis was more and more upon the duty of the individual to do God's will in his profession. Furthermore, there is an increasingly accentuated tendency to give direct approval to acquiring activities, therefore the commitment in business, if it were sober, honest, rational, and useful work, came to be considered one of the most rights that a man could do, and its fruits, honestly earned riches, as the direct sign of God's blessing. Weber not only analyzes this evolution but suggests, indeed demonstrates, that it is not simply a matter of a process of compromise with the needs of a world hostile to religious discipline. On the contrary, one of the most important factors in this process is constituted by a dynamic element within the Protestant ethic itself, resulting from the fact of following religious interests in the situation in which men of that time found themselves. This emerges above all from two facts. The dedication to a capitalist profession was required as a positive religious duty 108, it was not a tolerated attitude. Furthermore, later Puritanism did not approve of any and all forms of acquiring activity under any conditions, but only the acquisition connected with a very strict discipline. The original ascetic element, the main element for Weber, had therefore not disappeared but remained intact in a slightly different context. An ethic of compromise could not have achieved this result 109. In the context that interests Weber, this does not mean relaxation of discipline 110, but a gradual detachment from the religious tradition, with the substitution of a utilitarian motivation for religious motivation 111. It is only at this point that the pure spirit of capitalism emerges, as described by Weber based on the works of Benjamin Franklin 112. But even here the central ethical element, the ascetic dedication to impersonal tasks per se, is intact. The gist of Weber's causal argument can be summarized as follows: the empirical material, the works of Protestant reformers up to the 17th century, shows a progressive development towards an increasingly positive attitude towards individualistic acquiring activities. Is it an adaptation or an independent development of religious ethics for religious reasons? Weber supports the second interpretation, arguing that a development in this sense is significant within the framework of the religious system itself. It is not only possible in the sense of not being in conflict with the essential elements of this, but it is in harmony with religious motivations, proper to the system itself, relating to the organization of life in the world. Furthermore, the concrete capitalism in which Weber is interested does not contrast with the Protestant ethic of later eras. Indeed, it can largely be interpreted as the direct expression of these motivations in practical behavior 113. But this, as Weber himself clearly states, is only one aspect of the causal relationship 114. The Protestant ethic and spirit of capitalism is limited to this aspect. Despite the various notations scattered therein, which if brought together would form a theory of considerable importance, Weber does not attempt in that work, or elsewhere, any systematic analysis of the other aspect, in relation to this specific theme. He went in a different direction, moving from the method of analogy to the method of differences, to use Mill's terms. Instead of continuing to ask what specific forces explain the rise of rational bourgeois capitalism in the modern West, he asks why something similar to capitalism has not appeared in all other forms of civilization in the world. Note on the role of ideas. At several points in the previous chapter we raised the general theoretical problem of the function of ideas, asking ourselves in particular whether Weber's position has rationalistic limits. It is therefore good at this point to examine the problem in the terms that have emerged up to now, trying, in particular, to link Weber's approach to the previous discussion on Pareto point 115. Weber's attention is focused on religious ideas in relation to the motivation of action in the secular sphere. The starting point of the analysis is the affirmation that in the group studied, the followers of the Calvinist movement in the 16th and 17th centuries, there is a strong religious interest in eternal salvation. Assuming then that they were to a large extent motivated by their interest in salvation, which they sought to achieve or of which they sought to be certain, The question arises of the influence of this fact on their actions in the secular sphere, particularly in the economic one. The comparison of the three religious groups, the Catholic, the Lutheran, and the Calvinist, shows that the interest in salvation, which can be attributed to all three groups, is not sufficient to explain the differences in the sector of secular activities to which Weber became interested. It is necessary to consider other elements in the religious context. Weber first poses the problem of what type of action can be, for the followers of such a movement, an adequate means for the achievement or demonstration of salvation. This depends on the situation in which the believer finds himself and, in particular, on certain characteristics of this situation, that is, on the structure of religious ideas in relation to which the desire for salvation is realized in action. For Catholics who feel this desire for salvation most strongly, the line of conduct is renunciation of the world and the choice of religious life. Those in whom this aspiration is less intense must only observe the tradition in the condition of life in which they are placed, acquire merits through the accomplishment of good works, particularly with devotion and charity. For the Lutheran, monastic life is excluded. For him, the obligation is placed on a faithful execution of the traditional duties of his condition of life and obedience to the constituted authority. The Christian is placed in a world of sin which he cannot hope to reform. Sin, which is inevitable, must be expiated with sincere penance and the pious resolution to do better. Finally, the Calvinist is exhorted to work in a profession, in a sober and rational way, in order to bring the kingdom of God to earth. He must not renounce the world by retiring to a monastery nor accept the traditional order, but, insofar as this is within his possibilities, he must try to make the world conform to the ideals of justice. These differences in attitude are also matters of fact. Weber believes he has demonstrated that they correspond to the typical attitudes towards secular activity, especially economic activity, of the members of the three religious groups. And he then proceeds to demonstrate, summarily for Catholicism and Lutheranism and in detail for Calvinism, that given the common interest in salvation each of these attitudes becomes significant in the hypothesis that the actor is a believer in the system of religious ideas related to this attitude. Thus, according to the Calvinist position, good works are not a means to obtain salvation but only a sign of election. Furthermore, good conduct cannot consist in works of ritual devotion since these imply the sanctification of earthly things. Not even tradition can be considered sacred, because it would still be idolatry. The mystical attitude is excluded from the absolute transcendence of God. Finally, the guilt of the flesh excludes a hedonistic attitude. Activity on earth must tend to rationally dominate the flesh for the glory of God and not to use earthly things to indulge one's passions. The Calvinist works on earth, but not to obtain earthly things. Weber's analysis not only establishes the meaning of the attitude he describes as worldly asceticism in terms of Calvinist theology, but also demonstrates the correspondence of this attitude to that of the capitalist spirit, apart from some minor divergences. The spirit of capitalism consists of a complex of attitudes not explicitly linked to a system of religious or metaphysical ideas. The connection between these ideas and the spirit of capitalism was outlined by Weber. For the moment the genetic aspect of the question can be left aside. Accepting Weber's statements as valid, it can be asserted that he demonstrated the existence of a reciprocal relationship on a level of significance between 1. The particular form assumed by the interest in salvation among the Calvinists, 2. The system of religious ideas defined above Calvinist theology, 3. The ascetic element in the system of attitudes which he described as the spirit of capitalism. Apart from genetic considerations, what explanation does Weberian analysis provide regarding the causal relationships between these elements? At this point, it may be useful to analyze the relationship of this problem with Pareto's conceptual scheme. Weber, not knowing Pareto's work, did not carry out any explicit analysis of his material in terms of residues and derivations. He was also interested in understanding what men do by analyzing what they say and, given that their theories are predominantly non-scientific, this seems like an ideal situation to apply Pareto's scheme. It must be remembered that the residue is an operational concept. A residue is what is arrived at by following the particular procedure which has been described in Chapter V. It is a relatively constant element of linguistic expressions associated with action, insofar as they have no place in a scientific theory. If the linguistic expressions of the Calvinists, insofar as they concern secular activities, are analyzed in these terms, one will get not a single residue but many residues. One will be the remnant of salvation, the manifestation of the feeling that individuals should act so as to attain and ascertain the state of grace. In addition to this, other residues are posed, namely the 5 main premises of Calvinist theology, since they are metaphysical propositions, not statements of empirical fact. They are non-logical and can in the present context be treated as residues. Now Pareto's scheme does not contain any specific theorem concerning the function of ideas in general, but only the negative theorem that, to the extent that residuals constitute an important independent variable in a social system, any modifications in that system cannot be considered as determined only by verifiable scientific theories. We showed above 116 that a residue, which is a verbal proposition, can vary from an extreme that it is a logically correct statement of a meaning, which can stand in the same causal relationship with the action of a scientifically verifiable theory, in the opposite case in which it is valid as an index of other forces, and its influence on them is as irrelevant as that which a thermometer can have on the system of which it indicates the temperature. Therefore, the fact that through the Pareto process it is possible to identify the main elements of Weber's analysis of Calvinism as residuals does not at all verify whether and to what extent religious ideas are causal factors or simply manifestations of something else. This remains to be clarified by further analysis of the particular facts. However, it is possible to extend Pareto's analysis to the point of questioning, at least apparently, the validity of Weber's thesis on the causal function of religious ideas. That is, it is possible to phrase the utterances not only of Calvinists, but of individuals who fit Weber's description of the spirit of capitalism, in terms that do not imply any explicit religious motivation. So at least some of the residues considered in the previous phase of the analysis, those with a specifically religious content, turn out to be less important than others, those implicit in the earthly ascetic attitude. That is, they become, in a broader context, derivations. Their place, since the time of Benjamin Franklin, has tended to be taken by other derivations of a secular character, such as that of the social survival utility of the workbench philosophy, or of the value of activities and the like. It must be remembered that the distinction between residues and derivations is a relative distinction and that what is, in a narrower context, a residue, in a broader one can become a derivation. This is enough to refute a naively emanationist conception of the mechanism of influence of non-scientific ideas. The remnants of worldly asceticism are not connected to Calvinist theology simply in such a way that, given one element, the other can automatically be inferred without further inquiry. However, this does not mean denying the existence of a significant functional relationship between them. But to proceed with the discussion it is necessary to introduce further elements. In Weber's work there are 2 different lines of analysis on the basis of which it is possible to develop the discussion beyond this point. In the next chapter we will delve into the one that best corresponds to Pareto analysis. This will further broaden the comparative basis of our analysis. Based on his comparative study of religions, Weber comes to the conclusion that certain types of religious ideas are associated with certain types of attitudes towards secular activities. The most pronounced development of worldly asceticism is found in those cultures which have or have had a system of religious ideas centered on the transcendence of God, the guilt of the flesh, etc. The more attitudes differ from these types by reflecting indifference to earthly things and passive acceptance of tradition, the more they are related to religious ideas such as the immanence of God and the absence of a radical dualism between divine and earthly. Attitudes and ideas are therefore, in all probability, closely functionally related to each other, although both may be manifestations of feelings located even more deeply. This discussion might prove that Weber did not push his analysis as far as possible, but not prove a positive fallacy in his work. The other line of analysis, not developed by Pareto, is that which introduces considerations of a genetic nature into the analysis of the particular case. In generic terms, it may be possible to demonstrate causal relationships which, in the state of general theory at the time, could not be identified in terms of a general analytic scheme such as Pareto's. The main points to keep in mind are the following: Calvinist theology, with the ethical attitudes connected to it, already existed in Western Europe before the great development of rational bourgeois capitalism. Theological ideas, from the point of view of the actor, give an adequate meaning to these attitudes and to the actions of which they constitute the residues. Weber historically traced and motivationally rendered comprehensible a process in the course of which, although some fundamental ascetic residues remained essentially unchanged, in their direct relation to action they came to correspond more closely with the spirit of capitalism. He also outlined a process of secularization in which religious elements gradually lost their importance, explaining the possible reasons. The result of this genetic analysis supports the hypothesis of a considerable influence of the system of religious ideas. Finally, there is a set of general considerations that we will discuss in the following chapter and in chapter 17. Although the attitude manifested in a residue can, for certain purposes, be considered an explanatory factor, it is always possible to attempt to go further to investigate the forces at work in its genesis. To the extent that elements of value are involved, it is important to ask whether the attitude itself is significant to the actor, in terms of his general conception of the world. The general tendency towards rational integration of systems of action, which we have dealt with above 117, constitutes a valid basis for this hypothesis. Thus, if a given system of ideas has existed for a long time in a society, it is reasonable to think that it affects attitudes in the sense of making them meaningful in terms of the same system. This is all the more true the more the society in question is characterized by the persistence of the aggregates, by the strength of faith. The problem of the role of religious ideas, so important in Weber's thought, is part of the larger problem that is fundamental to the study, that of elements of value. The sharp distinction made by Pareto and Weber between scientific and non-scientific ideas is of great use. At least a part of the latter constitutes a cognitive element in the complex of values. The status of such ideas has been discussed in the analysis of Durkheim's thinking on religion. Weber clarified this point further: it seems evident, however, that the cognitive constitutes only a group of elements in the complex of values. Knowing or believing is not the same thing as doing. An element of effort is also required. The actor does not assume the emotionally neutral attitude of the scholar towards his ideas. But if the ideas of the complex of values are concretely connected with other non-cognitive elements, there is no reason why they should not be distinguished from them analytically. Furthermore, Weber demonstrated that while believing is not ipso facto doing, what one believes is closely related to what one does. While it is obvious that the main interest is Weber's sociological theory and methodology, rather than application to specific fields, it is worthwhile on the other hand, for a scholar who worked with such a wide range of empirical material, take into account the judgment of specialists in the various sectors. We can relate the opinion of three eminent scholars in different fields, expressed verbally to the author, all of whom emphasized Weber's expertise in their respective fields. Professor E.F. Gay, a specialist in economic history, regards Weber as one of the few fruitful spirits of the past generation in the field of economic history. Professor W.E. Clark, a specialist in Indian philology, judges Weber's treatment of Buddhism and Hinduism as the best attempt at treating the Indian religious social system as a whole. Finally, Professor A.D. Nock, who deals with the history of religions, speaks of Weber's work in this field as a work not only of great skill, but of genius. The position of a certain number of historians on the capitalism-Protestantism problem must be contrasted with these opinions. As the author has already tried to demonstrate, Journal of Political Economy, October 1935, at least one example, not atypical, of this criticism, C. H. M. Robertson, Aspects of the Rise of Economic Individualism. A Criticism of Max Weber and His School, Cambridge University Press, Cambridge 1933, is based on a serious misunderstanding of Weber's work. 15 Max Weber 2, Religion and Modern Capitalism. B. Comparative Studies. The support of Weber's comparative investigation consists of the studies collected in Die Wirtschaftstheorie-Weltreligionen 118. Weber intended to include Confucianism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, primitive Christianity, and Islam 119. Unfortunately, this work of his remained unfinished. He was seized by death before completing it. Only 4 of these studies could be published. For reasons of space, we will limit our analysis to the results of 2 of them, the study of Confucianism and Hinduism, since they are, from a theoretical point of view, the most important. First, however, it seems appropriate to dwell briefly on the character of the work as a whole. Unlike what he had done in the Protestant Ethics, Weber deals here with both aspects of the causal relationship. However, this series of studies should not be understood as a general sociology of religion, if by this we mean a systematic study of all the interrelationships of religion with society. Nor is it a general study of the correlation between religious phenomena and economic phenomena, as has sometimes been claimed. Both of these interpretations are in antithesis with Weber's fundamental methodological principles, which we will deal with in the next chapter 120. Instead, the study is oriented 121 towards the problem of modern capitalism in the sense indicated above. It is essentially a comparative study of the ethics of other religions, in the aspects relevant to the spirit of capitalism, and of the ethics of ascetic Protestantism, this both in situations of analogy and in situations of contrast. As von Skelting 122 points out, according to Weber, the ideal procedure from a methodological point of view would have been the elaboration of social development cases in which only the element of religious ethics differed from the situation in Western Europe. Unfortunately, conditions of this type do not occur in reality. A considerable effort of positive reconstruction 123 would be necessary, a methodology towards which Weber had great diffidence 124. He therefore sacrifices methodological precision in favor of concreteness, dealing with real and not hypothetical historical events. In the cases we propose to discuss, Weber succeeds in demonstrating that the economic ethics connected with the religion he studies is fundamentally different in its consequences for economic activities from that of ascetic Protestantism. This result must be connected to the fact that, in the areas where the ethic in question has been predominant, there has been no development that can be in any way compared to that of the rational bourgeois capitalism of the West. Thus a first superficial relationship is established between the lack of capitalist development and the character of certain religious doctrines. Compared to ascetic Protestantism, these must be considered elements of obstacle. In giving an assessment of the concrete importance of a religious ethic for the development of different types of economic systems, 2 sets of problems arise. First, the observable economic ethics of a religion is a concrete entity. Weber explicitly admits that in the course of its development this economic ethics is influenced 125, both in its nature and in its affirmation, by material factors, above all by the social character of the class that bears it, but also by other factors. The differentiation of the latter from the Eigengesetzlichkeit of the religious system can never be achieved with the historical method, as it would be necessary to go back to a point where no historiographical material is available. One can only resort to analysis. Secondly, we cannot find a direct correspondence between the elements of the concrete social system, besides religious ethics, which can be considered favorable or unfavorable to capitalist development, in the 2 cases compared. China did not have some of the serious obstacles that were present in the West, while on the other hand the West had some favorable non-religious elements that China lacked. The limits are such that it is certainly not possible to arrive at a quantitative verification. Weber tackles the problem through probability estimates according to the general laws governing the behavior of each element. Thus, on the one hand, he attempts to evaluate whether concrete economic ethics could have resulted from the action of non-religious factors, especially if it could have been a reflection of material interests 126. At this point it must be remembered that the proof of Eigengesetzlichkeit in the religious sphere has the same validity as the opposite proof 127. On the other hand, we must consider the possibility that in the modern West the favorable factors have exceeded the unfavorable ones regardless of the incidence of religious ethics, while in China and India it would be the opposite. Weber's conclusion on this point is that in both China and India the combination of non-religious factors was at a crucial moment at least as favorable to capitalist development as the Western situation. Consequently, it is highly probable that in this respect an important factor of differentiation towards the development of capitalism is to be found in the religious element of economic ethics. It should be noted that the reliability of these complex assessments of probability increases considerably with the expansion of the comparative perspective, and consequently the different elements and their possible reciprocal relationships emerge more clearly. Thus the result of Weber's comparative study is much more reliable than the judgment on any particular case of his own analysis considered in isolation. This, however, is a well-known methodological principle. China. The classical social system of China 128 presents, if compared to ours, a curious combination of similar and dissimilar aspects. From the point of view of the social structure, there are two fundamental aspects: what is defined as the family organization and the political superstructure. As is well known, the Chinese population was organized into kinship groups that remind the modern sociologist of many primitive societies. The basic unit is the patrilineal exogamous clan, which practically corresponds to the village 129. It is in turn divided into small domestic groups. Typically these family groups are tied to the land and have a religious sanction in ancestor worship. The Chinese family system differs markedly from that which has developed in the United States, a country with a typical Puritan tradition. The Chinese family group is characterized by a very strong collective solidarity. The principle of parental authority and filial piety is very rigid and requires from the children, in addition to obedience, a high degree of religious respect. Finally, this system represents the absolute antithesis of the independence enjoyed by American women. The family, and not the individual, represents the unit in Chinese society. Although there were considerable differences in the distribution of wealth between family groups, no rigidly hierarchical stratification system comparable to that of medieval Europe, especially nothing comparable to a caste system, emerged from the imperial era. There was at least a formal equality in the choice of occupation 131 and in practically all relationships outside the family. In this respect, the Chinese situation is similar to that of Western capitalist countries 132, with the same limits in substantial equality, in relation to the privileges associated with wealth and a superior social status. In all of this, what represents the greatest difference from the modern West is the position of family groups. The Chinese imperial state 133 has two main aspects. It was a theocracy, which in a sense completely differentiated it from any Christian political structure. The emperor was the Son of Heaven and was conceived as the main intermediary between the order of divine things and that of human society. A disharmony in the latter could be attributed to religious shortcomings of the emperor himself, and therefore he constituted the center of religious interest 134. But this did not lead, as it would have been possible, to attribute political power to a hereditary clergy, headed by the emperor. Under the emperor stood a special class of bureaucratic administrators, the mandarins. In some respects the Chinese political system developed bureaucratic principles to a point that has not been achieved elsewhere, but in others it differed radically from the type which appears important for the development of bourgeois capitalism. The mandarins were a class of educated men, mainly trained in literature, whose eligibility for office was subject to passing a certain number of exams. In this way, although personal favor and other elements played a part, there was undoubtedly an objective and impersonal criterion of qualification. Favoritism was limited to the phase of selection from a list of candidates, given that the number of eligible candidates was always higher than the number of places to be assigned. In addition, other very important bureaucratic principles operated. The official could not be appointed in the province in which his family resided, and the period of time in which he could remain in the same office was strictly limited to 3 years. Thus, although they entailed considerable independence from superior controls, these offices never became hereditary or politically dangerous to the central authority. Feudalization was avoided. The mandarins as a class, and not the few large families related to them, monopolized office. This class was never closed and each new access to office depended on an appointment from above. At the same time there were serious limitations to full bureaucratic development. First, the bureaucratic principle was limited to a small group of senior officials. The much larger group of subordinates needed to carry out the administrative activity was not subject to bureaucratic discipline, but their appointment, their remuneration, and their supervision rested with the mandarin. He depended on these subordinates for their expertise and knowledge of local conditions. They, in turn, were often linked to the most important local family groups, with trade guilds and village organizations. Consequently, the administrative system was unable to carry out a policy contrary to powerful local interests and therefore had to leave the greatest autonomy to local groups. The bureaucracy remained a superstructure and did not penetrate deeply into the social structure, nor did it manage to achieve direct control of the individual, as instead happened in the modern Western state. Secondly, the system of remuneration of officials based on tax collection had a number of consequences. The mandarin was required to pay a certain amount to the central government, but the costs of his administration, including his salary, were borne from the amount of taxes that he himself had established and collected. This fact, and the limited term in which he remained in office, led him to try to get the most out of his position. Finally, it was not a specialized bureaucracy. There were no particular technical qualifications for particular offices and the necessary preparation was by no means specialized or technical. A knowledge of the classics was required, the same degree of knowledge for everyone. The aim was not to have a candidate suited to the particular technical demands of a given office, but to ensure that he was sufficiently educated to be worthy of the high office of mandarin. This circumstance obviously aggravated the condition of dependence of officials on their subordinates and represented a serious obstacle to the extension of the bureaucratic principle to the concrete activities of the administration. There was what Weber calls a patrimonial bureaucracy. Below the mandarin class, a large number of specifically economic activities developed. Craftsmanship developed considerably, depending on the period, and so did mercantile activity, often on a large scale and in any case with strong craft guilds. But except for a few large-scale enterprises, nothing comparable to the industrial capitalism of the modern West developed. Despite many technological inventions, the techniques remained traditional and industrial production continued to be organized mainly on an artisanal basis. The large-scale commercial organization was not linked to a corresponding productive organization as in the West 135. In the earliest times China enjoyed stable peace in large parts of its territory. There were relatively few restrictions on internal mobility and trade 136. There was an uncommon degree of equality of opportunity and freedom in the choice of occupation. There were no obstacles to economic development such as, for example, the Catholic ban on usury 137. Finally, the state recognized a very high level of autonomy to organizations of economic interests such as trade guilds. If, as is often believed, the mere fact of the absence of restrictions could determine a modern capitalist development, certainly this would have occurred in China long before the modern era 138. As far as economic ethics are concerned, there has probably never been a more utilitarian and earthly ethics than that of China. Above all, in no country in the world has a positive assessment of wealth been so widespread among all classes of society. In prudent concern for the interests of this world and lack of concern for the hereafter, perhaps no people has ever surpassed the Chinese. Furthermore, this earthly and utilitarian aspect is connected to a certain type of rationalism. It implies a rejection of the irrational aspects of religion, especially the transcendent elements. What then is the difference from the utilitarian rationalism of the Protestant ethic? The predominant ethical system 139 in China, which has a sharply defined attitude towards earthly things, is the Confucian orthodoxy 140. It is important to note that this came to be the specific ethics of the Mandarinate. Confucianism is essentially an ethical doctrine, a collection of practical precepts without an explicit metaphysical basis. Confucius did not propose metaphysical speculations which, according to him, were useless and vain. There is no clear interest in a future life, and no concept of salvation. The doctrine pertains only to behavior in this life, with no concern beyond that of reputation. However, this worldly character does not imply a lack of a sense of discipline. On the contrary, his rationalism implies a particular kind of discipline. The fundamental conception is that of a harmony or order. The universe constitutes an order governed by heaven, and society is a microcosm of the order of the world. The superior, cultured man seeks to live in conformity with this order, and this implies abstaining from any excess that may compromise his equilibrium. There is nothing that corresponds to the principle of evil. There is no sin, but only error, the inability to become, using one's talents and the opportunities available, a perfect master. The rational man will avoid expressing his emotions. He will always be controlled, dignified, educated. He will behave in any situation as correctly as possible. His basic aim is to live in harmony with a social order which is accepted by all, and to be a member of that order. His duty is not to help others, to take an interest in the state of society, but to take care of his personal interests. These concern two main elements: his personal development as a cultured and refined man, and his relationships with others. In the latter regard, the emphasis is mainly placed on some specific personal relationships, especially those of devotion. 141. The main virtue is filial devotion, and the official's attitude towards his superior had to be similar to that of a son towards his father. Indeed, Confucius conceived the whole of society as a network of such personal relationships, and his command was that each should concern himself with the rectitude of his own conduct in his personal relationships. He didn't have to worry about his neighbor. The contrast with the puritanical interest in the behavior of others is evident. The order with which the Confucian gentleman tried to live in harmony is a certain concrete order. In Confucian ethics there is no solicitation to change the existing order. This fact underlies a group of attitudes of fundamental importance, those towards religious practices and the beliefs of society. They fall into two categories. On the one hand, the very structure of the state, of which the Mandarin was a part, was a sacred structure. The emperor and his officials were representatives of the cult of the state, and, as in classical antiquity, religious duties of a ritual nature were part of the recognized duties of a public office. Confucianism accepted these things as natural. There was no need to inquire into their meaning. It would have been a useless metaphysical speculation. They were part of the order. There was in Confucianism, despite its rationalism, as Weber says, no tendency to rationalize these things in an ethical sense. Similarly, the duties of filial devotion, to which such importance was attached, were accompanied by a complicated ritual which was also accepted without any attempt at ethical rationalization. 142. On the other hand, there has always been popular magic and superstition in China as elsewhere. The Confucian gentleman accepted this too, but in a different way. He did not participate in them personally because this was not suited to his dignity, but at the same time he did nothing to eliminate these beliefs. They belong to the life of the uneducated mass. 143. The conception of the means to achieve perfection expressed the same idea, acceptance of what was given. Perfection was reached with the study of the classics. 144. What distinguished the Lord from the vulgar was not birth or wealth, but classical culture. It is important to note how different this conception of culture is from that of the modern West. Learning was not dynamic but static, conforming to a constant norm. This set of circumstances could only reinforce traditionalism. The rationalism of Confucian ethics was certainly valid, and it was also an earthly rationalism that had nothing to do with transcendent things. It placed unquestioned value on the good things of this world, especially wealth, long life, and a good name. But his rationalism was limited by the traditional acceptance of the existing order, especially of its magical religious elements, be it state worship, ancestor worship, or popular magic. Furthermore, the ideal of the Confucian lord was a static ideal, the basis of which was the assimilation of a traditionally fixed body of literary culture. Confucian culture completely lacked the dynamic character of Western science. Finally, the dominant ethical value of Confucianism, as Weber says, its only absolute duty, Devotion 145, was itself a traditional virtue, as it required the acceptance of paternal authority, constituted authority, and no rebellion against this order in the name of an abstract ideal was possible. Confucian rationalism was a rationalism of decent adaptation to a traditional order. His discipline consisted in the avoidance of anything that constituted disorder and in the self-discipline of the noble and dignified gentleman. It was, as Sorokin says, a cautious and harmonious policy of conservatism 146. But this represents just the opposite of the ethics of ascetic Protestantism, as should appear clearly from the previous discussion. The latter was rather a revolutionary force. Its spirit was not the adaptation of the individual to an uncritically accepted social world. It was the duty to build one's own world, as far as this was possible, in the name of a transcendent ideal, that is, to establish the kingdom of God on earth. It was, as Weber briefly puts it, not a doctrine of rational adaptation to the world, like Confucianism, but of rational domination over the world 147. Archimedes is said to have said, "Give me a point and I will move the world." Confucian ethics failed to move the world precisely because its earthly character denied it a place to stand outside the world. Protestant ethics, on the other hand, had a point of this type. It had its transcendent God and its conception of salvation. Its strength lies precisely in the ascetic aspect of its ethics. From this fundamental difference derive other more particular differences. On the one hand, from the worldly character of Confucianism resulted not only its acceptance of tradition but also its sanctification of it. On the other hand, the absolute non-sanctity of the tradition derived from the transcendent basis of Puritan ethics 148. For the Puritan, Chinese filial devotion would be a case of idolatry of the flesh, the cult of the state, pure superstition. The only possible sanction of earthly things was their conformity to the will of God. Puritanism put into practice the most radical measures for the elimination of the magical element from this world 149, while Confucianism left the popular sense of magic unchanged. This difference is reaffirmed in one of Weber's most important theses, according to which traditionalism is everywhere the norm, in the primitive phases of a given social development 150. It is so solid that forces of exceptional power are needed to be able to even dent it, and only if this occurs do certain types of social development become possible, such as that of rational bourgeois capitalism. Confucian ethics not only failed in this, but provided a direct sanction of the traditional order. Without pretending to exhaust this topic, we can highlight two other important points. One of the fundamental requirements of the modern bureaucratic structure is the specialization of the function and with it the specialized technical, legal, or scientific knowledge. This is one of the features of the modern Western bureaucracy that the Mandarin bureaucracy absolutely failed to develop. A specialization of this kind inevitably implies the renunciation of the development of complete personalities. Specialization has been attacked in the name of humanistic ideals. Puritan ethics helped to break this opposition with its conception of man as an instrument of God's will. The best way to realize oneself is to carry out one's task in a profession, even if this has a highly specialized character. The Confucian gentleman, on the other hand, was not a tool in any sense 151, but an end in himself, a complete and harmonious work of art. Not only were there no positive motivations for specialization, but there was a strong bias against it. Furthermore, for the Confucian, the only valid knowledge was that of the classics, not that of technical specialties. The Confucian was a humanist. Another of the fundamental elements of the Western social order is its ethical universalism. To a large extent, in theory as in practice, our highest ethical duties refer impersonally to all men, or to large categories of them independently of specific personal relationships. For example, the duties of fairness and honesty in business apply to relationships with everyone, not just one's relatives or friends. Indeed, without this universalism, as Weber repeatedly points out, it is difficult to imagine how the modern economic system could function, since the trust that is essential to business relationships is based on this, for example for the fulfillment of contracts and for the quality of the goods. 152. In this regard, Puritan ethics represent the extreme case of a more general tendency of Christian positions. It opposes any form of nepotism and favoritism. 153. Confucian ethics are in stark contrast, as they sanction the personal relationships of an individual with particular individuals and exclusively with them. 154. The whole Chinese social structure, accepted and sanctioned by Confucian ethics, was made up of predominantly particularistic 155 relationships. Relationships that did not fall into this category were morally indifferent. Given that most of the economic relations in a market system have precisely this character, any rupture of traditionalism tended, in Chinese culture, to assume the forms of emancipation, typical of the capitalism of the adventurers, from any ethical limitation, not of ethically disciplined acquisition, typical instead of bourgeois rational capitalism. Finally, if it is true that Confucianism generally rejects metaphysical speculation, there is in Chinese culture, of which it belongs, a current that is clearly contrasting with Western culture, which is very important for the general problem of the foundations of ethics religious. Confucian philosophy implies a principle of order in the universe, of which social order is but one aspect. But unlike Western culture, the basis of this order is immanent and ultimately impersonal. There is no analogy with the personal and transcendent God of the Judeo-Christian tradition, Creator and Lord of the world. In Chinese thought this order came to be formulated in terms of the conception of Tao, common to Confucianism and many other religious positions. This fact must be linked to another, to which Weber attaches great importance, namely the absence in China of a class of prophets comparable to those of Jewish history, whose mission was to impose a moral duty towards a transcendent ideal, in the name of this transcendent God. 156. According to Weber, this class was the main cause of the break with traditionalism that took place in the West in favor of an ethical rationalization of the world. The attitude of the prophets was indeed incompatible with a pantheistic system. It is true that Confucian orthodoxy is not the only religious movement in China. But its main antagonist, Taoism, was not capable of introducing the Western spirit of ethical rationalization, indeed it departed even further. Taoism 157 had two main tendencies. At a higher intellectual level it was a mystical and contemplative doctrine. Instead of proposing the ideal of a refined and earthly lord, Taoism held that the highest activity of man is the contemplative understanding of the essence of the universe, a concept which obviously led away from any kind of active ascetic domination of the world. Indeed, given the pantheistic basis of Chinese thought, there were only these two possibilities for rationalizing the attitudes of the sage towards the universe, either the Confucian adaptation to the world order, within the existing society, or the mystical, contemplative, antisocial attitude of the Taoist. On the other hand, the spread of Taoism led to a very large diffusion of magical superstition. Similarly, in Buddhism there are two such tendencies. This suggests the existence of a similar metaphysical basis and may help explain the receptivity to Buddhism in China. 158. India. Indian society and religion will be treated more briefly, as the contrast with the Western situation is much more obvious. It is usual to identify Indian culture with otherworldly attitudes and beliefs. For Westerners, the most characteristic element of the Indian social system is caste. 159. Someone believes that caste is a typical structure of primitively organized societies, but this is not correct. As it developed in India, this phenomenon is absolutely unique. Furthermore, it does not belong to the primitive phases of Indian history, but to the later ones. It is the result of a long process of development. 160. Although in its modern form, as shown by Indian censuses, caste presents an extraordinarily heterogeneous picture, there is an element of order in it, by which it can be defined as a system 161. It is composed of a large number of strictly endogamous hereditary groups, generally local and in hierarchical relationships of inferiority and superiority. The ultimate endogamous units are the subcastes, but these, for the most part, are grouped into larger, more or less well-defined units, the castes proper. Members of the same caste have, at least formally, the same social status. While there are exceptions, castes are characterized by hereditary occupation, so that the division of society into castes corresponds more or less to a functional division of labor on hereditary grounds. Many of the names of the castes, although not all, indicate an occupation. Castes are separated by barriers of a religious nature. The prohibition of the connubium itself has essentially a ritual character, and the same can be said, perhaps even to a greater extent, for the other important criterion, the prohibition of sitting at the same table. An extremely complex system of ritual norms regulates the preparation and consumption of food and personal relationships. These rules are sharply differentiated for each caste and are different for members of each depending on which other castes are involved in a given situation. There are only a few ritual elements common to all Hindu religion, for example the sacred character of the cow. For the rest the castes are like watertight compartments, founded on religious elements. It is not always possible to locate each individual caste or subcaste in relation to the others, but the general outline of the hierarchical structure is clear enough. At the top is the Brahmin caste, and the main criterion for establishing the position of the other castes is that of each one's relationship with the Brahmins, and the criteria are based on ritual relationships. The position of a caste is mostly determined 162 by the criteria of what things, and under what circumstances, a Brahmin of a certain social stature could accept from a member of that caste, what contacts would result in purification rites on the part of the Brahmin, what kinds of ritual services the Brahmin would perform for members of the caste. As we have said, this caste structure, in its present form, is not a legacy of ancient India, but is the result of a long and gradual process. At various times it has been influenced by other elements. As appears from ancient literary sources, a division between conquerors and conquered created and later repeatedly reaffirmed a racial barrier. There were also differences of occupation and of organized occupational groups, differences of wealth, and instead the acceptance into the same system of different ethnic groups with different cultures, sometimes members of certain occupations and sometimes not. These and other circumstances have undoubtedly played a determining role. However, we must clarify a fact of considerable importance. The whole hierarchical system has its pivot in the undisputed social supremacy of the Brahmin caste, the priestly caste. Not only do they constitute its summit, but the other castes are classified with reference to this one and according to its criteria, i.e. according to the ritual, which represents the professional interest of the Brahmin. This occurred despite the fact that Brahmins have not at any historical period headed an organized religious group comparable, for example, to the medieval church. The formal organization of the caste varies inversely with the position of the caste itself. The panchayat or caste council is particularly developed among the lower castes 163. Furthermore, although numerous Brahmins have held positions as ministers and advisors to princes in both earthly and spiritual matters, they never had political authority as a caste, but only as individuals appointed by others. Finally, although they were wealthy in many cases, their position was not determined by wealth per se, irrespective of the prestige of their religious position and functions, nor do they constitute the wealthiest caste. No other priestly class in history has this characteristic. We can briefly consider some other aspects of the Indian social structure. India has always been a predominantly agricultural society 164, and the typical local unit is the village. Unlike the Chinese village, it is not formed by a group of relatives, but in each village there is a certain number of groups of different castes. Despite the caste differences, the village organization was generally integrated and stable and, as in China, largely autonomous from the central political authority. This consideration reveals an important contrast between India and China on the one hand and the modern West on the other. India, like China, had complex political structures, albeit not as long-lasting. In both countries, wealth bureaucracies and highly disciplined armies arose, but no bureaucracy similar to the modern Western one developed. China, however, came closer to that model than India. Furthermore, this being a very important fact, in India as in China, and in the same sense, the state remained a superstructure. Through its administrative functions, it did not directly reach the individual 165, but rather stopped at the caste, the village, and to other groups, leaving them essentially intact with considerable self-government 166. As in China, India also developed powerful artisan and mercantile corporations, a flourishing trade even over great distances, and highly specialized craftsmanship. There was considerable capitalist development in trade, war supplies, tax collection, and considerable accumulation of wealth through these and other channels. But at no time did this development approach the form of rational bourgeois capitalism of the West. It is clear that the caste system, with its extreme vertical and territorial immobility and its ritually sanctioned hierarchy of traditional professions, constituted an insurmountable obstacle to such a development, at least to a spontaneous development. Capitalism of the type that currently exists in India is clearly of European origin. However, the problem is not the incompatibility of caste with modern capitalism, but rather why social development has taken this direction in India. Indeed, not only has there not always been a rigid caste system, but particularly in the period of development of large there was considerable social flexibility in India, comparable to that of medieval Europe. The problem of Brahminical supremacy was not resolved at that time and even less so in the Buddhist period. There were also elements unfavorable to the crystallization of the caste system. Aside from the economic elements noted above, there is the fact that Buddhism was at least neutral towards caste organization. Wars, with their unbalanced effects, were frequent in almost all periods. Furthermore, India was repeatedly subjected to foreign conquest, which brought about even more severe shocks to the class structure than internal strife 167. The present religious system of India is generally referred to as Hinduism. However, one should not look for what constitutes a religion in the West. First, there is no church to join. The only way to become Hindu is to be born into a recognized Hindu caste. This recognition is not based on any proposition of faith, but essentially on ritual practices. Above all, a caste must respect the sacred character of the cow, and therefore avoid eating ox meat, and recognize the religious authority of the Brahmins, which is above all ritual. India has its sacred books, especially the Vedas, and a Hindu recognizes their sanctity, but his attitude is one of respect and not of adherence to any specific article of faith contained in them or based on them. The Hindu has religious obligations, failure to observe which would result in sanctions against him. However, these do not fall within the realm of doctrine, but within that of dharma. The best translation of dharma is probably duty. It essentially consists of the traditional obligations of daily life, especially the ritual obligations. Some dharmas, such as not eating beef and respecting Brahmins, are common to all Hindus, but generally they consist mainly of the traditional duties of one's social status, especially one's caste. Provided he does not transgress these duties, the Hindu can think what he likes. But for a violation such as that of marrying outside the sphere of one's caste, one can be excommunicated, i.e. expelled from caste 168. Thus obligations arising from religious feelings are essentially forms of respect for the traditional social order, especially in its caste structure. Hinduism as a religion is but one aspect of this arrangement, nor does it have any value independently of it. As we have said, there are no dogmas in the Christian sense. Instead there is an enormous variety of religious ideas and practices, of gods and cults and means of salvation recognized as Hindu. At the basis of all this we can identify some elements and in the first place of fundamental religious relativism. There are no particularly acceptable ways of life only from a religious point of view, nor exclusive ways of approaching divinity. No Indian cult contains principles of the type extra ecclesiam nulla salus. On the contrary, there are many paths, suited to different types and classes of people, suited to their abilities and needs, all leading to the same goal. In this sense, India probably presents the most radically individualistic situation that can be found in history. But there is a more specific content of ideas, those of transmigration and karma. 169. Every soul has existed since eternity. It is not the creation of a god, it goes through an infinite series of reincarnations. Karma, on the other hand, is the doctrine according to which every act has permanent and indestructible effects on the destiny of the soul of the person who performs it, effects from which one can never escape. These two related elements produce an absolute rationalization of the problem of evil, one of the most coherent solutions proposed in history, says Weber. 170. These doctrines are not actually dogmas in the sense of being established and enforced by a church, but are religious ideas common to the entire Hindu community. As such, they remained intact for many centuries. 171. The relationship with motivation in practical activity emerges from a further element, the connection of karma and transmigration with dharma and, through this, with the individual's place in the caste structure. 172. Depending on the good or bad deeds performed by the individual in previous incarnations, the causality of karma will determine the place of his reincarnation in the caste hierarchy. This hierarchy extends both below human society into the animal world and above, so that one can be reborn as a deity, with the consequence that the gods are not immortal but are only supermen. Finally, in this context, good and evil can only have one meaning. Good is the faithful observance of the Dharma, that is, of the traditional obligations of one's position in the caste. Evil is the non-observance of these. 173. Once this link has been established, to the extent that the motivations of the action are religious, the action itself is clearly oriented towards the traditional observance of caste obligations and consequently towards the maintenance of the caste structure. The religious interest of the individual certainly cannot consist in subverting the system, but only in increasing his chances of a better incarnation within the system, and the only means is to fully conform to the system in all its details of behavior traditionally prescribed. It corresponds in a certain sense to the concept of Bhairav, but with the greatest possible accentuation of traditionalism. 174. Indeed, a more total and effective 175 acceptance of traditionalism could not be imagined. This conception of the individual's religious duty implied, and was largely rooted in, the still deeper character of Indian religious thought. This thought and the caste system were completely unknown to the classical Vedic literature, which had a religious conception comparable to the Greek one. But over time the Vedic gods lost importance in favor of the objective effectiveness of the rites of sacrifice. This tendency has brought attention to the objective and impersonal ordering of ritual forces, and philosophical speculation overshadowed the meaning of this ritual. Whatever may have been the historical process, there is no doubt that, in the period of Brahmanism 176, the doctrines of karma and transmigration had already appeared and were linked to a pantheistic and impersonal conception of the principle of universal order, which excluded any possibility of a transcendent God-creator. The ultimate order comprising souls was eternal and uncreated, the gods themselves having only secondary importance. God was to be sought within this order, not outside or above it. Western conceptions of creation and grace 177 were radically excluded. In the orthodox thinking of Brahmanism only this impersonal unity was recognized as real, everything else was considered illusion, maya. The process by which this extraordinary Brahminical rationalization of the universe came to fit so perfectly into a particular social system was certainly not a simple one. The theory is the creation of a highly educated intellectual class, and its diffusion to the point where the fundamental doctrines became the common property of an entire people, composed mostly of illiterates, must have been accomplished through a very slow process. Many interpretations of the caste system have been put forward, the most important of which emphasizes its function of differentiating occupations and racial differences between conquerors and conquered. Both undoubtedly acted in this sense, but both are common to other societies without having given rise to caste. However, the racial distinction necessarily accentuates the hereditary principle and gathers magical and ritual elements around it, placing the accent on what Weber defines as the principle of Janticharism 178. Another important element, Brahminical supremacy, is not an original element. In feudal times, Brahmins were considered inferior to the learned Kshatriya aristocracy. Their supremacy was the result of various and complex changes in the balance of power, and among these the tendency of the governors to ally themselves with the Brahmins against the feudal forces. The position of the Kshatriyas was severely shaken by the many foreign invasions, of which they, in their capacity as warriors, suffered the brunt. Brahminical literature became influential following the Mohammedan conquests 179, patrimonial administration, and particularly fiscal administration, tended to strengthen the solidarity of existing groups 180. A force that could have broken the traditional system, and which indeed played a very important role in the West, that constituted by urban commerce and the artisan classes, remained ineffective. The craftsmen organized themselves into guilds and, in some periods, were even powerful, but they never managed to make cities independent units with independent military bases, as happened in the West during the Middle Ages. On the other hand, they were crushed from patrimonial states that were being established, for which their power had become dangerous. 181. Brahminical theory was a strong bulwark of authority, particularly for a regime of foreign conquerors. Once the Brahmins had conquered power, without which there would have been no caste development. 182, Brahminical religious philosophy could play its role. Some elements were already operating, and the dangerous competition of the ancient Kshatriyas and guilds was destroyed, so the long slow process of diffusion of ideas which led to the formation of a caste system could continue. Brahminical religious ideas would not have had much influence in the absence of other conditions. 183, but equally, without this particular system of ideas, none of these conditions, and not even all of these together, including the supremacy of a hereditary priestly class, would have produced the caste system. This system of ideas must be interpreted as a product of rational ethical thinking and not a product of economic conditions of any sort. 184. If the general pantheistic basis and the doctrines of karma and transmigration formed the common basis of all the main strands of Indian philosophy, religious interest was not reduced to means for improving an individual's chances in the cycle of reincarnations. On the contrary, while this was the concern of the masses, for many centuries the elect were interested in the problem of salvation in a much more radical sense. But what salvation could mean, from what one had to be saved and why, can only be understood in terms of the metaphysical position underlying these problems. 185. As we have observed, the pantheistic and immanent conception of divinity made the existence of a principle of radical evil impossible, only imperfection could exist. It equally precluded eternal rewards and punishments for earthly merits or faults. Such Christian ideas would have appeared completely incomprehensible to the Indian mentality. Salvation could not be understood as salvation from sin in the Christian sense. For eternal happiness, the conception of salvation was radically different. It was salvation from karma. Indian pessimism is based on the belief in the illogicality and transience of earthly things. Even the most meritorious conduct can only result in reincarnation into a god, a condition that is also transitory, destined to end, for the whole process to be repeated. Continuity, stability, eternal life could be obtained by escaping not only from this life but from all other possible and conceivable lives. There were many paths to salvation, but they all had a single goal. As oriented towards higher religious goals than the mere prospect of a better reincarnation, they tended to avoid a direct interest in this world, i.e. they were all otherworldly in this specific sense. 186. The means employed are different, but can be divided into two large groups, the ascetic and the mystical. The latter were predominant and, finding the highest value in contemplation, the resulting attitude towards earthly things was in principle an attitude of indifference. The importance of this world is so devalued that there is no motivation for a reform of the world in the name of an ideal. The world is not fought because it is dangerous, except as a source of distraction from true interests. No more positive relationship with it is possible than the passive acceptance of things as they are. India is considered the land of asceticism. But this asceticism is always and necessarily of the kind that Weber calls otherworldly. The fight against the flesh is waged against its power to distract the soul from contact with the Absolute. The flesh must be mastered not to be used as a tool, but to be rendered harmless. There is no motivation in the Indian position for the active worldly asceticism which is the essence of the Protestant Ethic 187. Buddhism was, in a sense, an anti-Brahmin and anti-caste movement. However, it was not a question of a differentiation from the fundamental Indian religious position in terms closer to Western culture, but of an orientation towards even more radical conclusions than those of Brahminical philosophy. It represents the contemplative type par excellence. His absolute indifference to the world and his prohibition of the most qualified person, the monk, from being interested in it in any way, could not serve as a foundation for any social system, but were specifically antisocial. Precisely for this reason Buddhism could not serve as the basis of a rational economic ethics 188. The systematic typology of religions. In Weber, the comparative sociology of religions is not limited to the analysis of isolated cases, through which the religious elements that prevented the development of capitalism in non-Western countries are highlighted. It mainly deals with the problem of capitalism, and its theoretical system is centered on this. Moreover, a general system of religious typology emerges from it which allows the religious aspect of the phenomenon of capitalism to be set. To complete the previous presentation, we will summarize here some of the main concepts 189. At this point it is necessary to refer to Weber's general conception of historical development. According to Weber, the existence of a point of origin common to the various processes of religious development emerged from his analysis, a common primitive religion. The various types of religious systems that have developed 190 must therefore be seen as the result of a process of differentiation from a common starting point. They represent possibilities which, in principle, are mutually exclusive. However, our interest is not oriented towards specific historical situations, but towards the logical relationship between the different types. As regards the primitive type, according to Weber, it is not possible to distinguish the religious elements from the non-religious ones on the basis of rationality or the character of the purposes. Purposes are generally earthly, and a relative rationality is found both in ritual and magical actions and in secular techniques. To formulate a distinction in these terms is rather proper to the modern conception of nature and is not found in the primitive situation itself 191. It is preferable rather to observe that religious actions, as opposed to secular ones, imply qualities, strengths, etc. which are exceptional, out of the ordinary, osiril talcott, towards which a particular attitude is taken, to which a particular virtue is attributed. This exceptional quality is defined by Weber Charisma 192. It is exemplified in concepts such as mana. From this conception of separate things, that of a world of entities different from those involved in everyday life can easily arise, in this sense and only in this sense, a supernatural world. The ways in which these entities can be conceived and the character of their relations with the natural world are very varied. They can, for example, be distinguished in personal and impersonal, but Weber does not insist much on these distinctions. What matters is the difference in the attitude towards these entities, however they are conceived, from that towards daily things. We can speak of two types of entities, to the extent that this supernatural world is revealed in the individual personality itself, it is the soul, or if it is external, it is the gods or the demons. Whether these are anthropomorphic conceptions or not is of secondary importance. The set of relationships of these entities with men is what Weber defines as the field of religious action 193. Another element of this complex is important. This quality of particular distinction, charisma, is often attributed to objects, acts, human beings, which in other respects belong to the everyday world or are closely connected to it. It is in a certain sense a manifestation of these supernatural forces or entities. It is essential to make a distinction between natural and supernatural elements operating in these concrete things. Among the possible interpretations of the nature of the relationship between the two elements is that the first symbolizes the second. As Weber puts it, in life, it is no longer just the things and events that come before the eyes that matter, but also other factors, how and why they mean something. Thus witchcraft is transformed from a direct action into a symbolic one. However different the interpretation of the natives may be from our conscious symbolism, this is an element of fundamental importance. From this fundamental idea Weber draws one of his main theses, that the first effect of religious ideas on action, including economic action, an effect recognized everywhere, is to sanction tradition. 195. Every magical attitude, in the naturalistic sense, already experienced as effective is repeated with rigorous fidelity. This is extending to the entire field of symbolic meanings. The smallest deviation from the forms initially found to be effective can render them ineffective. All fields of human activity are involved in this magic circle of symbols. 196. There are specific acts and complexes of actions which are, in Durkheim's terminology, typically profane, but this does not hold in the most important domains of human behavior, economic activity, and politics, love and war. To the extent that these are related to charismatic forces, they become tradition. Weber says, the sacred is that which is specifically immutable. 197. This characterization applies only generally to primitive religion. In many respects there can of course be variations of different types and developments in different directions. Weber deals extensively with it and begins a systematic classification that we cannot follow here, for reasons of space. There may, however, be considerable differences in the character of the supernatural entities involved, in their relations both with each other and with men of different classes and with the non-human world. There may be differences in the way these sacred traditions are maintained and transmitted, verbally or in writing, in the degree of specialization between those who have and do not have particularly close relationships with sacred things, and in the forms of reporting by specialists, such as the wizards and priests, with the other classes of the community. However important these differences may be in other respects, they do not touch what for Weber is the central problem, namely the overcoming of traditionalism. On this level, religion remains an aspect of the social community and overall sanctions the general structure of this community and its practices, including ritual. 198. What is missing is a rationally systematic attitude to the aspects of life that are religiously significant. Once the symbolic level is reached, the problem of the meaning of the things and events of this world arises. The rationalization of these individual meanings into a coherent system, an inclusive interpretation of the world as a whole and of the place reserved for man, constitute imminent needs of the intellect when the problem of meaning is posed. One of the points in which this problem appears more complex is for Weber that of suffering and evil in general. 199. Thus we arrive, with the process of rationalization, at the great natural theological conceptions, theodicies, 200. However, this rationalization is deeply permeated with traditionalism. In fact, the traditionalist situation will inevitably have assimilated different elements, which cannot all be accommodated in a single rational system. 201. Thus to push a process of rationalization beyond a certain point implies a crisis of traditionalism and, conversely, every acute crisis of traditionalism implies a process of rationalization, since the one who breaks tradition by his own act is forced to clarify his attitudes towards of what he diverges from. When such crises in the tradition involve religious elements, i.e. when the breaker makes recourse to charismatic authority, Weber calls the process prophecy and its personal agent prophet. 202. The main body of his sociology of religion deals with prophecy and its implications and effects. The prophet is important as the initiator of a great process of rationalization in the interpretation of the meaning of the world and of the attitudes that individuals should assume towards him. Weber argues that the attitudes that can be assumed are conditioned by the structure of the ideas that result from this process. As we have already noted, Weber is interested in systems of religious ideas as differentiators in social development. At the basis of this interest lies his fundamental thesis that the process of religious rationalization is not predetermined by its nature in a particular direction, but that it can proceed in a limited number of possible directions depending on the different circumstances. Although the subtypes are numerous, the main directions can be reduced to two. This dichotomy recurs throughout Weber's work on this topic. Weber defines the prophet as a bearer of purely personal charisma 203, who announces, by virtue of his mission, a religious doctrine or a divine command 204. He is always a man who has a mission, who feels in intimate relationship with a supernatural entity or order. He undertakes his mission without the authorization of any human institution, indeed in conscious opposition to such institutions. The words of Jesus, "It is written, but I tell you," on the contrary, are characteristic. Of the two possible forms of a mission, a commandment to make sense must imply a doctrine, but a doctrine need not imply any commandments. On this basis Weber distinguishes his two basic types of prophecy. In one case the prophet feels he is the instrument of a divine will and bears in the name of the latter a concrete commandment or a norm to which men should abide by as an ethical duty. This is an ethical prophecy 205, Muhammad, Jesus. Or he is the one who with his personal example points out to others the way of religious salvation, Buddha, and this type Weber defines as exemplary prophecy. But both in one case and in the other the prophecy involves, firstly for the prophet himself and then for his followers, a unitary dimension of life, achieved through a conscious taking of a unitary position, and provided with meaning, in the face to it 206. To realize religious ends human action must conform to the consistent interpretation of the world implied in such a position. The ethical prophet considers himself the instrument of a divine will. Part of his mission is to give men the moral standards they should abide by. These norms then, by definition, are different from the existing and traditional state of affairs. Rationalizing this situation leads in a particular direction. The will of which the prophet is an instrument, the origin of the new norms, cannot simply be a manifestation of the immanent order of the world. Only the conception of a personal and transcendent God interested but not in his essence involved in the cosmic and human order can be adequate for ethical prophecy. By this we do not mean that such a conception of God arose only as a rationalization 207 by the ethical prophets or vice versa, but that they are mutually interdependent. Thus Weber maintains that the pantheistic conceptions of India and China 208 prevented the development of ethical prophecy. On the other hand, the pantheistic conception of the divine as an immanent principle of order is linked to the figure of the prophet in the example. If a norm or a commandment to change the world is inconceivable, the commitment to live in harmony with it is not. The traditional ways of achieving this harmony can be criticized and modified. An example prophet may well have a new doctrine, a path to salvation, that is not traditional, and others may follow his example and teaching. The appearance of a prophet has immediate social consequences. If his prophecy about him is effective, he gathers around him a community 209 of disciples. The fact that prophecy itself implies a break with traditionalism means that the relationship of both the prophet and his followers with society is highly problematic, particularly for the religious tradition, but also for the other elements. Furthermore, in the course of its own development, this community or Gemeinde inevitably undergoes internal changes, especially at the time of the passage from the founder to his successors. Depending on the character of the prophet, his doctrine, and the circumstances, there are different possibilities for the development of the situation. But the main fact is that prophetic religion is a source of social organization, independently of the immanent development of the traditional order. It itself may in turn be part of the tradition, but not necessarily. In this sense, religion is not only one aspect of a social community, but the very foundation of the social community. The social implications of a prophetic movement both within and outside the Gemeinde depend, in relation to the character of the prophecy and the system of ideas implied in it, by the means it uses for the realization of its religious interests. Here too we find the dichotomy of two main types, which Weber calls asceticism and mysticism. Their meaning becomes understandable only by keeping in mind Weber's thesis, according to which no traditional order can be made to fully correspond to the requirements of a rationalized conception of the meaning of the universe. It is therefore inevitable that some elements at least of the worldly order come to be in conflict with religious values. 210. It is this conflict that therefore generates the need for salvation. In this conflict, in principle, there are two possible attitudes compatible with a coherent rational conception. It is obvious that the world cannot simply be accepted, therefore, earthly things can, to some extent, be controlled, dominated in the interest of the religious ideal. Or instead they can be radically devalued and become indifferent. In Weber's terminology, the former is the ascetic attitude, the latter the mystical. 211. Each of these can, in turn, be divided into worldly 212 and otherworldly types. Both positions are lived in a radical form only by a minority of virtuous religious. 213. The different religious classification of men is a fact on which Weber insists. 214. The ascetic type of salvation is linked to ethical prophecy. The individual feels himself an instrument of God's will and must therefore, in accordance with this, subject the traditional ethical code to rational criticism and establish for himself higher ideals than those of the mass in general and also of good men. The world comes to identify itself with sin, or even with evil, with something to fight and, if possible, to control. Depending on the circumstances, there are two solutions. The world to fight and to dominate can be within the individual. In this case there are no positive duties. The ascetic will flee the world, become a hermit or a monk. Or, when withdrawal from the world is excluded, as in the case of Protestantism, the need arises to control not only oneself but also the rest of the world, which nevertheless remains a world of sin. Otherworldly asceticism is also compatible with the pantheistic conception, as a means of dominating the desires and interests of the flesh, thereby rendering them harmless. In the other case, the goal of salvation may consist in reaching an exceptionally high condition, through mystical experience. This is known only by a minority, which uses a systematic technique, that of contemplation. The interests of the world are but disturbing factors. For a person with such an experience, there can be no positive relationship to those interests, they can only be avoided. The result is indifference to the world achieved either by escaping it, insofar as this is possible, otherworldly mysticism, or by living in it but not of it, allowing oneself no intimate attachment to it, immanent worldly mysticism. The relationship of this attitude with the impersonal conception and the divinity is evident. The relationships between these different ways of salvation and the different elements of social life are not simple and cannot be analyzed here. But in general we can say that the closer we get to the mystical position, the more difficult it is to develop a stable social organization, even of a gemeinde, on religious grounds without resorting to traditionalism, and the less influence the system of religious ideas will have on the life of society, if not indirectly on tradition. Buddhism represents the extreme limit in this direction. 215. On the other hand, the closer one gets to the ascetic type, the more likely it is, given certain conditions, that the opposite occurs. The ultramundane asceticism can become radically antisocial, but the worldly asceticism of Protestantism represents the extreme point of the influence of religious factors on the organization of life in this world, according to the image of a rationalized religious ideal. Weber explicitly rejects the hypothesis that these rationalized systems of religious ideas can be interpreted as the product of material conditions. 216. Instead, they result from the Eigengesetzlichkeit immanent in the solution of the problem of the meaning of the world faced from different starting points. However, he recognizes an important function of non-religious factors in the concrete processes by which they develop and in the particular directions that development takes. We can dwell on some aspects of this problem. In the first place, the very emergence of the prophecy, and therefore the initiation of the whole process, must be attributed to a large extent to the social situation. Where traditional values have been subverted and open conflicts have arisen, there is a strong incentive to take sides, and indeed the prophets have often been implicated in social conflicts. Second, when a society is differentiated, the problems of the meaning of the world are not the same for all classes. If on the one hand the social significance of a system of religious ideas consists in directing the interests of individuals, so on the other hand the kind of ideas one turns to depends on the kind of problems one is faced with. Not in the sense that class interests determine religious ideas, but that certain class situations make those who belong to them more receptive to a given religious movement than to another, or to the very idea of salvation. 217. Third, the possibility of a given religious doctrine becoming predominant in a given society depends on the position occupied in the scale of social forces by the class to which its leading exponents belong. We have illustrated this above in the case of Brahmins. On the other hand, we must insist once again on Weber's conception of how systems of religious ideas affect practical life and through it the social structure. Society is not simply an emanation of the religious idea, the process is very complex. The fundamental theoretical concept is that of religious interest. Ideas are action relevant in that they determine the direction of practical activity in which such interests can be pursued. But the same concept of interest implies another factor. Human action is subject to not only ideal but also real conditions. Furthermore, the rationalization which is the characteristic of these religious systems implies the sacrifice of many potential values which are expressed to a greater or lesser extent in social institutions. The process is therefore a process of complex interaction between these various elements. In the process, a selective influence can be exerted on the course of development of the religious system itself. Finally, the elements of potential conflict, particularly between religious interests and the world, which are fundamental to Weber, make the process highly dynamic. It is undoubtedly incorrect to attribute to Weber, for having emphasized the social importance of religious ideas, a naive monistic theory according to which their influence is based on a form of emanation. The Protestant ethic can now be placed within the broad framework of Weber's comparative treatment of religions. Certain key features were common to the religious situations of both China and India, however profoundly they differed. The rationalization of religious thought in both cases followed the immanent, impersonal, pantheistic direction, based on the conception of an impersonal order of ritual forces. Connected to this is the fact that neither of them had a movement of ethical prophecy, capable of establishing ethical ideals in opposition to the traditional order. Another circumstance on which Weber emphasizes is that in both these countries the rationalization of religious ideas can be attributed to intellectual classes. 218. In both class position and the highest religious good were tied to knowledge, not the empirical lore of modern Western science, but knowledge of an entirely different kind. It was either the knowledge of a literary tradition, as occurred in China, or a mystical gnosis. 219. In both cases faith in the Christian sense was excluded. Since this knowledge was accessible only to a few educated individuals, there was a deep rift between the refined religion of the elite and the religion of the masses. The latter remained at the level of a magical traditionalism and therefore in a primitive phase. In China, due to the character of the Mandarin class who were the custodians of the Confucian tradition, the process of rationalization took a wholly earthly direction. Any metaphysical speculation was rigorously excluded, but precisely for this reason there was no radical rationalization of the meaning of the world, limiting itself to forms of adaptation to the existing order of things. This order, including its rituals and magical elements, was not challenged. Salvation could not therefore consist in fleeing it, and there was no incentive to undertake a reconstruction of it. Confucian rationality corresponds to a prudent conservatism, to an adaptation to a given order. To the extent that the highest minds detached themselves from this worldly spirit, this happened not in the direction of worldly asceticism but of Taoist mysticism. In India an attitude of radical rationalization took place among educated intellectuals. This process brought about the doctrine of karma and transmigration. For the masses, bound by the caste hierarchy, the result was only the sanction of traditional immobility. Weber says, the only logically concluded form of the organic doctrine of salvation and society that has arisen. 220. For the elite, salvation could only consist in abandoning earthly things, turning to mystical contemplation and otherworldly asceticism. The traditional order was left unchanged, as in Buddhism, or radically sanctioned, as in Hinduism. In both cases, to use Weber's words, the layman in China, the man without literary training who is denied gnosis and therefore supreme salvation, or who refuses it for himself, acts in a ritualistic and traditionalistic way, thus pursuing his daily interests. The boundless lust for profit of the Asiatic in great and small things is famous throughout the world to be unsurpassed, and generally rightly so. But it is precisely an acquisitive impulse pursued with all the means of cunning and with the help of the universal means, that is, of magic. The decisive element for the economy of the West was precisely missing, that is, the breaking and rational objectification of this drive character of the desire for profit, as well as its inclusion in a system of intra-worldly rational ethics of action, which the intra-worldly asceticism of Protestantism in the West has achieved, continuing the work of a few intrinsically similar precursors. In Asian religious development, the conditions necessary for this purpose were lacking. 221. The differences between the ethics of ascetic Protestantism and the religions of both China and India should by now become clear. In Weber's typology, ascetic Protestantism is the extreme logical antithesis of Buddhist mysticism, or more generally of Indian mysticism. China is in an intermediate position. In its most radical form, Calvinism, the Protestant rationalization of the world includes the following elements: 1. A transcendent God; 2. Predestination, implying the absolute impossibility for the individual to achieve salvation through his own efforts, including mystical contemplation; 3. The sinfulness of the flesh, which leads to the most radical tension between the ideal and the real; 4. The conception of man as an instrument of God's will in building the kingdom of God on earth, and the related tendency to directing religious interests in the direction of an active ascetic control over the world, in the service of an ideal; 5. The total corruption of the world, which implies the absolute devaluation of traditionalism, especially of magical, ritual and symbolic elements. If one accepts that a system of religious ideas can constitute an active social force, this is undoubtedly the best example. 222. Protestantism and Capitalism, Summary. In conclusion, let us ask ourselves again in what sense it can be said that Weber proved his hypothesis, according to which the Protestant ethic is an essential factor in the development of rational and bourgeois capitalism in the West, not the only one, but certainly an indispensable factor. As a result of the previous long discussion, it seems legitimate to draw the following conclusions on Weber's position. 223. 16 Max Weber 3, Methodology *. Weber paid more explicit attention to methodological problems than Pareto himself, and certainly far greater than Durkheim. Not unlike what we have done for the other authors, we will try to give a critical evaluation of the total significance of Weber's work for the social sciences, as regards the methodological aspects as well as for all other aspects, but the contribution of the latter scholar has, on a methodological level, a particular importance. As is the case with other important thinkers cited in this study, and indeed as is always the case with the work of the most creative minds in science. 226 Much of Weber's methodological work contains a distinctly polemical element. But perhaps this element is more important in his case than in that of the others, given that most of his methodological positions were developed in essays with an explicit polemical approach. He never formulated a general statement of his methodological position, except in a very brief form. 227, outside an immediate polemical context. This fact makes it particularly difficult to understand his work, and the lack, until recently 228, of an authoritative interpretation helps to explain the many incorrect interpretations and the controversies that arose from them. If we treat Weber's work in relation to the idealistic tradition, it is because, although he did not belong to this position, his initial polemic developed in opposition to some of the most widespread methodological doctrines of this line of thought. 229. The doctrines that he disputes can be classified into two groups, which we will define, following von Skelting, objectivism and intuitionism. 230. At the basis of the whole discussion lies the distinction, very common, as has been said, in Germany 231, between the natural sciences and the sciences dealing with human action and culture, which can be traced back to Kantian dualism. Weber himself is deeply indebted to Ricker 232, but here it will not be necessary to study the genesis of Weber's position, and we will limit ourselves to stating its general lines. His precedents are only important for the general interpretation of the situation from which Weber started. In the analysis, first completed, we have noted the tendency of idealistic social thought to follow two main directions. 233. The two groups of methodological doctrines with which Weber argues roughly correspond to these. They have in common the denial that the socio-cultural sciences can have recourse to general laws. 234, of the same logical character as those which are accepted in the field of natural sciences. The difference between the two currents lies in the reasons that are given to justify this position. Weber disagrees with both. He too supports the need for a distinction between natural and social sciences, but denies that it should be based on the non-existence, in the social sciences, of general explanatory concepts. Objectivism. One of the two main tendencies within idealism is constituted by historical particularism, that is, it is argued that the historical and social sciences should be interested only in the single facts of particular human acts, without attempting to construct any general theory. Obviously, Weber does not deny the usefulness of historical research. 235, nor the possibility of legitimate empirical criticisms of particular theoretical systems formulated in the social sciences, such as, for example, the systematic theory of classical economics. But he opposes this tendency being elevated to a methodological dogma, with the conclusion that in the social field one cannot resort to systematic theoretical formulations. Indeed, he went beyond the critique of this position and argued that any historical judgment is based, implicitly if not explicitly, on general theoretical concepts of this kind. At the basis of this assertion it was stated that the objective nature of the phenomena constituting the object of the social sciences is such as to make any generalization impossible. Human action was not considered subject to regularity, in the same sense as natural phenomena, and the general concepts which serve to formulate such regularities cannot be applicable to this sector. It follows that the research will have to limit itself to the particular description and explanation, limiting itself to reporting the specific temporal antecedents of a given event, without reference to general principles. 236. This position was expressed in the assertion that historical reality is irrational. 237. General concepts, on the other hand, are rational, and therefore the two cannot agree. Weber accepts the proposition that concrete historical reality presents an infinite diversity and complexity, such that its full concreteness and individuality cannot be grasped in terms of any system of abstract concepts. However, he denies that this constitutes an element of differentiation from the natural sciences, and that it can be in any way relevant to the problem of the logical nature of scientific categories. Any kind of immediate experience has this character. What we formulate as scientific laws concerning nature, is not the concrete reality, even if experienced, but are some particular aspects susceptible of expression through abstract concepts. 238. The same can be said of human action. Whatever the basis for differentiation between the two groups of sciences, and Weber believes such a basis exists, it is not on this plane. Instead, it must be sought in the principles according to which, among the elements of experienceable reality, one must select the significant facts for a given scientific purpose. This is not found in the objective nature of reality, which a science deals with, but in its logically relevant aspects, in the subjective direction of the scholar's interest. Two other important points must be connected to this. First, adequate knowledge in a given field can never be knowledge of all the facts, that is, of all concrete reality. This would be impossible. 239. The adequacy of knowledge must be assessed in relation to the scientific aim that is proposed. And it is impossible to know all the facts anyway. Secondly, It follows from these considerations that the natural sciences and the social sciences are logically in the same position with regard to a widely applied criterion, the ability to make predictions. Neither of them can predict a future state of affairs in all its elements. Weber uses the example of the distribution of fragments of a stone which breaks when falling during a storm 240. No human science can predict the exact size, shape, and position of each of these fragments, based on the data available before the storm and, on the other hand, nobody is interested in knowing it. The possibility of making predictions in the natural sciences seems to be of a rather high degree because our interest is essentially directed towards aspects of natural events which can be formulated in terms of known abstract laws. Our interest in human things generally takes place on a different level. In any case, the ability of a science to make predictions is always relative to its level of abstract generalization, and only when this process is possible is it also possible to make predictions. Weber highlights how much of concrete social life depends on the ability to predict, with a certain precision, the reactions of other individuals to a given stimulus. For example, to what extent would a military-like organization be possible if officers could not rely on obedience to orders, that is, predicting the behavior of their soldiers after orders were given? Weber was especially interested in this predictable aspect of social life. But the objectivist can say that men and their actions are surrounded by a certain mystery. Nature has no secrets for the scientist, there is nothing mysterious in it, but human action is not understandable 241 and is in this sense irrational. Weber replies by reversing the argument. Natural phenomena are by no means more comprehensible than social phenomena, in fact the opposite is true. In nature we can only observe the external course of events and discover elements of uniformity. This is equally possible for human behavior, but moreover, the scholar is able to attribute motivations to men, to interpret their actions and their words as expressions of these motivations. That is, it is possible to know the subjective aspect of the action. To the extent that facts of human action allow this, they possess their own particular quality, evidence 242. For the first time the fundamentally important concept of Verstehen 243 appears in Weber's methodology. This fact constitutes a fundamental objective difference between the phenomena proper to the two groups of sciences. Weber does not make a rigid difference, in the sense that certain elements are part of the field of study of one science and are rigidly excluded from the other, a position which would imply an empiricism completely foreign to his thought. Instead, there is a gradual transition towards teleological elements, as in biological phenomena and perhaps also in physical-chemical phenomena 244. Nonetheless, this analytical distinction is fundamental. At the same time Weber insists on the fact that, for the problems with which he deals, this difference does not constitute the basis for a logical distinction between the two classes of sciences. In the field of Verstehen, as in that of Begriffen 245, general concepts have an important place, and any valid implicit or explicit empirical proof depends on their use. This poses a problem to which we will return later. Finally, the irrationality 246 of human action can be attributed to the freedom of the will, an argument of Kantian origin, used particularly by Nies 247. Again Weber turns the argument around in a very interesting way. If this were true, he says, we should expect that the sense of freedom was essentially linked to irrational actions, that is, those that involve emotional impulses. Instead, the opposite is much more common. We feel freer when we behave rationally, and it is curious that, given an end, rational action is to a large extent predictable and subject to analysis in terms of general concepts. The sense of freedom 248 is in this case a feeling of absence of constraint by emotional elements. There is no doubt as to the accuracy of Weber's argument, and its importance is far-reaching. The general concepts involved in the analysis of rational action in this sense, Zweckrational, as Weber defines it, formulate general relations of means and ends. These concepts have a logical character strictly comparable to the general laws of the physical sciences, and indeed in fields such as technology they imply to a large extent the direct application of these laws. Thus, Since this first critical phase of Weber's methodological work, the concept on which this whole study is based appeared, that is, the concept of the type of rational action that implies the means-end relationship as verifiable in terms of scientific generalizations. Also, according to Weber, rationality in this sense has a central function, in both methodological and substantive terms. And it is particularly interesting that its methodological function turns out to be in critical opposition to an idealistic theory. By thus insisting on the possibility of conducting a general causal analysis of rational action, Weber does not mean that irrational action is incomprehensible, verstehbar, and that it is not subject to such an analysis. Indeed, he explicitly makes the opposite statement. Rational action is used as an example because of its particular relevance to the problem of freedom 249. Nor does Weber deny freedom of the will, he only denies that it can form the basis of a logical difference between the natural and social sciences, more specifically a basis for excluding general concepts from the latter 250. From the critical treatment of objectivism 251 emerge not only the assertion of the applicability of general concepts to the social sciences 252, but some other important elements of Weberian methodological theory. First of all, attacking the position of radical empiricism, according to the terminology used in this study, Weber insists on the abstract nature of these general concepts and, consequently, on the need for another term of reference in their formation than the mere reflection of experienced reality. According to Weber, this must be sought in the subjective interest of the scholar 253. Secondly, the subjective aspect of action appeared as the object of Verstehen and, finally, the essential function of the concept of rationality of action which involves the means-ends relationship. This last element is particularly important because Weber demonstrates that it concerns the deepest methodological foundations of social science. The rationality of action and the possibility of a systematic scientific theory are inextricably linked. The development of science is a process of action, and action is, to a large extent, an application of science.